Hello and welcome to the Talking with the Experts online business summit. Get ready to gain invaluable insights from industry leaders, uncover innovative strategies and elevate your business to new heights. Whether you're an entrepreneur, a startup founder or a seasoned professional, this summit is designed for you. Let's unlock your full potential and drive your success. Stay tuned for an exciting lineup of experts ready to share their secrets. Let's get started. Let's start with our sponsors who are I'm so grateful for their support. Is Manny Skevofilax. He's supporting us and he's a strategic planning and advisory service. He's a business coach and he also offers organisational development. Our second sponsor is Diani D'Souza, and she is the spirit of tarot, and it is a complex concept that can mean many things to different people, and she offers tarot readings for you. Our third sponsor is Christine Ng, and she's from Thoughtlight, and it's a digital marketing and web solution service delivering end-to-end digital marketing services, and they specialize in building high-performance websites, implementing marketing automation, and optimizing your online presence through SEO. Our next sponsor is Larissa Vacalina, and she is the frequency expert, multifaceted and healing science practitioner. She's a multi-award-winning entrepreneur. She's listed among the top 50 Australian entrepreneurs and has served on small business panel for the RBA, the development number 3 fastest growing company by BRW, and she's a Justice of the Peace in the state of South Australia. And of course, there's myself who is a sponsor, and I offer online program for mastering the art of podcasting. So if you're looking to start a podcast, then head over to the website at rosedavidson.com.au and click on the Work With Me link at the top of the page, and you'll find all the details there. The speakers for today are huge, absolutely huge, and I am just so honoured that they have decided to participate in this great event. I have Gareth Benson. He's going to be on at 9:30, and he's going to be discussing with us protecting your ideas. And at 10 o'clock, I have Antony Gaddie, and he's going to be talking to us about all things about how we can better our businesses. Paul Farmer's on at 10:30. He's going to be resetting what's possible. And then we have Manny Skevofilax, and he's going to be discussing avoiding the eight growth mistakes as you grow your business. That'll be an interesting conversation. Christine Campbell Rapin will be discussing with us fractured to focused, the 3 non-negotiables to ignite your client growth engine. And then we have Trish Springsteen, who's going to be saying no to imposter syndrome. Now, that is one of my favourite topics. A lot of us in business are prone to imposter syndrome from time to time, and I'm looking forward to what she has to share with us. Paul Glover is coming to us at 12:30, and he's going to be sharing with us failing forward, how we can forge resilience and fuel our growth in business. Larissa Vacalini is going to be talking to us about trusting our inner intuition. Now, a lot of us don't use intuition in our businesses, that gut feeling that you get when something's right or something's wrong. And so I'm looking forward to her conversation. I think it's something that we could all look forward to using, not only in our personal lives, but in our business life. And quite often we use our intuition in our personal life, but we don't tend to use it in our business life. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Caroline Opolistou is going to be discussing prioritising your health and well-being to avoid burnout. And burnout is happens to all of us at some time or other. But I think Caroline's going to be just sharing with us how we can recognize the signs of burnout, and that a lot of them might surprise you, in fact. Eleanor Mosh is going to be talking about esoterics and business at 2 p.m. Now, and then at 2:30, Charlene Lynch is going to be talking about her $1 million framework and sharing with us 4 visual models to scale your business. Now, Charlene uses visual models in her business, and it has helped her to scale her business to huge heights. And I can't say enough about her visual models. They're really extraordinary, and she's trained a number of people in how to create them and how to use them in business. Annam Hayat is going to be discussing with us about identity and self-image. And then I have Liam Naden at 3:30, who is going to be sharing your rapid solution brain and instant answers to any challenge. And then we have the award-winning Fur Wales going to be talking about better public speaking and speaking with us, and how we can use our signature talk to broaden our businesses online or in person. And Fur is an extraordinary woman, and I can't wait to listen to her conversation at 4 p.m. Juliet Denny at 4:30 is going to discuss with us how AI will revolutionize learning. Now, whether you like AI or you don't like AI, I guess it's with us now, and there's not a lot we can do that to prevent it happening. So I think if we embrace the concept and start using it a little bit in our businesses, not fully. I don't think AI will take away jobs or any of those things. That's my personal view, but it can help us with our businesses. I mean, I love ChatGPT. I think it's a great tool to use when you run out of ideas, and you can just pop something in there, and it comes up with things that you can use in your business to make it a little bit better. Then we have the lovely Leanne Clune, who is another award-winning person, business owner. She's going to be on at 5 o'clock, and she's going to be sharing with us how it starts with you and living our legacy now. She is a published author. She's just actually released a new book. She released it on Friday, and she'll be sharing that with us during her conversation. At 5:30, I have Jack Glennon, and hi Jack, welcome. He's sitting in the background there. He's going to be talking with us about emotional intelligence in leadership, and I think that's a great topic. Emotional intelligence. A lot of us don't know what that is, and I'm sure Jack will discuss with us and share with us what that actually is. Daniel Wood at 6 o'clock is going to be talking about AI for entrepreneurs, and again, a topic that I think we should all embrace. AI is here. I think embrace it while we can. I have Cynthia Okonkwo, sorry, beg your pardon. She'll be on at 6:30. She's going to be talking about our career and their AI advantage. And our last presenter for today is Tom Dennis, and he's going to be discussing AI as well, and how AI is changing the landscape of leadership. Now, that's all of us, all of the presenters for today. I'm so excited to hear what they all have to say. And I do have a guest co-host between 1 and 2 today, the lovely Susie Manley, who's from 5 Foot Rope. She's agreed to give me a break for an hour. I forgot to program a break into the schedule, so she's happily agreed to give me that time so that I can have a cup of tea and get myself a little bit organised and have a bit of a break. So that's all our presenters. That's all of our beautiful and valued sponsors for today. I just want to know if anyone in the chat has any comments, or are they looking forward to anything in specific that they want to hear, or any questions they might have for our presenters today. I'd love you to pop that in the chat for me. so that I can pass those questions on to our presenters for later on in the day. I'd like to introduce you now to Jack Glennon, and Jack is going to be discussing with us again emotional intelligence in leadership, and I'm looking forward to that. And Jack is a dynamic leadership coach and experienced business leader with over 20 years of expertise in industries such as tourism and manufacturing. His passion for people development and emotional intelligence has shaped his career, making him a sought-after speaker and coach. Jack is the founder of Jack Glennon Peak Coaching, where he helps new leaders, teams, and individuals develop critical leadership skills, navigate career transitions, and build resilience. A bit of personal thing about Jack is he survived 3 strokes and heart surgery during the pandemic. Oh, goodness me. And his personal journey has strengthened his dedication to helping others overcome challenges and thrive in the face of adversity. He specializes in emotional intelligence and guiding professionals through redundancy or career setbacks. With a warm, engaging approach, Jack empowers leaders to foster positive work environments and inspire teams and lead with empathy and confidence. Jack, it is such a pleasure to have you on today. I look forward to your conversation. Please take the floor.
Thank you ever so much, Rose. And well, what an introduction. I've got to match that now for the next 25 minutes or so. I'll do my best. And firstly, welcome to everybody. And thank you so much to everyone that's joining today. I'm sure some people will be here for the whole day, which would be amazing. But it's great to see people supporting one another in this forum as well and learning off each other. So thank you to you, Rose. And also thank you to everyone for jumping on. So what I'm going to attempt to do now is work with technology. And it's not often my friend. So I'm going to see if I can get this to work, and I'll have a little bit of a presentation to share with everybody. Let's see if that comes up. Rose, can you be my tech guru and let me know if that's coming through well or not?
Absolutely, I can see it. A little sad face there.
Yes, it is a little sad face indeed. So firstly to everyone, as Rose kindly said, good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining the leadership emotional intelligence 101 session that was meant for this afternoon. My name is indeed Jack Glennon. I'm a business leadership and career coach, and specializing across multiple industries. It's my absolute pleasure to be here, with you all and kick today's session off with Leadership 101 on EQ. So you'll hear me say that quite a bit. Is also abbreviation for emotional intelligence. Some might call it the soft stuff, but for myself, trust me when I say there's a lot of hard results where it comes from. So over the next 25 minutes or so, we're going to break down what EQ really is, how it impacts leadership, and why it's your secret weapon to elevating your team and yourself. Now, this is really super relevant for absolutely anyone either going into leadership or already experienced leaders. It's something that I've found is, for some reason or another, quickly becoming a talent and a skill that is being not focused on anymore. When people have thrusted into new leadership roles, they're often put into a position because they're the best at that job, not necessarily because they're the best at leading people or they have EQ. Say, for example, you've got a team of marketing experts. The best person at marketing is often put in that leadership role without the skills or the fundamentals to succeed. So we'll go through this together. And feel free to put anything on the chat. I don't think I can hear it on my or see it on my end. So Rose, I'll probably ask for your help on that one, to just interrupt me if anyone's got anything to say, because I'll try and get this as interactive as possible.
No worries.
Superstar. Okay, so I want to start with a question for everyone. I want you to close your eyes and have a think. And how many of you have worked under a leader with all the technical skills, but zero people skills? I'm pretty sure we can all imagine at least one person that we've worked with those elements. It's like following a GPS that knows where to go, but keeps taking you down dead-end streets. No connection, no motivation, no real progress. They're not connecting with you. Now I want you to imagine the opposite. A leader who knows how to inspire, who listens and understands the emotional undercurrent of you and the rest of the team. This is the person that walks into a room and can sense when something's off before anyone says a word. This leader doesn't just imagine the situation before it's happened, but they manage tasks as well as leading people. That's emotional intelligence. Can you think of someone in your life that matches that description? Have a think for a second. Think of who matches that and who first comes to your mind.
Oh, me, absolutely.
Brilliant. Love that. All right. Well, let's get into it. Well, let's get into the nuts and bolts. EQ. What on earth is EQ? This is simply the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our own emotions while also recognizing, understanding, and influencing the emotions of others. I'll break it down into these elements that you can see on the screen. Self-awareness. This is knowing your emotions, both the strengths and the weaknesses, and how they impact others. That bit's really, really key because we quite often talk about, oh, I'm self-aware, I know myself, but it's the other element as well of how it impacts others. Self-regulation, controlling your impulses and staying calm under pressure. I'm sure we've all been in a situation when someone's made us really mad and we really want to react, but it's actually controlling that element from within before it gets to that point. Think of it kind of what I like to use as emotional damage control. Empathy, huge one. Understanding and sharing the feelings of others. It's about putting yourself in other people's shoes. Sympathy and empathy are different. Often people get those two confused. It's about genuinely connecting with people. Motivation, not just about being driven, but channeling that drive in a way that aligns with everyone. Someone who's completely, utterly driven, soul focused isn't motivating in an EQ way because they're thinking about just themselves, not the overall team and their goals. And social skills, building and managing relationships effectively. It's not just talking to other people. It's about leading conversations that matter to yourself, but matter to the people around you. Without all these elements, you're like a car without a steering wheel. Powerful, but probably prone to crashing a couple of times. We've got a question in the chat or something in the chat, I think.
Yeah, I just asked people to put any questions they have here in the chat.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate the backup. I'll ignore you. Shout when anything comes. Okay. Self-awareness can so often go wrong. Let me share a real world example for you all. I once worked with a leader. I'm going to call him Steve. He wasn't called Steve, but then apologies to anyone that's called Steve on the call. He was brilliant at strategy, but Steve, bless him, had zero self-awareness. He'd walk into meetings with a list of things to critique. No hellos, no eye contact, just bang, straight into the nitty-gritty. One day after a particularly brutal session, can I say, one of our top performers actually resigned on the spot. They had enough. Steve was completely blindsided. You could tell in his face and his body language, his demeanor, he was absolutely shocked. And he was asking what went wrong. You know, where did this come from? The reality of what went wrong was Steve. That's quite brutal to hear, but it's also what often happens so regularly in these teams that are lacking EQ. He didn't realize the emotional impact he was having. He was so driven and so solely focused on the end result. He lacked that self-awareness, and it cost him one of his best employees. And that's the thing. When leaders lack EQ, they often can't see the train wreck they've caused. Steve was brilliant at numbers, but he forgot leadership is about people, not just metrics. And this is so often seen in areas like sales and finance where numbers don't lie. People fixate on budgets and forecasts and forget about the people element. Leadership is more than setting a vision or giving orders. It's about influencing, motivating, and understanding people. Think about it. When your team trusts you, they give more. When they feel understood, they innovate. They're braver. When they know you've got their back, and this one is massive, they'll take risks. EQ helps you to create a culture where people feel valued, heard, and understood. All these elements. And what's the result? You get increased engagement, you get better communication, and a team that's not just surviving, but my God, it's thriving. We all want thriving teams. And let's be honest, when your emotional intelligence is dialed in, difficult conversations become easier. And we all have difficult conversations that go on a daily or weekly basis. Conflict becomes something that isn't something to be avoided, but an opportunity to build trust. Can you imagine what that kind of leadership does to a team where conflict becomes an opportunity? It's huge, absolutely massive. Let me give you another example. I was coaching a manager. Again, I'm going to use someone else's name. Let's call her Sarah. Again, apologies for anyone to call Sarah. She led a high pressure sales team. They were hitting their targets, but the stress was through the roof. One day, one of her top salespeople, again, I'm going to pick a name, Tom, started to miss deadlines. He was a top performer, but deadlines and performance started to drop. Sarah's initial reaction was to bring the hammer down and enforce more KPIs, more things she could control, more things she could measure. But because she had a high EQ, she actually stopped herself and she did something different. She took Tom aside and she asked a very simple, but my God, such an important question. Are you okay? What's going on? How can I help? Two really different approaches. More KPIs, more things I can measure, more structure. Stop. Are you all right? It turned out that Tom was going through a divorce and he was struggling to keep it all together. Now, because Sarah led with empathy, she didn't just address the work issue, she addressed the person. She gave him the support and the space he needed to regroup, and he felt empowered through her and also safe in that environment. Fast forward 2 months, Tom was back on track. Not just back on track, back on top, and even more loyal to her and the team. That's the power of EQ. It's not just about handling people. It's about understanding and supporting them. Now, quick question for everyone on the call. As anyone, I know I've done this, sent an email when you're angry and then instantly regretted it? Yeah, we've all been.
Absolutely. I've done that personally and in business, and totally regretted it because it was done in anger,
Yeah.
and I couldn't take it back. You can't stop the email from going through after about 30 seconds. So yeah, it caused all sorts of problems.
It can do, right? We're leading with that anger, leading with that emotion. And that's where self-regulation really comes in especially within emotional intelligence. It's that pause button. I try and visualize a pause button before the reaction. Now, earlier in my management career, someone on my team made a mistake that almost pushed me over the edge. I had a lot on my plate and I was a bit afraid. Old me would have probably lost my temper. But instead, I actually took a breath and I went, hang on, stop. Let's fix this together. That team member, they actually became one of my top performers because I talk about bring them in rather than push them away. I brought that individual in and I controlled my own emotions. Here's the thing though. Self-regulation isn't about hiding your emotions. It's not about bottling it and going, oh, I don't want to feel like that. It's about managing them. It's that split-second decision to pause, process the situation, the problem, the stressor, whatever it might be, and respond thoughtfully instead of reacting emotionally. In leadership, this can often mean the difference between a thriving team and an absolute disaster. If you lose your temper with someone, you can so quickly lose their trust. So whether you're dealing with tough clients, which we've all had down the line, navigating team conflicts, or even talking to yourself, self-regulation keeps everything balanced. Really remember this one thing from self-regulation. It's about mastering that pause. Think of that pause button. It's not about being emotionless. It's about being intentional. Trust me, your future self will thank you for this. I know I wish I had done it previously in the past. And remember, the most powerful move sometimes is not what you don't say, but how you say it. The how is so vital. All right, let's talk about how social skills play out. I once had a leader who would meet each new team member over a coffee, asking them things like, what's one thing you're passionate about outside of work? Trying to connect with them on that human level. Not because it was sort of a HR 101 handbook, but because he genuinely wanted to connect. We're all people at the end of the day. We all have multiple interests, multiple different backgrounds, different layers. Going back to a reference, I think from Shrek, we're all onions, right? We've all got different layers. To genuinely connect is a huge building block. And it's not just one thing. It takes time. It's not just a simple gesture, but it's these little ones together combined that together build such a strong rapport that when things get really tough, people don't just work harder, they show up for you. So they're not about charisma or being flashy. They're about building a network of trust and mutual respect. Now, with anything in these situations, when you're dealing with something like emotional intelligence, a skill, there's often a little bit of science behind it. So I don't know if anyone might have heard a gentleman called Daniel Goleman. He actually popularized the concept of EQ. He found that leaders with high EQ had teams that outperformed others by amazing 20 to 30%. I'm sure everyone would love a team that performed an additional 20, 30%. That's great, right? Now, why was this? He found that when leaders understood their team on an emotional level, they could unlock that trust, that creativity, and that engagement. They created a psychologically safe environment. And this is measurable, not just in performance reviews, but in profitability, culture, and a big one, retention rates. Neuroscience backed this as well. When we feel understood and valued, our brain releases oxytocin, what some call the bonding hormone. It's like your brain's way of saying, I feel safe here. And safety is critical for not just collaboration, but innovation. No one's going to put their hand up with a wacky idea that might be the next best idea if they don't feel safe in that environment. If your team feels safe, they will go above and beyond every single day of the week. So how can we take all this information today and put in some action? How can you improve your emotional intelligence? It's like a muscle. So it's about practicing and getting on that treadmill in a nice way. So here's where we put that action in place. Practice that self-awareness. Start with a simple technique. Reflect on your emotions at the end of each day. Ask yourself questions like, how did I feel today? What triggered me? The goal is to get in tune with your emotional responses before they start driving your behavior. The more you practice this, the more you'll get familiar with some consistent results and some consistent themes that you can work on. Active listening. In conversation, practice really listening. Be engaged, put your phone away, eye contact. Don't think I've got the answer already whilst they're still talking. It's absolutely everything incorporated, the tone and motions behind them. Too often, we listen to respond, not to understand. Switch it up. Emotional regulation. When emotions run high, pause button. Pause button, pause button, pause button. It's probably the thing I'm going to say most of all. Responding thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively is the key to staying grounded in leadership. Count to 5 if you have to. That's an old school one. It works. Get curious about your team using empathy. When someone is off their game, don't just jump to conclusions. Seek to understand, ask questions, listen to their story. Remember, empathy is not about agreeing, it's about understanding. And this one's massive. I know I've used this a lot in my career, and I think every person, whether they're an employee or a leader, should be doing this, which is feedback loops. Be open to feedback about your own EQ. Ask your team how they feel about your leadership. Be vulnerable. That's where growth happens. Don't be afraid for them to tell you stuff they don't like. That's an opportunity for you to grow, but equally an opportunity for you to explain why you're doing things, to bring them in so they understand. EQ isn't something you just get. We're not born necessarily with EQ on day one, and no one tomorrow is automatically going to have EQ if they didn't today. It's a muscle that you build over time. The more you flex it, the stronger it gets. So let's review. Emotional intelligence is the secret sauce to great leadership. It's not about having the smartest person in the room. It's about being the one who understands how people feel in that room. EQ, excuse me, voice going, best timing. EQ helps you to connect with your team at a deeper level. It allows you to navigate conflict smoothly and create a work environment where people actually want to show up. They want to be there. If you leave here with one takeaway today from my session, let it be this. Invest in your emotional intelligence because your team will thank you for it. Your results will show it. And you'll not only be a better leader, but a better human being as well. Now, before we completely end the session, I'm not sure, Rose, how I'm doing for time. And I'll leave you with one final message, a bit of a famous quote by someone, which I'm sure people will have seen. I want to open up to you guys. Is there anyone with any challenges that you're struggling with right now? Because I'm happy to collaborate. If anyone's got anything in the chat, any questions they've got, I'm happy to answer them right now.
No, there's nothing in the question. I would love to just chat to you a little bit about, where can people find you, Jack, if they want to work with you?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of different places people can find me. I like to be accessible as much as I can. I've got my website, which is www.glennonpc.com for Glennon P Coaching. We also have an Instagram page, which again is Glennon PC. I thought I'd make it kind to people rather than doing the whole thing, just do Glennon PC. And I myself I'm on LinkedIn as well. Jack Glennon.
Absolutely. Now you've got some services that you're offering.
Absolutely. So a couple of areas that I offer. Firstly, when it comes to coaching, what I've found is I lead with emotional intelligence first and foremost. So I want to connect with that person. So what I offer is a free 30-minute introductory session first and foremost. I want to hear about them, about you. I want to hear about the challenges you're facing, and then really seek to understand you as an individual and work through what that problem could be. And then together build a bit of a plan of action of what the coaching could look like. So very much offer a free 30-minute session for everyone. Also, what I do is I write downloadable content on specific areas. So anyone that signs up would get downloadable content on emotional intelligence, a quick one-pager, basically. So it's kind of like a go-to fact sheet for everyone to take away. Equally, at the same time, I write a blog that comes out every week that everyone would have access to.
Oh, perfect. All right. Emotional intelligence is something that we don't all have, and sometimes it's hard to take that moment, that deep breath before you act. How can we use some strategies that can help us to think first and act second?
Like I said, it's about practice a lot, Rose. So, and those moments when we talk about self-regulation, that one specifically, is about recognizing that pause button, being self-aware first, understanding your own emotions is so key to that second stage of self-regulation, because you start to understand those triggers. So the more you can start almost analyzing yourself, going, okay, what really got to me today? What really got me that tense, that anxiety, that level? Go, okay, that's something. It might be people being late. Some people get very annoyed with when other people come late because it feels like it's disrespectful to their time, whatever it might be. If that's a trigger for you, then you can start to recognize it. Then the next stage of that self-regulation, when you're feeling that moment of your blood boiling and going, oh, I'm going to lose my temper, that's when you start to put techniques in like counting for 5 or writing it down, literally having a piece of paper going, I'm angry, I'm angry, I'm angry, why? And writing down why that's triggering you. And what I've said throughout, like I said, it's a muscle to flex because we all get angry. We all, lose our temper. We've got moments where we've had 2 hours sleep because the neighbor's dog didn't stop barking last night or whatever it might be, right? And so waking up a bit more frayed. That's where your EQ comes into play because you open up. You admit to that, going, I've had 2 hours sleep. I'm really sorry, everybody. I'm going to do my utmost. But I'm going to self-regulate. And if I feel I'm boiling, I'm going to count to 5 and just prompt.
Mm.
It's about
Yeah.
having that vulnerability at the same time.
Yeah, it's really important, I guess, to take that little pause, and we don't we don't always think to use that pause time to
Mm.
to think first, and then actions like emails are, something
Yeah.
gets you, quite angry, and you've got to put your thoughts down on on paper, or in a message or whatever, but you often regret those things and you can't take them back. And unfortunately, when you're working within a team, you know being angry and letting that emotion out before you take that pause can be quite detrimental to the team and to yourself, of course, because you often feel regretful of the words that you've spoken or the action that you've taken.
You do so much, and you can't take it back. I think it's so important if you are in that you get to the stage of being really angry and needing to let it out, do let it out. It's so don't leave it in here. Get it on paper, write it down, or write it a Word document. Don't go straight to the email button or the text button. That's implement these little safe spaces almost to go, I need to get this out. Oh, you really annoyed me today. Da, da, da. It's in a Word document or your notes. It's fine. There's no send button. And then reread it a couple of times and go, okay, maybe I need to reword this a couple of times before sending it. It's creating that safe space for you to be vulnerable, be human, be annoyed, be angry. It's okay, but without the consequence. Like I said before, it's not about being emotionless. We're not robots. We're humans.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think teaching it to our children from an early age is really important. Because children are spontaneous, and they just say things as they come to mind. But if
Mm.
we can teach them to temper their reactions and their emotions, to not speak first and act later,
Mhm.
um, I think that can be quite helpful. But as an adult, sometimes our habits get in the way of being mindful of other people's feelings.
We are so creatures of habit. And again, we always want to, even if you've got the best of interest, best of intents, I've got the solution, I've got the answer, and you're already there before the other person's finished explaining what's going wrong with them or what's upsetting them. You're like, I've got the solution. This is going to be the best thing to make them better. You might have the best of intentions, but you're not self-regulating and you're not actually allowing them the space to tell them their problem or open up vulnerability wise.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with that. Glenn, it's been an absolute pleasure.
My, my
Thank
my
you.
pleasure too. I'll leave you guys with one final statement, which I think is really prominent um, by Maya Angelou before my voice completely goes. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. EQ isn't just a skill. It's a legacy you leave in the lives that you touch. Thank you.
I love it. Jack, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure. I've loved your conversation. It was very enlightening, and it's helped me a little bit to rethink about how I use my EQ.
My absolute pleasure and all the best to everyone today.
Thanks, Jack. that was Jack Glennon talking to us about EQ and all the things that we can be doing to help not only ourselves in our personal lives, but also in our professional life. I think it's really important that we develop that particular muscle in our repertoire to better our lives and better the lives of those around us. So it's a great tool and a great skill to have. I want to introduce you to Antony. He is the creator of the Gaddie pitch, one of the best known pitching techniques in Australia and around the world. His values around humanity are transparent, and he has a clear vision to facilitate uplift for at least 1 billion people in the world by December 2035. He lectured marketing to the master's student at the Melbourne University and also at RMIT. His intellectual property achieved some of the highest feedback scores on record from the CEOs at the CEO Institute. He's overcome a legacy of abuse, and against the odds, he created 3 businesses and a terrific family with his wife. He has 2 teenage kids. And what's not commonly known about Antony is that he was suspended from kinder at the age of 5. Well, okay, so a bit of a rebel there, Antony. And I'll let Antony explain that a little bit later. And to share the secret sauce to success model with us, please welcome Antony Gaddie.
Well, thanks, Rose, and thank you for having me on the summit. Thank you for the invitation, greatly appreciated. And thanks also for that really warm intro. The suspension story is a true story. I did get suspended at the age of 5, actually for cutting my own and then a few other kids' hair at school. And when I look back on it, I think they should have rather given me some kind of a reward for the creativity rather than suspending me and making me stay at home for a week. But anyway, I thought I'd spend a minute just sharing where all of this is coming from and why I hope some people will care. And then separately, I'll give a little bit of context. And the key for this morning session together is I wish to share a model, and I'll talk about who invented the model. But ideally, I'd love it if everyone in the summit was able to walk away with 1 or 2 very practical tools that can be used. And ideally, if you can use the tools to create uplift for whatever it is that you're trying to do. So I'm going to say for your definition of success. And this photo is my favorite photo of all time. It's taken about 14 or 15 years ago. I had a little bit more hair then than I have now. And it's actually of me with an amazing woman called Christina. And the reason that this photo is my favorite of all time is Christina was actually my godmother. She passed away, unfortunately, about 4 or 5 years ago. But she was my godmother when I was growing up in South Africa. And she anchored me through some really turbulent times. And the reason that this photo is so special is when I was a kid, age 1, 2, 3, all the way to 6, we used to go to this beach where we are now, Durban. And in those days, she wasn't allowed on the beach unless she was wearing maid's overalls and physically minding the white children, me and my sister, because there were big signs all over the place saying whites only. So this was in the thick of racist apartheid South Africa. And here we are all these years later, holding hands on the beach. I went back to South Africa with my Australian wife to show her where I grew up and to meet Christina and spend some time with Christina. And here we are on the beach, holding hands. The waves are rolling in, and my wife just called us. And as we turned around, she took the photo because, of course, by now, apartheid had fallen. And there we stood as equals. So that tells you a little bit about me. For me, empowerment and equality are really important. In terms of the context of the tool itself, the system itself that I'm going to share, for me, childhood was a very dangerous place. It's probably a good way to describe it. Sexual abuse incident, age 4. Mum and dad split up when I was 5. Mum remarried a British guy and physically had to drag me at the airport away from my dad. I didn't want to leave my dad in South Africa. And we got off to the UK. That marriage didn't last. So we got back to South Africa. Um, my my dad then remarried. He married a woman who basically abused the heck out of me for the next 20 plus years on a daily basis, psychologically, emotionally, verbally. She beat me up a few times physically, never sexual, but still it was a tough time. And that woman, Christina, that I showed you, she was a big anchor through all of this. And then, unfortunately, when I was 15, my mum actually took her own life. I landed up moving into her house alone, basically to run away from my stepmom. And when I think about it, my son's now 16. I look at him and I think about him in a big 4-bedroom mansion by himself. And I was a year younger than he is now. And I just think, what the heck? Like, how did I manage? How did I get through that? And more than getting through that, I look at my life now and I consider the whole thing to be a complete miracle. I am married to the most amazing woman, Simone. We have 2 beautiful, happy, healthy, funny, normal children. And it was about 3 days ago that myself and my wife were talking, and we looked at each other and we said, gee, it's actually amazing. We have everything that we need, everything. And when I said that, and we said that to each other, I just recognized the miracle of it all. And the thoughts that came to mind for me were, this should not have been possible. If I look where the journey started and then where it is now, it shouldn't have been possible. The possibility of turning to alcohol or to drugs or even to suicide, I'd say, were moderate to high, but somehow I didn't do that. And the question I have asked myself a lot is, how did I manage not to do that? And not only not to do that, how did I get to be where I am now? And I couldn't be more grateful. You know, we've got the Gaddie pitch, there's a range of businesses, and we're doing things. My clear vision is to facilitate uplift for at least 1 billion people by December 2035. And we're making amazing headway with that. So the chalk and cheese of it, the difference between past and present, and sort of past and present future, it's just amazing. And when I asked, how did I do it? That's really what I want to share today. I've got to start by saying that I made the initial decision. At a fairly young age, I made the initial decision that better was possible. Once I made the decision that better was possible, that a much better life was possible, some incredible mentors and human angels began to turn up. So if I can share one insight to start off with, it's that in terms of creating your own success, so when I say reaching your full potential, your true success, I mean by your definition of true success. So the first insight that I can share is that all success starts with a decision. All success starts with a decision and or a belief that something is possible. Once I began to catch up with mentors, there's one mentor that really stands out. Her name is Dr. Merle Friedman. She's a psychology PhD. I met her. She was a senior lecturer at the university where I studied in South Africa. And she taught me the model that I'm about to show you. So I must give full credit to Merle Friedman. And you'll see the spelling of her name as soon as I show you the slides. So again, I will share screen so that I can talk you through.
Jack, it's interesting to hear from your past, all the trauma that you've gone through and that you have built a life of giving and sharing. It's a credit to you.
Thanks, Rose. Really appreciate that. And it's interesting, even there, I had a bit of a challenge to work through because I think I'm naturally a very generous human being. But I worked out over time that generosity by itself was not going to help me reach my full potential. What I mean by that is I run a strategic marketing consulting business, and I worked out over a period of time that I'm quite good, thankfully, at attracting leads, and I worked out how to do that. And then I became very good at closing deals. But what I realized, speaking about generosity, is that over a period of about 15 years, I closed a whole lot of deals which actually weren't all that good for me. So in some cases, we helped other organizations and people to do amazing things and to accelerate their business, in some cases by tens of millions of dollars. And in most cases, I asked for sometimes a reasonable consulting fee, sometimes a low consulting fee, and in a few cases, nothing.
Mm.
So that I would call generosity.
Yes, absolutely. Antony, I'll let you get on with your presentation, and thank you again for joining us.
Awesome. So can you see my screen by now?
Yes, I can.
All right, terrific. So this is Merle's secret sauce, Merle. Here is the spelling. Whoops, I'll get to it shortly. The spelling of her name is on the next slide. Think of your journey, whatever your journey might be, as let's compare it to the journey of a tree. So you've got a seed over here on the left, and ideally the seed germinates and a little root comes out. And over time, the tree takes a journey and grows a stem and some leaves and some fruit. And if we are able to nurture the soil, and if we are able to water the soil and to look after the tree, ideally over time, the tree becomes really tall and it reaches its full potential and it bears its maximum amount of fruit. So I'll ask everyone in the session today to think of yourself as the tree. And the first question I want to pose to you, and I want to give you a moment to think about it, is what does your full tree look like? In other words, what does true success look like for you? I know in terms of society, we're very often trained to think of success as huge amounts of money. But I've asked my kids some questions. I've asked them to name me a few really famous singers and pop stars who've got tons of money. And then we've asked the question about, are these people really happy? Are they all really happy? So let me leave the question with you for a moment. I want you to reflect for half a minute and just write down, if you can, one sentence, maybe two. What does true success look like for you? For me, it's about having enough money to do all the things that I want to do. And it's actually about being the best father and the best husband that I can be and traveling the world and having an impact, facilitating uplift for other people and for the planet. That's success for me. What does success look like for you? Take a moment to contemplate that. All right, so now hopefully you've got a sentence or two around what success looks like for you. I'm going to ask you next to think of a person who you think has achieved amazing success, and it could be anyone. It could be someone who's alive or who's since passed away. It might be an elite athlete. It might be a politician, a leader, someone who you've seen in a movie, an actor. And can I actually ask for some feedback? Is anyone able to put in the chat what your definition, sorry, who your hero is? Who's one person who you would name as being really successful? They achieved their full potential. So some of the people that come up in the workshops that we share, people quite often go to Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. I've heard Mandela mentioned many times. So if we think about these people, sorry, Rose, are you, am I able to dialogue with you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I believe that a hero is someone who shares their success with others. I don't have a particular person in mind. I think that a hero has many facets, and it could be saving somebody, it could be, but yeah, to me, is someone who shares their success with others, is not afraid to be seen or be heard. And even with those ones that can be quiet heroes in the background, that don't want to be seen or heard by anybody, but just shares what they've achieved.
Well, what an awesome and fascinating definition of someone who's successful. Most of the people that we hear when we ask this question are celebrities and commercial heroes. For the sake of sharing the insights, I'm going to run with Elon Musk. So a question that I'll ask about Elon Musk as we start to build this model of success is, did Elon need to take risks in order to get to where he is, in order to do what he's done? Did he need to become confident with taking some risks?
Yeah, I think everyone has to take a risk to find success. I think success doesn't come automatically. I don't think. I think you need to try. You need to put some effort into it.
Okay, so that's the first ingredient to true success. We've got to become okay with taking some risks. Next question. Would it have been possible for Elon to do what he did without being comfortable with failing a little bit, or maybe even many times along the way? So I'll call it falling over and taking the learnings and then getting up again.
Yeah, I don't like the word failure. I think I like to use them as learning opportunities. That's what I like to call them.
Okay, absolutely. So learning opportunities, times when we stumble, I guess we can either see it as a failure or as a learning opportunity. And Rose, you're saying every time, look at it as a learning opportunity. So that's the next one. You've got to become comfortable with making some mistakes and taking the learnings. So Rose, can I ask you then, what are some of the things that you'd say you are good at, and what are some of the things that you would like to become good at?
I think I'm good at being a podcast host.
Yep.
I think I'd like to be better at making money.
All right. So you're an amazing podcast host. I've seen some of your stats, and you'd like to become better at making money. So what you've just described are skills. And we can be confident with various skills, but our confidence varies from skill to skill. I've just got a few examples here. So maybe a certain person is very good at attracting leads. They're not quite as good at closing deals. A heck of a lot of people are really fearful of public speaking. Maybe they're really good at being a parent, but in your case, Rose, you're labeling one that's a little bit lower that you want to make higher as making money. So if we consider these to be skills that we have, they're all bars of self-confidence. And we need these skills, and we need these, I'm going to call them these different confidences, in order to get to the higher goal here, which is your definition of true success. Now, what I'm going to disclose here is actually Merle's secret sauce. This is the ultimate insight. What are some of the things which parents and or teachers typically tell children which are negative? What are some of the things that we may have heard parents, whether it was ours or somebody else's, teachers, whether they're talking to us or talking to somebody else? What are some of the negative things that we hear these people say?
You could do better. I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah, you could do better. I'm disappointed in you. Or you silly Billy, or you're no good at that. You can't do that. You're not coordinated enough to play tennis.
Yeah, all things like all negative things that erode self-esteem.
Yeah.
And confidence in oneself.
Yeah, great call. And the challenging thing is, as young kids, we don't yet have the sophisticated thinking and the level of discernment to put screens up against this negative speaking. So very often as young kids, we'll actually take these things on, and it starts to form our view of ourselves, and it starts to form the basis of this thing that we call self-worth. So now, Rose, what's the flip side of that? What are some of the positive things that parents or teachers may have said? And we always look for these things from our parents. Sometimes we don't get it from our parents, but actually very often there are other adults around who we can get positive things and positive affirmations from. So what are some of the positive things that parents, teachers, and or caregivers might say to young kids?
Good job for getting your work done on time. Good job for, I don't know, cleaning your room. Good job for winning that ribbon in that event, stuff like that. Positive feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. If I remember back to my own childhood, I know my mum was fraught with issues, but she did give me a lot of positivity. I remember she said to me, Antony, you're really good. Your vocabulary is amazing. From a young age, she told me multiple times, the way you articulate yourself, it's amazing. And I grew to believe that my vocabulary was amazing. As a result, I became good at languages. I speak 4 of them now, and I can hear the different sounds in the different languages. And I'm learning a 5th one now with my kids, French. And that came from the belief that I could master a language, which came from my mum telling me, you're really good at English. So I wrote down some of the things that I heard. I heard from my dad, you're very coordinated. My mum told me I'm good at languages. My dad explained to me one day that you can actually do, Antony, you can do anything that you put your mind to. So I took that on as part of self-worth. I took that on as part of my essence. So final question, and then I'll show the final insight on this, Matt. What would you say are some of the experiences that kids might have along the way that positively contribute to self-worth? And I'm thinking group experiences. What are some experiences that kids have in groups that might be positive?
Playing a sport.
Absolutely. So are you talking about a team sport?
Yeah, like soccer or football or what else is there? Netball, basketball.
Yep. So playing a team sport, working in with other people, getting some kind of a good outcome, getting some kind of good feedback. Again, positive experience. One of the examples that I absolutely love is Scouts. So in Scouts, kids are typically taught things in a group, and very often they need to collaborate and cooperate to produce an outcome. And again, if we think about Scouts, a lot of the things that are done there, tying ropes, tying knots, doing this, doing that, and you come out with a positive outcome. So if we combine that with the positive things that adults say to us, those are the things that contribute, well, those are some of the things that contribute to self-worth as a kid. And the key idea is, if we want to achieve true success, being this goal up top here, not only do we need to go after improving the skills, because if we improve the skills, then if I become better at leading people, then this bar grows taller. But here's the ultimate insight that I want to share. If we go after improving our self-worth, if we can find ways to improve our self-worth, self-worth is the platform upon which all these confidence bars rest. So if I improve my self-worth, what happens is this. The whole platform raises and all of these skills go higher simultaneously. Or my confidence in all of these skills goes higher simultaneously. And Rose, there's a line that we call the I'm willing to try line. And think of the I'm willing to try line as a line that lives from left to right here. And the moment our confidence bar touches that line or goes higher, we become willing to try that thing. And remember, we said towards the beginning that success requires us to feel okay with taking some risks. So again, I'll bring it all back down to self-worth. The key insight I want to share is, for me, against a backdrop of some really big challenges, somehow I found a way to get mentorship and to read all the self-help books I could possibly lay my hands on, and to attend courses with various different people. I couldn't get enough of it. And what I was searching for was insights that would help me to grow my self-worth. Now my self-worth is a lot stronger. So what that means in business is I don't just go for generosity. I do go for generosity in both directions. We call that mutuality. When there's mutuality in a deal, it's very interesting. Where it's just generous, me being generous. Rose, if you were really generous to me and you just, you gave to me all the time, my boat would rise and I'd be really grateful and really happy and I'd love you for it. But if I never gave anything back to you, and if no one gave anything back to you, your boat would go down a little bit or it would go down a lot. So if we bring it back to self-worth, ideally we'll always set things up for mutuality so that both boats can rise. And think of mutuality as the opposite of extraction, where we meet someone, we think, what can we get from this person? The question I ask is, what can we do together? How can we support each other's success? It's just a slightly different approach. But I really attribute a lot of what's going on in my environment to that approach and to doing work on self-worth. Yeah, how does that resonate?
It makes a lot of sense, Antony. You're right. If you continue to give, and you're not getting anything back, you're feeling that that you're, you feel a bit used, I guess, would be, the thing. And, it's got to be something that's mutually beneficial. I think if you just keep giving all the time, you feel your self-worth diminished when you're not receiving anything back in return.
Yeah. And it's funny, Rose, I used to do that all the time because I was afraid of not being generous. But when I look back on it, that fear of not being generous came from lack of self-worth. Once I grew the self-worth and I realized where I stand and what I actually deserve, I became much better at asking for what I need and much better at recognizing when a deal is win-win and when it's not win-win. And when it's not win-win, I just say no. And I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can, become a people pleaser. A lot of us are people pleasers because of our, childhood traumas or whatever the traumas that we've lived through our lives, or we've not learned any differently than to, please people all the time. And we gauge our self-worth on, people pleasing. And, we need to stop doing that. We need to stand there on our own and be happy with who we are and give as generously as we can without forfeiting our self-esteem and our self-worth.
What a great call. I'll leave one last insight just in terms of the self-worth. So, Rose, what you're talking about there, people pleasers, I'd suggest the self-worth looks a little bit more like this. But once we stop people pleasing and we recognize who we are and where we stand, I think the self-worth looks a lot more like that. And of course, when the self-worth is high, as I mentioned before, our confidence across the board, across all these different areas that we might name, goes up, and the likelihood of achieving success goes up. The last distinction to share is that self-worth, increasing self-worth, comes from a number of areas, including what we say to ourselves and how we treat ourselves. A lot of us think self-worth comes from outside and, gee, I wish the world would treat me better. My invitation to anyone who's thinking that way is to think, how can I treat myself better in the first instance? Because the world will treat me as I instruct the world to treat me. If I wake up in the morning and I have the discipline to do a meditation and to eat something healthy for breakfast and go for a run, straight away I have fed my self-worth. I have done things that will nourish me. And if I talk to myself during the day in kind terms and don't set myself up for stress and for failure, again, I'm feeding the self-worth. The higher the self-worth grows, the higher the confidence grows. The higher the confidence grows, the more likely I am to take these risks and to be comfortable with making mistakes. And of course, if I can grow the purple and the skills and these two things over here, that has been my experience of being able to get closer to my definition of true success.
Absolutely wonderful, Antony. I agree with you 100% on that. Antony, where can people find you if they want to work with you or indeed learn a little bit more about your pitch?
Two ways. One is to simply send me an email, Antony at Symphony7, SYMPHONY, and then the digit 7.earth. And then separately, Rose, I'll extend an invitation through you. I don't want to invite people to something without just going through you. We've actually got a workshop coming up in which we'll share a knockout proposal template, which clients of ours have used to close literally tens of millions of dollars of business. And also the next step in the confidence journey, we'll share the confidence wellspring, where we'll learn that support is the number one thing to increase confidence and to, I can't say ensure success on the journey, but to dramatically increase our chances of success.
Absolutely. Antony, thank you so much for sharing the road to success with us and how we can, find ourselves developing our self-worth and building up our lives, both in business and in our personal way. Now you can find Antony on LinkedIn at Antony Gaddie, and Gaddie is Gaddie. You can also find him at gaddiepitch.com and symphony7.earth. Antony, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks very much for having me, Rose. And thanks to everyone who's joined.
And my next guest is Paul Farmer. And Paul, are you there? And now Paul is a founder of Mentorus Group. He has an astute business mind with 28 years of experience, and Paul is known for his ability to simplify complexities, reset strategies, and deliver epic results in record time. With his independent perspective and strategic mindset, he adds maximum value to organizations and teams, making him a true business mentor and leader. With an impressive background in finance and strategy, refined in multinational oil and gas organisations in Australia and in the UK, Paul is the go-to for businesses looking to achieve massive success and growth. His expertise as a business and leadership specialist, business coach, and chairperson of the board demonstrates his commitment to driving results and helping businesses thrive. Now, Paul's going to be talking to us about resetting what's possible. Paul, take away. It's all yours.
All mine. Awesome. So I have slides, but you know what? Today's Friday, so I'm not going to use slides. We're going to have a discussion, and it may need some participation from you, Rose.
Oh, wonderful. I look
So,
forward to that.
so first question to you, Rose. What does the picture behind me, what does that mean to you?
It's a man standing at a window with lots of colourful things in the background.
That's it. So, interestingly enough, this is in my office in the city, and everyone that comes into my space, I ask them what they see when they look at that picture. Now, most will either be I'm uncovering the noise, which is I'm uncovering the gifts that I've got, which I'm not showing. So go back to Anthony's comment before and his presentation, the self-awareness of what's going on in my space. Then this is something that gets people thinking about, okay, well, am I trying to unlock the secrets and the gifts that I've got for others? Or am I wanting to shut up the noise because it's loud in our space at the moment? And so I had a client come in on Monday, and she came in and I said, what does it mean? And she said, there's so much noise going on, I want it to stop. So if I could pull the beige across and make it all beige, she said that would help me because there is so much going on. Yep. So we're not psychologists. We don't deal in psychology. However, being in the business space, 90% of what we do is relating to helping people see what's possible. And 90% of it relates to mindset. So we could jump straight into a business and what's making a business work and whatever, but generally the business owners, whether it's a small, medium, large, it doesn't matter. It's generally the business is a reflection of the business owners or the business decision makers. Yeah. So we help them unpack that, because that generally is where most of the issues come up when we deal with businesses that are either challenged or they're flying. We generally start with a conversation with the business owner. How do we create an opportunity for them to think about their space differently? Because we have a saying, nothing changes if nothing changes.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. And so we also have another saying, which is take it and go, well, if we're not prepared to do something about it, then we're not earning the right to whinge a bitch and moan about not having the business that we want, because we're not doing anything about it. So, and to go to the comment that's in the chat, it's beautiful how when there is a lot of noise, then there are a lot of opportunities. It's how do you put structure around that? And we tend to find, and a great question in the chat, we find that helping business owners step out of their business, look at their business and say, right, what do we want this thing to be in 12 months? Yep, clients and workflow, financials, systems and processes, you name it. Then we spend time helping them get clear on what they want in 12 months. Then we step back and say, right, well, between where you are now and then, what needs to change and what are you prepared to take on? And again, going back to Antony's comment earlier, the self-awareness is, what is it that I'm choosing to do, which is showing up in my business?
Yeah. We always have a choice, Paul, about
totally
what we see, what we don't see, what we like, what we don't like. How do we go about making all the right choices and, stopping all that noise?
Interesting, because you're right. We always have a choice. And I had a conversation with a lady yesterday who asked the same question. She said, I've got so much noise. How do I deal with what it is that's there, but how do I make it resourceful? How do I make it useful? And I said, well, I'll be honest. Most of the noise that comes into our space is our doing. We cause it. And we have for us, it starts with the questions that we ask ourselves. So for example, something will happen, and I'll use the example of I was going to the airport last week and a car came across in front of our taxi. And so the taxi driver had two options. He could just sit there and go, yep, cool, righto, someone else has changed direction. Or he could do what he did and jump on the horn, put his hand out the window, start abusing people based on what happened outside of his space. Now, again, he had a choice. He could choose to either look at it and say, okay, well, that's someone else's space and I can't do anything about it, or I can make it mean something to me. So we have this saying, which is ask yourself a rubbish question, get a rubbish answer, make it mean something rubbish, take rubbish action, get rubbish results, feel like rubbish, judge yourself for feeling rubbish. Or we could ask a great question, which might get us a great answer, which we may mean something great, which means we take great action, get great results, feel great, and then judge ourselves for feeling great. What started it? A question. And that's a question that we ask, whether it's consciously or not. It's always us that causes us to go on either side of that spectrum. So when there is a lot of noise coming up, then you becoming conscious of the question that you're asking yourself, that there is the thing that's starting off which way you go down the path. Is it a great question or is it a rubbish question? And if it's a rubbish question, you're generally then going to start to head down the path of getting rubbish outcomes. So, for example, if we're sitting there going, what are we going to have for dinner? I can either go, gee, I feel like KFC tonight. And if I then go, I feel like KFC, but I'm on a health kick, how's that going to go? Probably not well. But if I ask myself, so what would help me stay in line with what I want to eat? Is it KFC? If the answer is no, then we start down on a different path.
Mm.
So
And
looking
when
at yeah.
And choosing the path that is leads to enlightenment, so to speak, I guess is the better way to go. And you're right about rubbish questions, and and you bag yourself for asking a rubbish question, or
choose to, yeah.
or you feel wonderful when you've asked the right question and you feel good about it at the end.
Yeah, totally. And you can, and the beauty is the fact that we create it all. Because we are the ones that ask ourselves the question, whether it's a good or a bad question, or whether it's the right or wrong, or there is no right, wrong, good or bad. It's just, you know what, you ask yourself a question, you go down a path, and then you get to a point and you go, well, actually, this isn't what I want. So you ask yourself another question, which then changes. So to go back to your point, everything's about choice. We have the ability to choose everything, whether we're conscious of it or aware of it. Yeah, like Antony said before, if we're not aware of something, then generally we just go through our filters that we've built up over time, which is based on past experience. So, for example, let's take the trade space. If we're looking to get a tradesperson to come in and do some work, historically trades, and maybe not even historically, trades have been known to be overpriced, lazy, late, bad communicators, do rubbish work, the dodgy tradie. It's and I work with a lot of tradies, so I get the generalization. But if our perception is that that's what they're going to be, then if I'm a tradie, I've got to deal with that to get through that, to then have me as a customer consider someone that is different to what the past experience has been for someone. And a lot of the time it's asking a question. So, if I'm working, say, for example, we did business strategy. So if I'm going to a tradie and say, have you worked with someone previously around business strategy, or have you worked with a business coach, or have you worked with someone to help you grow your business before? And they'll say, if they say yes, I'll say, what was the experience? If they said it was rubbish, I know what I'm dealing with already. So then it's up to me to try and help them see that what we do isn't the same as everyone else. Or I could just assume that they think I'm great and go down the path, and they'll get to a point and they'll probably say, well, that's too expensive.
Mm.
Or you're just like everyone else, you're going to be rubbish. So I'll just keep doing it myself.
Yeah. And building a community of quality humans is one of the keys to ensuring that that key stakeholders in anything that we do are surrounded by other quality humans. So how can we bring those quality humans and towards us and build that community?
Oh, we can be the example. Yep. Your people find you when they know how to find you and they know where to find you and they align with you. So I'll be honest, I've over the last 2 to 3 years, I've been really conscious about building up what I call a circle of trust. And that circle of trust is in Brisbane, in and around Brisbane. That's between 40 to 50 trusted advisors that relate to all the professional services. So accounting, insurance broking, marketing, web design, you name it, financial planning. So I've created for me in our space, we've created a circle of trust so that anyone that goes through our business as our consulting, or we've got group programs starting in January, anyone that goes through that, they get the ability to access those trusted advisors. And the community that we're building and have built, then people ring me rather than going to Google to find out where they can get a professional services person. Or if they're looking for a painter or a builder or whatever, people now come to me and they go, Farms, do you know yesterday? So a client of mine, he said, do you know someone in the HR space? Do you know someone in the workplace health and safety space? Oh, and by the way, do you know an accountant?
Mm.
And so over the course of 2 to 3 years, I've got to know the people, and you use the phrase quality humans. We have two rules in our space. One is we only work with good people. Rule number one. Rule number two, see rule number one. That's it. The simplicity is that if someone isn't a good person, you're putting your trust that you have with your people and you're transferring that to them. If they then go bugger it up, then it means that the trust that you had with the original people potentially is gone.
Yeah, that is so true. I mean,
Isn't it?
Yeah, to do with like if I refer someone to someone else and that person that I've referred them to, it doesn't do the right job or, lets them down, then it's sort of, well, I feel that it's a black mark against me because I've trusted this person and they've let me down. I feel that.
Yeah, but the big thing that comes up in that is the fact that we feel like we've let ourselves down because we have referred someone who's done a crap job. So then we've let our trusted people down by referring someone that hasn't done a great job. So you sit there and you reflect on yourself and you go, well, I'm the one. So, in the last 12 to 18 months, I've had 2 or 3 people who've let me down in that situation. And so I sat there and I thought, well, I'm the one that referred them. I'm the one that put them in contact with people in my space. So I took that as being, well, if they haven't delivered, that's on me because I'm the one that recommended them into that space. So the whole element of owning everything in your space, whether you create it or not, just allows you to be able to take what's in your space and go, well, for what purpose has that created an issue for me? Well, it just means that relationship I had with that advisor, obviously I hadn't maintained it. Otherwise, I would have known that they may not have been delivering at a certain level.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's really important that you can trust the people that are within your circle to deliver the goods that they have said that they will deliver, and it's important that that they make other people aware that they're trustworthy.
Yeah, and it's your circle of trust, not anyone else's. It's yours. So all the people that are in your space, that's a trust circle that you've created. And if someone's not living up to what they say they should be able to do, that's okay. But they just don't get to stay in the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree with that. I think And circles are important. You don't want people, breaking out of that circle and making the circle incomplete.
Well, let's be honest. Where you have a circle of trusted advisors that generally do stuff that you don't do, it makes it easier for you, because then you don't have to try and be all things to everyone.
Yeah, that's
true. That's what we find. I mean, we don't do accounting, we don't do legal, we don't do insurance broking, we don't do that side of consulting. So the easiest way for us is to have people that do that, and we just go, well, we're going to be honest, that's not us. We strategically help you, but this is where, speak to this person, speak to that person, speak to that person, speak to that person. It makes it so much easier, because you can easily go, no, that's not us. Not, oh, I've got to help them, because otherwise they might look at me and go, well, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Which,
stay in their own lane, basically.
And the tap might turn off if I say no to them. Well, this makes it easy to say no, but we're still helping them because we don't do what they do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Paul, people can find you on LinkedIn at Brisbane Business Coach, and on your website at mentorisgroup.com.au, momentummasters.com.au, and at 23publishing.com.au. You've got some event that you run on a regular basis, is that right?
Yeah, I often I run growth workshops. So we look at running them quarterly, and essentially it's helping business owners unpack what's in their space, what growth means to them, and how they can make it happen, but also understand what's influencing them in their business at the moment. Because in May this year there were 1,245 insolvencies. And the tax office are chasing $50 billion worth of outstanding debt. So businesses are being impacted by activities that are generally outside of their control, yet they still want to grow, but they may not be getting access to as much cash as they had 18 months ago. So we help businesses reset that. So half-day workshops, I think they're $50 to join, and it's about being in a room with others who want to grow, but to get an understanding of what growth means to them, so they can actually make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously within these workshops, you can meet your trusted advisors, perhaps, or be referred to one of your trusted advisors for a service that you don't provide.
And interestingly enough, a number of the participants in the group are the people that are in my circle of trust, because they aren't they're business owners, but they're a technician. So, for example, IT specialists, they're accountants, they're lawyers, whatever, but their specialty is technical as opposed to running a business. So they like to get in the room. Builders. I ran a workshop in Perth, and we had 12 builders and painters. Yeah. A lot of them, what do they know about running a business? Not much. But so we help them unpack how they can continue to grow, but do it in a deliberate way.
Yeah, absolutely. And helping other businesses grow is, we were talking with Jack earlier about helping, leadership. And, being a great leader is not keeping all the information to yourself, but sharing what you know and, helping others to thrive.
And then the most common question I'm getting at the moment from business owners is, how can I not work in my business? And we call it becoming a consultant to your business. And that, at the moment, I've had in the last 3 months, I've had probably 20 to 25 business owners have asked me, how do I make that happen? Because I'm tired. I don't want to be doing what I'm doing, and I want to step back. And they do 3 things. They want to manage the vision, manage the energy, and be a mentor for the team. But at the moment, they're all on the tools. So we just help them, and what we classify as become a consultant to your business. Yeah. So we just help them see how they make it happen.
Yeah, yeah. And I think helping others to grow is it's got to be good for the soul.
Of course it is. Of course it is, especially those that get validation partially from helping to see other people grow.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, someone told me that I'm a person who likes to be of service, and I think they're probably right. I like to help others shine the light on themselves, and, you know, help them to
Me
grow
too.
and meet their full potential.
I'm the same. And everything that we do is based around helping other people see what's possible. That's as simple as it is. Everything we do, whether it's one-on-one, group coaching, whatever, publishing books, same thing. Doesn't matter. It's all about helping people see what's possible. So, you know, regardless of the method, like you, I love helping people. So what is it that we do? We just help people.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Paul, it has been an absolute pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for joining me today here on the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit. It warms my heart when people from other walks of life, other business types, want to share their knowledge in such an open forum.
And thank you for the invitation, and thanks to Susie for connecting with me as well. She and Troy are a powerhouse, and I know them well. So thank them for helping me be a part of it as well. So
yeah,
thank
Susie's
you everyone.
I've known her for a little while now, and yeah, she's always helping so many other people get on their feet and help their businesses get up and going and thriving.
I played rugby with Troy in 1996, so that's how long I've known those people. So yeah.
All right, Paul. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Rose. Good luck, Manny.
Bye-bye. Now, I want to introduce my next guest, which is who is Manny Skevofilax. And I'll never get the pronunciation of that right, and I'm sure he'll correct me when he comes on. Manny is one of my sponsors of the summit today, and Manny is from Portco CFO Consulting. And I thank him so much for being so generous with his sponsorship today. Now, Manny is a consultant, he's a speaker, he's an author that guides business owners on maximizing profits and overcoming growth challenges. Since 2003, Manny achieves extraordinary outcomes for his clients by using his experience in strategic planning, financial statement analysis, operations, organizational development, and team building. At Baltimore, Maryland, a native, Manny earned a Bachelor of Science in Business and a Master of Science in Finance from the Merrick School of Business at the University of Baltimore. Prior to starting his career as a consultant, Manny's background includes a formal bank credit training and serviced as a vice president at Comerica Bank, a US-based commercial lending institution. I'm now starting to go dry from all this talking. He has corporate lending experience in the US and continental European markets with specialties in commercial business finance, real estate finance, and large corporate syndicated lending for mergers and acquisitions. Manny, you're there, I know, and waiting to come on. Thank you so much for coming on today, and I look forward to you sharing with us avoiding the 8 growth mistakes as you grow your business.
Rose, I am delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
It's so lovely to see you again. It's been too long between discussions.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, and so and how's the time and the weather for you today?
It's lovely. It's a fall day here. I'm on the eastern portion of the United States in Maryland, so it's a fall day, but the weather has been lovely. It's been unseasonably warm.
Oh,
so we're very, very blessed.
Wonderful. Well, I'll let you get on with your presentation.
Okay. I want to, here we go. Let me see if I can, I didn't want to use slides. So what I did, Rose, is I took this article and everybody can look at it and we can look at it together.
Wonderful.
So my name is Manny Skevofilax. I am a business advisor. I help business owners maximize profits and overcome growth challenges. I have been very blessed. I've had my business for the past 21 years, and my parents were actually born on this picture you see behind me on the island of Carpathos, Greece. And they immigrated to America after World War II and got into the restaurant business. So a beautiful place, but very poor. Imagine having to leave there and go work in a restaurant 18 hours a day. So those lessons shaped my experience. And as I got into my career, I started seeing the same, let's call them missteps or mistakes over and over again as business owners were trying to grow their businesses. And I decided to compile the top 10 or top 8 actually of the mistakes that I would see the most. And I actually wrote a book, as Rose mentioned, called Ultimate Profit Management, Maximizing Profitability as You Grow Your Business. And this is actually one of the chapters in the book where I expand on this topic. So let's get right to it. The first one, the first growth mistake that I see time and time again is setting an unreasonable growth goal for your business. And everyone defines reasonable in their own way. So if you have a business that perhaps is conducted online and you're able to pick up, let's just hypothetically say, maybe you can bring on 1,000 customers this month because it's a lot easier for you to onboard than someone else in another business. So if that's the case, then maybe you can grow your business 50% a year, the revenue, or 100% a year. But for some businesses, it might be impossible to do 5 or 10%. The point is, I've seen time and time again that it creates a lot of stress when that business owner just arbitrarily says, you know what, I'm growing this business. I'm going to double this business this year, or it's not worth me getting out of bed. And what we see is it puts a lot of stress on the leadership. It puts a lot of stress on the employees. You and your people can burn out from being overworked. And it's not really a good thing. So the moral of the story here is set a reasonable growth goal for yourself and something that you believe that's achievable. And it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, as long as it works for you and you're not overstressing yourself and your team. The second one is one of my favorites because unfortunately I still suffer from it. It's called shiny new toy syndrome, or focusing on shiny new toys.
Oh yes, I think we're all guilty of that. We all get a bit led astray, Manny, on those shiny new toys that come around, and we don't focus on what's important.
Thank you, Rose. So I've gotten better over the years, but I can't help it. So this one, you make a plan, you've convinced yourself, you're implementing this plan. Let's say it's a 90-day plan and you're about halfway through it. And then all of a sudden something catches your eye and it distracts you. That shiny toy comes along and you want to go check it out. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that plan that you spent all that time and effort on and you're halfway through implementing it, it stalls because of your distraction. So I have done my best to stop focusing on the shiny new toys. And I advise my clients, and I'm telling you, it's not easy, but the example that I use is that just do a plan for 90 days and tell yourself, I'm not changing until I get to my 90 days. Now, there's one caveat I like to mention. If you find that this plan has caused your business to become unprofitable, or caused you some kind of cash flow crunch, please stop and pivot. It's okay to do it then. So another one that I see often, so business owners have so much going on, putting out fires. There are so many different tasks that a business owner is undergoing every day. One of the most important ones that I saw was they don't stop for, let's just say, 1 hour to review their financial results. And the feedback that I got from my clients is, well, it's boring, Manny. I said, okay, I can understand that. I said, but this is what you're working for. This is why you wanted to have your own business. So convincing that business owner to stop once a month and check in on where they thought they would be. Is the business performing the way you thought it was going to be? You know, this month, this quarter, this year to date? Or is your revenue where you thought it was going to be? Or your profits? So it's a really good way to, and I'm not talking about endless meetings. I'm talking about a 1 hour financial review, review your P&L, review your balance sheet, review your statement of cash flows, and make it as fun as possible. It'll give you a good feeling. And then most importantly, if any negative trends show up, you'll be able to immediately take action. As opposed to, I've had prospects and clients that they don't look at a financial statement for like 2 or 3 months after the month is closed. So for example, let's say June or July is closed and they're not getting that financial statement till October. And if there was something negatively impacting their results, if they would have looked at their financial in August, let's say, right after the July close, maybe they could have taken some action. So this is always a big one. Check in every month at a minimum. Here's one that there's a lot of pluses and minuses. Hiring and then keeping the wrong people for the job. There has been so much turmoil over the last 4 years since the pandemic. It's really been difficult to get a read on things. You know, over here in the States, we had a massive work from home effort, and all of a sudden now, after all these years, it's getting suddenly flipped, where they say you got to be back to work and in the office, you know, at least 3 or 4 days a week. And by the way, we need you back here in 2 days with not giving the employees notices. And then there's been like a shortage of qualified help across a lot of different industries. So this one it's got a lot of thorns on it. But what I found was hiring and keeping the wrong people for the job. It's your main mission as the leader to ensure that you have the right people on your team. So you have the extra added duty of doing the best you can to make sure that Manny, this new hire, is going to be a good fit, and that I am listening and understanding what you're trying to communicate to me. I found that so many times my clients, the business owners, are not giving clear directions to their employees. And meanwhile, Manny, the employee, is coming into work and he's looking at his boss, Rose, who's smiling at him. And Manny's smiling back at Rose and saying, you know, good morning. And Manny thinks everything's okay. Well, meanwhile, Rose is going, what is this guy doing? Because there's no management of expectations. Rose gave me a raise. She gave me a bonus. In my world, everything's fine. So if you see that Manny is not going to be a good fit, it's important to move quickly, because as a small business owner, you don't have the luxury of having billions of dollars of cash, excess cash in the bank that could cushion, you know, a blow if you needed to take one. So you don't want to micromanage. You just want to simply make sure that you're giving effective communication and it's clear. And if this person is not the right person for the job, you know, with great respect, try to see if you can first redeploy them in your organization into another position, or, you know, in a worst case, you'll have to replace them. So it's a very difficult thing to do because of the emotions involved, but it's been one it's always in the top 5. All right, let's switch over and talk about overhead. It's really difficult for us as human beings because we like to have nice things. So we want to have a nice office. We want the office to look nice. And as you're trying to grow that business, you got to be really careful about the overhead expenses that you're bringing on. And I saw this a lot when I was in banking, where we would go to a customer's office and then that customer was losing money. And we would go into their office and we would be like, gosh, they have a new conference table and new conference chairs. Why would they do that? So you have to be very careful about what you're spending and why you're spending it. And that's going to be a function of how much profit is available in your business to be reinvested. There's going to be a portion that you have to keep in the business in order to grow it. And then the other piece of it, you're taking home to your family. So one of the things that I like to recommend is make an organization chart of your business with all the boxes of all of your team members and put the total compensation in that box. So you can see visually how much do you have invested in Manny? So let's say Manny makes total compensation, which includes the payroll taxes that you're paying and bonuses. So a all-in figure, let's say you're paying Manny $100,000 a year. Well, you'll have that in the box, and then you'll say to yourself, what did Manny contribute this year? And you'll be able to pretty quickly see whether or not the position is profitable for you. Now that comes with a couple caveats, because some employees don't have direct lines to revenue. They play other roles in your company. But the overall message here is to be very, very careful when you're taking on overhead as you're trying to grow the company. It's a delicate balance. And speaking of delicate balances, lacking sufficient working capital. So I see this every day. I work with fantastic entrepreneurs. They just jump right in, they start the business, and they get to it. And it's very impressive to watch. But if you're not keeping track of exactly how much profit you have to reinvest, it could cause you a challenge. So for example, you're in there, you're hustling, you're making sales, you know it's profitable, but you need X right now to take home, to pay for your mortgage, to pay for the groceries, to pay for your children's education, for their clothing, etc. And maybe at some point you need more than the business is able to pay you, which happens all the time. You need more take-home money than the business is able to provide to you right now. So you have to do your best to keep that overhead low enough and resist the urge to, expand the office space if you really don't need to. Get all those, beautiful wooden conference tables and chairs. Anything that is going to strain your limited working capital. And then try to avoid our natural tendency as human beings to spend money that you don't have, because we have very easy access to credit, right? Credit card, it's pretty easy to get. Sometimes, a few years ago, bank loans were very easy to get, although that's changing now. So try to do your best to keep that overhead under control. And what I learned from the senior bankers, what they advised us and advised the client, is that you don't have to have the best looking office to make clients like you. You have to have the best product, the best service. And that's what really counts. Speaking of those entrepreneurs that like to just dive in and ask questions later, what I see a lot is, hey, I got this new idea. I've already, when are you going to start? Well, I just started it, last month. Okay. But they didn't test the market. So what I'm talking about here is you have a business, and let's say you either make a product or provide a service, and you want to do the next product or the next service, and you didn't do any kind of check. So you didn't go talk to your customers to see the existing customer. Hey, I came up with this idea. Is this something that you could use? What value do you see in this product that I'm considering rolling out? So not testing the market ends up being pretty critical. It could have saved you a lot of time, effort, and capital if you spent a little time to ask first, test that market. But unfortunately, it goes against the entrepreneur's creed, which is to just jump in and let's go for it, and I'm going to make this work. But again, sometimes when you're trying to grow and your capital is limited because you're plowing most of your profit back into the business, it's very important to do the best you can to test first. Test first. And then going hand in hand with that is underpricing your product or your service. This one is a challenge because we want to make sales and we feel like everyone is driven by price. That, if I had a lesser price or a lower price, I could sell more, right? So we've got economics, peeking its head in here. Well, the thing is that over time, I was taught this, that when you underprice, let's talk about the example of a service company. When you underprice your service, it actually gives off a lower perception of value. So I don't know if you've seen those memes that say you get what you pay for, and there's like an ornate wood carved horse, that you had to pay some craftsman, a ridiculous amount of money to hand carve. And then there's the cheaper one, which is just a replica of a horse that's hung on the staircase. And it's important because what I was taught was you can't get that money back. So if you continue to underprice, let's say over a 10-year period, it's a significant amount of money that you'll never get back. So it is really important to, first and foremost, learn what your value is in your market, because all markets are different, and then proceed to learn how to market and present yourself to be able to get your value. And the other piece that was taught to me and drilled over and over again in my head was about commodities. Try to stay away from commodity businesses because they're low barriers to entry. Everybody can get into them, and they're all competing on price. And the lesson that I was taught was playing with commodities is a race to the bottom. So it doesn't happen fast. It's much better to just take your time, grow at your pace, and stay consistent. And I'd like to see if there's any questions that I could answer.
Manny, great presentation. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask you about, hiring the right people. Often, we think at the interview stage, we think and we believe that we've hired that right person. How do we, work out, and you did say, redeploy them to some other place, but what if they're really not a good fit even after the interview stage, and you've worked with them a little while? Would it be better just to terminate them, or would you try to redeploy them in the first instance?
Yeah, great question, Rose. If I heard you correctly, if you've interviewed and you didn't get a good feeling, I think you should terminate instead of waiting.
Yeah, some people interview really well, and they portray that they are a good fit for your business, but then they come into the business, they've worked there for a little while, and you find that perhaps they weren't as good a fit as what they portrayed themselves to be. What would you do in that instance?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. Let me ask you to educate me. Over here, what we do in America is we have a 90-day probationary period. So
yeah, we're the same here. I think
you have a similar one? Okay. So to your point, if they get through the interview process and you quickly see that it's not going to happen, One of the things you could do is a performance improvement plan to try to see is, make sure that you're completely clear that this employee is not performing up to satisfaction. And if not, I mean, as difficult as it is, Rose, you make an excellent point. It's best to terminate early if it's not a mutual fit, because that
Yeah.
employee's not going to feel good either.
Yeah, that's true. You do have the opportunity in that 90-day grace period, but I have worked with people who've interviewed well. They've muddled through the 90-day probationary period, and then all of a sudden their work just falls off, but for whatever reason, and they're not really a good fit, personality wise or work ethics wise or whatever. So what would you do in that instance?
I would terminate them. I mean,
yeah, I agree. I would do that too, but there are a couple of questions here in the chat. Is there a certain nice way you can terminate someone? Basically, how do you terminate them?
Just be direct, open, honest, and kind. Rose, thank you very much for your service. This is not going to work for us long term. And we don't need your service anymore.
Yeah.
Dispassionate, unemotional. It's a very sensitive topic. It's not fun. But it beats Rose and the employee having to go through heck every day because it's not a good fit. And it's ultimately going to hurt the business.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So,
I agree with you. I mean, I that's what I would do. I would terminate them, but I'm thinking of others that may not like that process. And, how do they get through that? Especially if they've not terminated it before.
Nobody likes the process, if I may be so bold. There's nothing good about the process.
No, I agree.
There's nothing good about it. However, it must be done because what we found is, and this was after a long period of time, I didn't come up with any of this. I was taught this. It creates so much chaos and so much stress, and it's magnified in the small business. Okay. In a business that has 100,000 employees, they say that 20% of the employees do 80% of the work, and you can hide. In a small business, if you're not performing, you can't hide. There's nowhere to hide. Thank you. This is not going to work, and we no longer require your service.
Yeah.
Say
absolutely.
it as kind and empathetic as you can.
Yeah. And the other question was, how do you select the right prices for your products? This person sells, makes greeting cards and bracelets. So how would they, select the right pricing?
I mean, excellent question. So I always start to see if you can play in the premium market. So what would make somebody want to pay? What would make your bracelet so special that they would want to pay extra for it? Right? So do you have that? Somebody would want to pay more for a Kylie Kardashian bracelet than they would want to pay for a Manny Skevofilax bracelet. Why is that? It's because there's higher perceived value with Kylie. So when you look at your bracelet, so look at the market that you're playing, and that'll be the first place to start. What kind of bracelet is it? Let's say it's, a seashell bracelet. What is special about that you could try to get some type of a premium on it? Same thing with the greeting cards. What would be special? So you're selling the value. My greeting cards are made of, let's just say, 95% recyclable material. That might push somebody to want to pay a little extra for your greeting card versus my greeting card because it has that extra added benefit, even though it might say happy birthday on the front of both. So sell the value. And then I don't think there's any such thing, in my opinion, as the right price. You've got to constantly experiment, but you got to think about it before you make the moves and take your time, think it through, because you don't want to be yo-yoing up and down on price. People don't like to buy something and then, a month later they find it that they paid 50% more because it's on sale or something like that. So you have to be very careful. So
Yeah,
try to see what extra value can you associate with your greeting cards and your bracelets, and can you get the customer to want to pay for it?
Yeah, and I think too, do your market research. Look at the the same types of items that you're making. See what the market is selling theirs for, and then and as Manny said, add the value that you believe that it's worth. Because if it's made of something special that no one else is doing, add that value to it. But I don't think there's there's no percentage. Really, it's not a percentage based thing. It's just what you believe that your item is worth based on what market value is.
Yeah, it's very well said, Rose.
Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Manny, where can people find you if they want to work with you?
On my website, please, Portal CFO, PORTALCFO.com.
Yeah, you can find Manny also on Facebook and on LinkedIn. And you've got a book, The Ultimate Profit Management. Can you tell us a little bit about your book and where they can find it, Manny?
Yes, I take the 10 points that I kept seeing over and over again, where I could say, gosh, I know how this movie ends. And I was fortunate enough to get a publisher to want to publish it. So it's Ultimate Profit Management, maximizing profitability as you grow your business. It is a fun read because I don't like boring. I made sure it's fun. It's got a lot of real world examples that my teachers and mentors taught me, and it's available on Amazon.
Wonderful. Manny, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you so much for sponsoring this event. I really warms my heart to think that people, want to spend their hard-earned money in sponsoring the summit.
My pleasure, Rose. And I enjoyed being here. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. We'll talk again soon, Manny. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Now, my next guest is Christine Campbell Rapin, and Christine is from Clear Acceleration. And she's going to be discussing with us fractured to focused and the 3 non-negotiables to ignite your client growth engine. Now, Christine is an energetic, tell it like it is, business advisor. She's a mentor. She's a consultant, a speaker, and a 3 times international best-selling author with more than 25 years experience in marketing, sales, and operations, working with startups to the biggest companies on the planet. She's supported over 400 companies to create a combined revenue of more than $1 billion and believes business growth can be elegantly simple when you focus on the 3 non-negotiable business foundations that build a client growth engine. And Christine has been a previous guest on Talking with the Experts, my podcast that I have, and it's such a pleasure to welcome her to the summit today. Christine, welcome to the summit, and please join us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's funny because I'm coming, of course, from the day before you. And so right about now, there's about 1 million ghosts and goblins and gremlins running around my neighborhood. And I just went to go check on my husband to say, how's that going out there? It's cold. But I'm really excited to be here and to talk to business owners about this, because I want you to win.
Yeah, we want businesses to win, and we want to make sure that they're using the best possible strategies to be able to start and grow their businesses and get to their full potential.
100%. And I think many people don't understand the way the business game is played. And so today I'm going to show you what will predict your revenue, what to focus on, and 3 core pillars that are foundations, regardless of whether you're in startup phase looking for your first client, or whether you're in a repeating pattern of success and you're growing your business. What I want to share today is going to be equally true for you if you are a service-based business or if you have a product. Because to me, what I learned working with all these companies around the world is that a product and a service both have the same opportunities to find clients, and that's the name of the game. So I want to start by asking you, and I've got a couple of people here, so if you're able to, please engage, and we're going to ask you the question. I tell people all the time that there are only 3 reasons you don't have the business you want. The good news, all 3 of these things are solvable. First reason is that you don't know how to build the business. You don't know how to find your next client, how to move somebody from curious to paid client, and how generally to create sales success. So if you're in the position right now in your business where you're thinking, I just don't know how, then I want you to say that I don't know how, because that's a solvable problem. The second thing that can happen in businesses is I do know how to do this. I've had past clients, but not enough clients. And it may have been a period of time, I call that often a sophomore slump, where you're like, it's been a few months or maybe even 6 since I had a client in my business, and that is scary. I'm not sure what to change in order to create better results. And if that's where you're at, I want you to know that's okay. We're going to help you look into the blind spot to figure out where the gap may exist so you can start to solve it. The third piece of the puzzle is if you think, I just don't do what's required. I want to have a business, but truthfully, everything gets in the way. Life gets in the way. My dog ate my breakfast. Today it's X reason why I can't focus on my business. And that's an unsolvable problem too. When I hear people say, I just am not doing what I know I need to do, what I often hear in that statement is that you're not winning new clients. Because when you're winning new clients, it feels like oxygen and you're ready to have another deep breath. And I want to thank you for sharing that you just don't know how to do that. You don't know how to create clients. Well, the good news is I'm going to help you do that. So I'm going to share a screen because I know some people are learners who like to follow along. So we're going to share this. But I think what's important to know and to believe is that you can solve this. That's why you're here at this event. And I will tell you, it doesn't matter if you don't know how. It doesn't matter if you do know how and it's not working very well. And it doesn't matter if you're just not taking the actions, because after we finish our conversation over the next 20 minutes, I will answer and ensure that you have the answers you need. So the first thing I will tell you about growing a business is how important it is to be honest about where you are, where you have gaps, what you're doing, and what you are not. So I always say, cut the BS about what you are really doing. And that can be the BS story in your mind. It can be the belief system that you hold about what's in the marketplace. Use the data available to you and get honest about where you are. Second piece of the puzzle is pick your lane. There is not one way to grow a business. There are many ways to grow the business. And you get to choose how you want to grow your business. You don't have to do all the things that everybody else is doing. You get to find your own path. But it comes without saying that you must do the work to grow a business. And that is not just when you want to, what you want to. It is understanding the foundations that the right inputs will create the right outputs, and to be dedicated to the 1%, the one action, the one step. And that is going to really compound, i.e. snowball, over time. But you have to do the work. There are no shortcuts. I think it's important that you focus on movement, because it is about moving parts that create predictability. It is moving parts that create stability, and moving parts that make you go, I am doing something and it's creating a reward. And we're driven by rewards. So how can we create movement? And I think it's important to work with somebody such as myself, such as Rose, who have been where you want to go. Because there are two ways you can grow a business. Have an idea, start, get ready to start again, get planned to start again, and to try to figure it out, and to try to figure it out, and to try to figure it out, and to try to figure it out. I tell you, a lot of business owners do that. If that's what you're doing right now, I want you to say that in the chat so that we know that you are dropping your belief system and are clear that that's what you're doing. The alternate option is to have a plan, build the skills, try something with support, iterate, and create results, and then repeat the pattern. One is much simpler than the other, and both are available options for you. So pick your lane. I want you to tell me in the chat here, when you got out of bed today, what was the one thing, the top priority on your task list that you thought, if I did this one thing in my business today, I will have moved the needle. I will be able to quit my office, enjoy my evening, and I will sleep well tonight because I accomplished the one thing I needed to do today. So tell me, what was the one thing that was so important that you thought, that's my big task for the day? Is it updating your social media? Is it writing an email? Is it attending this event? Is it going to a networking meeting? Is it updating your website? I hear those things time and time and time again. None of those are the right answer. Your number one priority, and Rose, absolutely your goal was to create a summit, and a summit was designed to help you find your clients. Your number one goal today is to make an offer and to find your next buyer. Everything else that you do is just distraction, because those are the things that you need to do in order to move your business forward and to create cash in your pocket. So if you want to build a business like a vending machine business, which is one of the ideas I see here in the chat, it is important that you know where you can place a vending machine, who might buy product from that vending machine, and what do I need to offer in the vending machine to create cash. So it's so important to recognize that your job is to ask for the sale, ask and make an offer. And here's the truth. No's are part of the game. In fact, you will hear no to your offer more often than you will hear yes. So you have to get comfortable with no, because it is important that you ask. And the more you ask, the more chance you will have to get the yes you're looking for. Great business owners who have strong business skills and strong selling skills, on average, get 20 to 35% of yeses of 100% of the questions they offer. It's a small percentage. And if you're just starting in business, it might be 1 in 10. And that's just the business math. So you need to get your head around the fact, I have to do this over and over again and learn from it. Here's what's also equally important for you to know. The actions you take today predict your future tomorrow. So on average, it takes 90 days to go from the first conversation to a yes. And that's true across the board, across the industries, across the countries. That is the aggregate average, which means if you did not make an offer today, you don't have the opportunity to have a client in January. And if you wait to January to start making offers, you will not have clients until April, which is why it is so important to recognize that business happens 365 days a year, 12 months of the year, and the actions you take today are the most important predictor of what you will see tomorrow. And these two specific things are what you're looking for. I said them earlier, but I want to draw them out for you so you're really clear, so you don't question, how do I do this? The first thing you need to know is that your business will be built on strangers. And someone in the chat has kindly shared that my concern or my challenge is that I don't like to talk to strangers. Well, I want to say this with great kindness. You have to solve that problem because you cannot build a business without making friends with strangers. You have to get in front of more people, more ways, more often, and you have to do so with the attitude that it is worth it to have the business result, even if I'm uncomfortable. Because your business will be built on strangers. You might have early success in your business because someone in your network bought something, or someone in your network made an introduction. At some point, that beautiful gift of generosity from a known circle dries up. I call that the sophomore slump. And at that point, businesses can stall, they can die. And if you don't start to make friends with strangers, you will see your business disappear. So it is important to know that strangers are part of the game. And you have to learn not to love it, but to do it because it's worth it. And it's not all strangers that are equal. You're specifically looking for people that will say yes to what you offer. So you're looking for buyers, customers, or clients. I use those words interchangeably, but they are the same concept. Somebody who will get a credit card out, a cash banknote out, and will say, I want to buy what you need. The second piece of the puzzle that predicts your future, the things you do today that matter, is did you make an offer? Which is why I just asked you, what was your priority today? I have made offers today in my business. I didn't get yes, but this person needs what I offer. And if she isn't ready today, she might be ready in January. And she's got some things she needs to do between now and January to get to the yes. But I started the conversation today. She knows what to expect monetarily to hire my services. And we have a commitment to talk in January. It is up to you to lead the offer, which means you must make the ask. And the most important thing I tell my clients is our job is not to judge who can afford us, who can need us. Our job is to be observers and say, it sounds like you need this result. I can guide you to get it. Would you like me to make you an offer? And this is something that you have to practice because there's no other way to create a business but to find strangers who become buyers and for you to make the offer and ask for the sale. This is Business 101. So I want you to think about for a second, we're a brand new day of a month in Australia and we're the last day of the month here in North America. What did you do for the last 30 days? How many people did you meet that were strangers? And where are you spending your time? Your problems in business and in cash flow can be solved by more offers and more people. Always. It's always solved by that. So you should be auditing and tracking and measuring. And I don't care if you use it on a piece of paper or you use it in a technical tool. Every month I track how many conversations I had, how many people I identified as a potential buyer, and how many offers I made, and what was the outcome. And anytime my business is off track, it's always because of that number, which means I have a choice as I clean the slate and start a new month that I start again today. And what I do today will show up in time. It doesn't always show up immediately. So you should take the moment today, pull out your calendar and figure out what the hell did I do for the last 30 days. Because once you know this, I will tell you how business works. There are 5 business foundations I take all of my clients through. Today, I want to talk to you about the first 3, because the first 3 you have to get, you have to build skills around before you can accelerate, which is what 4 and 5 do. So let me show you how to build a business. The first thing I said was that your business was built on strangers. So what you need to know is that you must be able to identify a buyer and you must be able to attract that buyer towards what you offer. So in the audience here, I have somebody's comment is my audience is people with allergies, allergic to milk, sugar, gluten in their snacks and drinks. So you know what they have a problem for, but what makes them a buyer? It's when they need to consume the food. Not the fact that they have the allergy, not the fact that it is just like an attribute. It's when they are hungry that they need this specific food that would make them a buyer. Because if I have all the groceries that are milk, sugar, and dairy free in my house, I will never need to be a buyer of your vending machine, ever. And that's not helpful. So I want you to think about buyers, to me, and understanding who they are and how to recognize them is about finding them in a moment of decision. Because when people are deciding is when they are moving. And if I'm not making a decision, I'm not a buyer. I'm just a person in the audience. So you must be able to identify who you're looking for and what decision is happening in order to build a plan to see them, talk to them, intersect them, and invite them to the direction you want them to discover, which is about you, your program, your services, and how you can solve their problem that they are looking for a result around because of the decision they're making. Second piece of the puzzle, which is really important, is that you must be able to move somebody. I started today by saying focus on movement. You've got to be able to move somebody from curious to paid client. The more predictable you do that, the more profitable you do that, the more frequently you do that, the healthier business you'll have. And truthfully, I want businesses to be beautiful and boring because you know where your cash comes from and you can sleep at night. It's beautiful. That's what I want for you. But people need encouragement, and you have to plant the seeds that move somebody from that's interesting to I want that to I need that. How do I have that? And it can take 7 to 20 different invitations for them to finally be ready to say yes, which is why it can take up to 90 days for it to happen. And it's not that that 90 days just, doesn't anything happen during it. It's during that 90 days, like that person I told you who I made an offer to today. We have a conversation today. She's coming to a workshop with me in November. She's coming to a workshop with me in December. I've already made an introduction to help her in her business today. I'm doing lots of touch points, lots of steps and invitations so that she feels I'm a trusted resource when she gets out her credit card. You have to have a plan because it is not enough to simply just have marketing tactics. The answer isn't in the tactic. Your business could be built on TikTok. Your business could be built networking. Your business could be built speaking. Your business could be built with SEO. All of those things work. It's not the tactic that's the problem. It's that if you don't know who you're looking for and you haven't made a plan to move them, you won't see the results you want. So the answer to the question is yes, you might be talking to the same person multiple times, but you have to establish that they are a buyer. Because if they're not a buyer, you talking to them doesn't move you forward. You need to understand what makes them a buyer and when, and I'm going to be specific about what a buyer is in 1 minute. The third thing you need to know is that you are responsible for making the offer. And the offer, when I use that term, is not just buy my thing. That is one type. It's an offer to move. It's an offer for information. It's an offer for education. It's an offer for all kinds of steps of movement. But remember, your buyer is nervous. They maybe tried this before. They maybe researched this on Google. They've read bad reviews out there, and they're worried about making a good, safe choice. So you have to be the one who leads, because they won't, which is why you have to get over the nerves of talking to strangers, because your stranger won't find you. You have to find your stranger. Second piece of that puzzle is that your job is to create value in the marketplace. Only when something is valued more than the investment level will money ever move hands. Value is exchanged and created. But it's not about what you think is valuable. It's what your buyer thinks is valuable. And value can be monetary. It can be non-monetary, like health, relationships, and financial. Could be spiritual. So you have to talk to strangers to ask the question, what do you value? And if the value is higher than the investment, you have opportunity to sell. So I want to ask you this comment. I told you there were 3 foundations, and I can see some of the comments in the chat. Some of you do not know who your buyer is. Some of you do not know how to move them because you think the conversation might be one question and then done. Some of you aren't leading the offer because you're hoping your stranger will do the work. No matter what your answer, my comment to you right now is that you have to solve this, because solving this is what business is built on. And I want you to be seen not as just a likable expert, but the person people pay to solve the problem. Because business growth is elegantly simple. And the final thing I want to ask you before we close is to ask you, what kind of buyer do you want to be? Buyers are 3 things. And you must have all 3 present, or you're wasting your time making an offer. Your buyer is already problem aware. Your job is not to educate a buyer. Your job is to solve a problem for a buyer who already knows they have a problem. So in the chat, when someone said, my clients have an allergy, that is a statement. It only becomes a problem that they have an allergy when they need to eat immediately and they need to find something that doesn't have milk, sugar, or gluten. Otherwise, they don't need you. They're not ready to buy. But it's in the moment where they need to consume something safely that they become a buyer. So you need to be in that moment. That's why location is so important in the world of vending machines. The second thing is that you need to recognize that because somebody's aware they have a problem, they have already tried to solve it and not always been able to solve it effectively, which means they're curious about alternate paths. So if somebody has an allergy, a significant food allergy, chances are they always pack snacks with them because they might not be able to find things to buy in their daily life. So they've tried to solve it, but sometimes we still need emergency supplies, but it's not the norm. And so therefore be cautious around that because you want a bread and butter business. Third thing is your buyer has to be committed to changed behavior. If it's just a nice to have, you're betting your future on an uncertain outcome. Buyers, because they've tried to solve it, don't trust themselves to solve it the next time. They might get in their own way. They might be sabotaging their outcomes. And you need to know that so that you can help them walk through changing their behavior and that the commitment to them is worth it, which is where I started with you. I asked you, are you committed to building a business? I've just shown you how to build a business. I've invited you to focus on the gap, which isn't working right now effectively. And I've said you're going to have to do what's required, not just what you want. And so the invitation to you is, why do you want a business? What do you want out of your business? Why is creating it for you non-negotiable? As business owners, we have to be the spark of our own business dream. It is not enough to observe and desire from the outside. I'm a business mentor who knows how to create clients. I've created them across industries, across the world, across different sizes of organization. And it's because I always am aware that I know this much. And everything else I have to solve. And my ask and invitation to you is, what do you need to solve? What do you need to get clear? Because being in my world, I can help you. Being aware that my job is not to light your spark. That's your job. I'm here to build and to support you as a fuel source. And there's a comment in the chat. I want to address it because it's about passive income. I will tell you that there's nothing passive about creating money. If you want a business that creates recurring income, which is maybe what you mean by the word passive, you must be really, really good at one thing: always finding buyers, because you cannot create cash without a buyer. And the biggest challenge I see with people who want an easy path is that they're not prepared to do what's required to build the buyer engine. And without buyers, you cannot create cash. And recurring cash is only created when you have mastered these 3 non-negotiables.
Yay, loved it. Thank you, Christine. That was absolutely terrific. And yes, you're quite right. There are only those 3 non-negotiables are so important in building a business. And you need to think about that when you're starting your business to be able to move forward to build something that's successful.
Mm-hmm. And it requires, you have to have a real sense of it's worth it for me. Because I see a lot of people in the world saying, I just want the result, not understanding that you get the result by doing what's required. And there's an easy way to do what's required, and there's a hard way to do what's required. Sometimes we take a lot of years in the hard lane. I think you and I both have been there. It's like, yeah. I built my head against the wall for a lot of years. Instead, I then eventually learned I could learn from people. I could go talk to experts. I could get some support elsewhere. Because
absolutely,
to me,
and you have to think about what the WIFM thing for the buyer is. What's in it for me? They're always looking at at a product or a service, but what's in it for them? What are they going to receive by buying or this great product or service? So you've got to keep that in the forefront at all times.
And it's hard because when we're in a business and we wobble and we're nervous and we're just hopeful, it's really easy to forget that the only thing that matters in the whole dialogue is that somebody wants what you have.
Absolutely.
In the moment they want it.
Absolutely. Now you can find Christine on Facebook and on LinkedIn at her website. She's on YouTube. She has a channel there, and she's on Instagram. I've put 2 of the links in the chat there. And you've got a product that you want to promote, Christine. It's the Work With Me. What can they find there?
Yeah, I want to tell you something. So what you heard today is just a snapshot of the world that we're looking at. I want you to know that it's worth it for you, and I want you to learn to turn on a client waterfall. In order to have the business you want, we talked about 3 non-negotiables. You need to master your marketing, you need to get good at selling, and you need to have this repeating engine. So I'm running a series of events. The next one is in November. It's on the 21st in Australia, the 20th in November, and we're going to be talking about selling. How do you actually get to the yes? And I want you to come and be there. I will drop it in the chat, the link to it. This is your chance to say it's worth it to me, and I'm going to do what's required.
Wonderful.
Sell.
Christine, it's been an absolute pleasure. I look forward to sharing that link in the chat with everyone that's here today. I have loved listening to your presentation. It's, as usual, has been enlightening and informative, and it's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. You too. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Hope it's a fabulous event.
And you too. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Now, our next guest is Trish Springsteen, and Trish, she's Australia's leading expert in empowering introverts, and she is renowned as a confidence coach, a get-to-be-seen specialist, and a personal branding strategist. And she is also a celebrated multi-international award-winning mentor, speaker, and best-selling author. As the host of Get Known to Be Seen Web TV, she wields global influence. She's the founder of the Purple Unicorn Academy, and Trish guides startups, small businesses, and solopreneurs to achieve visibility and confidence. And she is the best person to speak about your business, telling you about how to, speak about your business. Trish is passionate about creating confident communicators and is dedicated to bringing communication and effective speaking skills to individuals, businesses, and organizations. From personal experience, Trish knows what it's like to be an introvert, standing up and speaking, and she also knows what it's like to overcome mindset and limiting beliefs to believe in herself and own who she is. Trish, it's such a pleasure to have you here and to see you again. I haven't seen you absolutely forever. How are you?
Awesome, thank you. It's absolutely delightful to be here.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to your conversation. Have you got a presentation?
Yep.
Wonderful.
No PowerPoint, but just me speaking.
Wonderful. Now, the three things that we're going to be talking about today is about what is imposter syndrome, what you can do to overcome imposter syndrome, and how 60 seconds of insane courage allows us to own our uniqueness. Now, I suffer from imposter syndrome on a lot of occasions, and I'm pretty sure most of us do. It's something that's we can't not have it. And being an introvert can be a difficult situation not to have that imposter syndrome. So I'm really looking forward to how you can help us to get over our imposter syndrome.
Absolutely. Happy to share. So I'll just get right into it. If you have questions, save them to the end. You can put them in the chat, and I'll be happy to answer anything then as well. So let's have a conversation about imposter syndrome. You probably, like me, have thought this or said this to yourself many times. Trish, you can't do that. Trish, you aren't good enough. They're going to know that I'm a fraud. Trish, you're never going to speak. Trish, your clients won't want to come and work with you. Who are you to think you can have a business? Does this sound familiar to you? Have any of these statements wiggled their way into your brain or come out of your mouth or been written down in a journal at any time? I'm going to say pretty well nearly every one of you have said the same thing to yourself at some stage of time. And do I still hear that? Yes, I've worked many, many years to overcome my imposter syndrome. I've worked to believe in myself, and I'm very comfortable where I am now. However, imposter syndrome can still sneak in. My question to you is, how often does that negative whisper to you, that negative voice, the negative feelings, and stops you from grabbing opportunities that come? Think about that question. How often? How often are you missing out on clients for your business? How often are you missing out on trying something new for your business, going down a new area, even starting a business? How often? How often has it stopped you from writing a book? How often has it stopped you from getting up and doing a presentation? How often does it stop you from doing a video? How often does it stop you from being you and sharing your message and reaching out to the people that need to hear you, the businesses that you want to have, the choices you want to have? Maya Angelou said, I have written 11 books, but each time I think, they're going to find out now. I've run a game on everybody and they're going to find me out. So what is this imposter syndrome that sneaks into our lives and stops us from being all that we can be? The first step to understanding how to overcome it is to understand imposter syndrome and recognize it. The biggest thing that imposter syndrome does, it makes us doubt our abilities. It makes us feel like a fraud. You heard those questions, and you know that you've heard things like that in those statements, and it eats away at what we do. And the truly insidious thing it is that it negates your achievements, your accomplishments, your honors. People, I'm a multi-international award-winning mentor. I've won awards. I've written 21 books. I'm a best-selling author. I have testimonials and credibility. But I can be brought down by imposter syndrome just like everybody else. The first little inklings of that, it negates those abilities. It negates my achievements. It negates my accomplishments. They all just take wind and disappear. And that's how insidious imposter syndrome is. It can come out of nowhere. It can cut you off at the knees, and it can leave you down there thinking, why the blazes that I ever try to do what I'm doing? Let me just let you know that you're not alone. You are not alone. If you feel like that, if that comes in, if you hear that noise coming to you. Statistics have said, excuse me, 70% experience imposter syndrome. 70%. However, informal polls will tell you that's 87% or higher. Think about it, people. At some stage in your life, with those statistics, it's quite likely that you have experienced imposter syndrome. You are not alone. Every one of us, even the most successful business owner. Sir Richard Branson, anybody you think that your heroes, that are your business owners, the people that you think are great speakers, the people you think that are great influencers, if you talk to them at any time, I can guarantee you that they're going to be part of those statistics. At one stage in their life, in their business, imposter syndrome has struck. The key components that help you to recognize that is your inability to see achievements. You start to sabotage yourself. This is the influence of imposter syndrome. These are the effects and how it appears in your life. You start sabotaging yourself. Instead of reaching out for a new opportunity, instead of talking to some new clients, maybe adding something extra to your business, you back off. You sabotage yourself. In some cases, you start to chase perfection. You think, okay, if I can just do this better, if I can do all of this correct, I'm going to be fine. People, perfection never comes. You will be on a never-ending cycle trying to get perfection, and it will never come because perfection never is. The closer you get to perfection, the worse you think you are, and you want more because you think everything is not perfect. I once worked with a client who's been writing her book for 7 years plus because she's been trying to perfect it. I don't know how many times she's written it over and over until we talked. And I said to her, you will never have that book because you will never get perfection. Perfection for me is stagnation. If I ever even start to think that I have got perfection, I'm stagnating because you're not going to grow with perfection. You need that challenge. You need challenges. You need things to push you to grow. So imposter syndrome, when it triggers that perfection, oh my gosh, it's like a bell tolling. You start to think others are better. Oh, I won't go down that track. I won't put a new thing into my business because others do it better. I won't even open a business because others do it better. I won't write my book because others do it better. Show me these others. And then, of course, there's the one that says, I don't deserve it. People, you may have put 15 years into your business. You have life experiences, you have expertise, and you're saying, I don't deserve it. Find out the truth. Why is this stopping you? Why is it pulling down? Why are you sabotaging yourself? Why can't you see and acknowledge your achievements? Why are you chasing perfection? And really, others, show me these others. I'll challenge you. Why? Because sometimes imposter syndrome will strike because it triggers past experience, peer growth, the peer group. And in Australia, we have a culture of the tall poppy syndrome. We cut you off at the knees if you grow too tall. Don't stand out. Do not, by all that's holy, stand out, because if you stand out, people will pull you down. Have you ever had any of those experiences? Things where you've tried something and it didn't work. And you think, oh, if I do that again, it's never going to work. I don't want to do this because people who are my peers will find out maybe I don't know everything. Do you know what, people? That's fine. You don't have to know everything. You just have to know one more thing than the other person. And knowing everything is close to perfection, because where's the growth in that? Where's the growth in that? So first thing, when you start to hear these little negative voices, my first challenge to you is to stop. Step back and think about why. What is it that's triggering my imposter syndrome? What in my experience, in my journey, has let those little triggers sit there? Has it been a past experience when something didn't work? Maybe it was that the first business you tried didn't work. People, let me share you a story. I tried a business when I was, let me think, about 24, 25. I decided I was going to open up a business. I was pregnant. Probably not the best time to open up a business, but I had thought, okay, I want to. And I wanted to combine a travel agency and a bookstore. I love books. I love reading science fiction books, and I love travel. I thought, why not? Now, that's pretty innovative. Wrong timing, wrong place, no idea about how to run a business. Did it work? No. All the things that you do wrong in a business, I did. Did that stop me from opening up another business? Well, yes, it did, for a very long time, because I didn't think I was good enough. I didn't think I could be a business owner. I didn't think I could open a business, because there was my past experience saying that everything I did failed. It wasn't working. Imposter syndrome had a nice foundation to base itself on. You did it once. How could you possibly think you could ever do it again? I worked through all of that. Took me a few years. I'm a slow learner, but I worked through it. But that's one of the triggers that every now and then hits my mind. But I know what that trigger is now. And I know, hey, I've got a business now. I've had my business since 2006. It's working. It works for me and allows me to share and what I want to do with the people I need to do. So when you start to hear those negative things and you start to sabotage yourself, stop and step back and think, what is triggering this imposter syndrome? The impact of imposter syndrome, people, it impacts your personal growth, your career, your business. You become overcautious. You become risk averse. You're not going to take risks because something might happen. It stifles innovation and opportunities. I am not going to try something new, and I'm not going to reach out for opportunities, because all of those things are eating away at you. You become lack of confidence. You got less confidence. You don't have a confidence in decision making. There's a reluctance to step up and try new things. And as I said, you don't want to stand out because people will pull you down. If you're working in a career, in an organization, or if you've got a team with you in your business, it affects your team dynamics. There's a hesitation to delegate. There's a fear of discovery of supposed incompetence. You try micromanaging because there's a lack of trust in your team. And then, of course, there's overworking. You try to prove your worth and your competence, and you start overworking. You work long hours. You take on more and more responsibility. And what happens? You start to stress out. Your health goes. There's lack of self-belief in yourself. If you're working in an organization, the career advancement, that you avoid promotions, you avoid leadership positions. You start to believe you're not qualified and you don't reach out for your full potential. Wow. All of that because you don't believe in yourself, because you have this little voice that says you're not good enough, because you've let it sabotage what you do, because you start to doubt your own abilities and where you've come from. That's why I say imposter syndrome is insidious. It sneaks in and listen to all that impact that I've shared with you, all of the impact that it has on you, your business, your personal growth, your relationships. Wow. How dismal is that? All because you started to listen to a little voice that says, Trish, you can't do that. Trish, you aren't good enough. So what can you do? These are some of the things that I do when imposter syndrome starts to sneak into me, when I start to hear it. Remember, I said to you, I've worked on myself. Do you know, I absolutely believe who I am. One of the founding things that stops imposter syndrome, the foundation of everything I'm going to share with you, is self-belief. It takes work. It takes knowing who you are, warts and all, knowing what your weaknesses are. That's an easy one because we always think the worst of ourselves. More importantly, knowing what your strengths are. Work to your strengths and help people, find people to help you enhance your weaknesses. When you completely believe in who you are, it is a rock-solid foundation. Imposter syndrome will try to sneak in, but it will bounce off that solid rock floor because I know who I am. I have no compunction. I'm not arrogant. I'm going to be stating a simple fact. I'm freaking awesome. I'm freaking awesome because I know who I am. I know what I can do. I know my expertise. I know my experience. I know where I stand, rock solid. And I love me. I love what I do. And I'm awesome at what I do. It gives me a very solid foundation. So my first tip to you and how you can overcome imposter syndrome is work on you. Believe who you are. Work on that solid belief. Find a mentor. Find people that are going to help you. Recognize limiting beliefs. This is part of why I say step back and think about what is triggering my imposter syndrome. What is the limiting belief that's stopping me from being what I want to do? Recognize that. Very importantly, remember, you are not alone. Remember those statistics. The informal polls say 87% or higher experience imposter syndrome at one time in your life. Do you know how invigorating, how comforting when you start to realize that you are not the only person experiencing these negativities? Other people do it. You are not alone. And as I said, believing and knowing in yourself. Here are a couple of things that I do when that imposter syndrome comes in. Yeah, it bounces off my belief in myself, but I back that up. Third-party credibility. That is unbelievably fantastic at saying goodbye and saying no to imposter syndrome. I will guarantee that every one of you, in whatever business, whatever career you're doing, have received feedback, has received testimonials. People who've said to you, thank you for sharing your message. Thank you for that business tip that you gave me. Thank you for being a great team leader. Thank you for making a difference in my life. You will have received, either verbally or written, testimonials and feedback of people that you have changed, people that you have impact. Whatever job you're doing, whether it's a business, whether it's a career, whether you're a solopreneur, whether you have a team, small, micro, huge business, you will have testimonials. Testimonials are third-party credibility. They are gold. So whenever I start to feel that insidious little voice, I go to my testimonials. I have pages and pages of them, and I go and read them. Not because I want a big note myself, because they're giving me third-party credibility. We are our own worst enemies. We never think we're good enough. We never think we've done something that's impacted. But when you read those testimonials, they're third-party credibility. These people are telling you that you have changed their lives. You have made an impact. You have helped them. So if they're telling you that, how dare you not accept with what they're saying? It kicks imposter syndrome out the door, because I can't have that many people telling me I've done something and then stand up there and say I'm no good. It's impossible. These are people that, I've touched maybe shortly for a little bit of time, and they have told me that I have done something. So I have to accept that. I had that lesson really rammed into me when I was nominated for an Inspirational Woman Award. Now, I wasn't inspirational as far as I was concerned. I just helped people speak. I helped people to get known, be seen. I helped them to own who they were, to get out there and be all they wanted to do. I wasn't inspirational. I hadn't, lost a lot of money and come back. I hadn't climbed Mount Everest. I hadn't gone through a lot of trauma. I was just doing my business. So I wasn't going to accept the nomination and people, if you ever go for an award to get nominated, don't live it like I did to the last minute. Please take that little thing away and do it a lot earlier. Until I just sort of slapped myself across the face and said, Trish, what are you doing? You talk to people about owning who they are. You talk to people about standing up. Who am I? How arrogant can I to dismiss someone who has taken the time to nominate you for an award? You have to take it and do it. So I did. I filled out the nomination. I sent it off. I wasn't even going to go to the award ceremony because I thought I ticked it. I've acknowledged that someone nominated me. I got dragged kicking and screaming by my friends and my mastermind groups. You got to go, you got to turn up. So I did. You could have knocked me over with a feather, and I was probably speechless for the first time since I really became confident in what I was doing, because I won that award. And that was an aha moment for me, because I realized that I do not see myself as others do. So when people say to me, or they send me testimonials, I accept it with gratitude. We have a tendency to say, oh, it was nothing. But I'm telling you, it is something. You've got years of experience. You've got expertise. You've made an impact. So when someone says to you, you have made a change in my life, you've done something that I've really needed to know, accept with gratitude and say thank you. Accept with gratitude. And when you start doing that, that starts to build up that foundation of saying no to imposter syndrome. It's very, very powerful. The other thing is awards, which I just touched on. If you get nominated for an award, enter it. It's a third-party credibility acknowledgement that there is something you're doing that people out there think is great. Enter awards, nominate yourself, put yourself out there. Let people know that you've been nominated. If you make it to finalist, fantastic. Let people know that you've made it to finalist. If you don't win, doesn't matter. A group of people said that you were going to be making it to the finalist. Someone thought you were good enough to nominate you. And then if you win, wow, that is third-party credibility. It is judges who don't even know you, have looked at your business, have looked at you, and have given you a tick. Celebrate the awards you win. One of my first awards was a world award. And it was a world award for mentoring and coaching. My passion is mentoring. I celebrate that award. That was a group of judges around the world that looked at what I was doing and said, you are good enough to win that award. Who am I to be arrogant to negate what they've said? They didn't know me. They've looked at what I was doing and gave me that award. So when imposter syndrome starts to rear its head, I turn around and I pick up my award and I look at it and I think, those people thought I was good enough to do that. If they thought I was good enough, how dare I negate their opinion? I need to accept that I am good enough. Bye-bye to imposter syndrome. So recognize imposter syndrome when it comes in. Focus on your strengths. Challenge that negative self-talk. Celebrate your successes. We are so quick to look at all the things that didn't work. Celebrate the things that have worked. Look back at it. Get a like-minded group of people. Feedback and support is important to your growth. Mentors, a mastermind group, people that will boost your confidence, where you can gain insights from. They'll challenge you. And when they challenge you, they will challenge those imposter feelings. You can have many different groups, many different mentors. I love being a mentor because for me, I can hold a mirror up for people and say, look, this is who you really are. I can push them off the cliff and then hold the safety net for them and grab them and say, hey, look at what you've done. Look at how good you are. I belong to mastermind groups who push me, who catch me, who stop me from going into that imposter syndrome. So find the groups that are going to push you, find the support. Set realistic expectations. Don't reach for perfection. Learn from your mistakes. Focus on the progress. Look after yourself. Self-care and mental well-being. Think about that. Activities that build resilience. And most importantly, what I am so passionate about, own your uniqueness. Own your unique set of skills. They are an asset. Stand up. Stand out, because how are the people that you need to reach ever going to find you unless you stand up and say, hey, here I am. And then take 60 seconds of insane courage. That is 20 seconds to embrace your role, 20 seconds to acknowledge that there's imposter syndrome coming and you are better than that, and 20 seconds to move forward. Bob Goff says, don't let other people decide who you are. You are the only one who controls how your story is going to be written. So take those 60 seconds of insane courage. Own who you are, your uniqueness, and say no to imposter syndrome. Yes to opportunities. Yes to being you. And yes to being the best person that you can ever be and take advantage of the potential that is you.
Trish, that was such a wonderful presentation. Thank you. And I think we've all learned something about imposter syndrome and how we can overcome it to the best of our abilities. And you're quite right that I would have thought 87% was a little bit low. I would have thought it would have been higher, the amount of people that actually experience imposter syndrome. I know I do have it quite often. Who am I to run summits? Who am I to have a podcast? Who am I to teach people how to do podcasting? I think about that, not every day, but, sometimes the little voice comes in my head and, who am I to do all this great stuff? And, you have to stand back and you have to think, well, yes, people do believe that I am capable and able to do all these things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It comes in that we can stop it. We can stop it once we recognize it.
Absolutely. Now you can find Trish on Facebook and on LinkedIn, and I've put links to all of the other places you can find Trish on her website and on Instagram, on her web TV. I'm interested to actually, if you want to share that with us about your web TV program that you have, Trish.
Absolutely. And I'm looking for guests at the moment. My Get Known Be Seen web TV, it's got two tiers to it. One is I'm looking for people who are saying no to imposter syndrome and are ready to stand up and say, this is what I do. I want to be known and be seen. You've got a business, you've got a new product, you've got a new service, you've got a book. You want to get out there and be known, be seen. So you go on my web TV and I interview you and it goes up there and you can share it out to everybody. You can share the links. It gives you credibility. Third-party credibility, because one of the things I didn't say was being on podcasts, being as a guest on a web TV gives you credibility. The other tier is those people who are helping others to get up there and get known, be seen, who want to share how they've done it and maybe tips and things of what they did to get out there. People who are experts in social media, people who are publishers or experts in book writing, people who are experts in video. They can share what their expertise is. So people who watch my Get Known Be Seen web TV can find extra little ideas on how to get out there and be seen.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now Trish has a membership. It's at membership.trishspringsteen.com. Tell us a little bit about what people can expect there, Trish.
I've been compiling for about 4 or 5 years. It's a membership community. You join at the moment. The first month is absolutely free for you, and then there's a small fee for after that. But in there, you've got all my expertise. There's my videos, you've got checklists, you've got ebooks, you've got planners. Every month I put a video and a piece of information in there, and it is open to you as long as you want to be a member of my membership. It's got 2 tiers. One is just a general one. The next one is you join a group every month where we can talk about whatever you need to get your business going, as well as being accessible to all my information. 20+ years of stuff.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Trish, thank you so much for being here. It's lovely to see you again. I look forward to talking with you again very soon.
Absolutely delighted. And as I said, anybody want to contact me, any questions, just let me know. Bye.
Bye-bye for now. Now, my next guest is Paul Glover, and he's going to be sharing with us failing forward and forging resilience and fueling growth. Now, a little bit about Paul. He is the president of Glover and Associates, which is an executive coaching and leadership consulting firm. He is a leadership coach, and Paul coaches C-suite executives of organizations with annual income of annual revenue of up to $1 billion. Paul's 25 years of no BS approach to improving clients' leadership skill sets and creating their professional legacy is best described by a client who said, Paul is like a Sherpa. He will guide you to your mountaintop, but he will not carry your pack. And Paul, if you're there in the wings, please come on, and we'll have a bit of a chat about failing forward.
Well, thank you, Rose. Yes, I am here, and I'm certainly looking forward to talking with your audience about this very important topic, and that is the topic of failure. And as an executive coach, I found that the hardest topic for me in any coaching situation is to talk about the failures that leadership has had and mostly try to hide. And I find that this is not something that's unique to leaders. It's unique to everyone. We've been taught to be ashamed of our failures and very much proud of our successes. And we all know that once we're ashamed of something, the thing we try to do is either to hide it or ignore it. And I would suggest strongly that we need everyone, leaders, non-leaders, team members, individuals, human beings. We need to reframe our definition of failure. First, let's accept the universal truth that everyone will fail. It's inherent in being a human being. We are not perfect. Given any situation, I would suggest that the odds are equal as to whether or not we'll succeed or will fail. The fear of failure exists in us as such a strong inhibition that it actually stops us from living the most exciting parts of our life. And I would suggest that there needs to be a reframing and a different definition of the concept of failure. If we can accept that failing is inevitable, then we can take a look at failure as an opportunity and not as a threat. And that opportunity is to experience the failure and to learn the lesson that failure has to teach us. Because every time we fail, we do have an opportunity to find out why, to explore the reasons why we fail, and to take that lesson that failure has to teach us and embrace it and make it a part of our experience. I'm a quote guy. I love quotes, and one of them is from Frank Sinatra. By the way, I'm so old now that when I say Frank Sinatra, I have to tell everyone they're a singer. So the singer Frank Sinatra had a quote, said, "Don't hide your scars. They make you who you are." And the reality is that our failures, our scars become a part of us. We can't avoid them. We can try to ignore them. They don't go away. And so my concept as I coach and as I speak is about the beauty of failure and the privilege of being able to embrace it. One of the things that I believe as a coach is if you haven't experienced what you're trying to coach, you're not going to be very good at it. And I tell everyone that I'm a subject matter expert in failing. People who have failed, coaches who have failed, when I have this discussion with them, I let them know right away the extent of my failure. And I'm going to tell this audience right now so you understand why, first, I'm very passionate about this, and second, why I'm talking about it with your audience. I was a very successful trial attorney in the city of Chicago. But because of the people that I associated with and my need to join, and the fact that I was an adrenaline junkie, being a trial lawyer, you will be an adrenaline junkie. It's part of the makeup. I committed white-collar crimes and was indicted and found guilty by a jury and sentenced to 7 years of incarceration. I lost my career. I left my family emotionally and financially devastated and barely survived the prison experience. But I knew that if I did not take that experience and turn it into something better, something that would allow me the opportunity to recover, that I was going to be lost, that I would lose my family, and I would probably be a career criminal. So I spent 7 years of incarceration coming to grips with my failure, understanding why I did what I did, examining all aspects of that experience, looking at the negative impact I'd had on my family, my friends, my community, and deciding that when I got out of prison, first, I was going to be different because failure gives you the opportunity to do the self-examination that allows you to transform. Success is interesting. Success is sweet. Failure is bitter. Curiously, the sweetness of life normally doesn't propel us to transform. It is that shocking, dark, bitter experience that makes us understand the need to change. When I got out of prison, I could no longer practice law, and I decided that I would take my skill sets. The fact that I was a very successful trial lawyer made me a critical thinker. The fact that I was a trial lawyer made me a very good storyteller. I would take the jury on a journey. So I took those skill sets and I took my experience of failing and I put that into my coaching program. And since then, and I've been out of prison now for 30 years, I have managed to take that experience and explain the nature of failure, the importance of failure, and how leaders need to come to grips with failure. I've now taken that and put it into a presentation that I'm speaking on throughout the United States. And I was so happy to have the opportunity, Rose, to be able to put this topic in front of your viewership. And since I am that subject matter expert, I've taken the time to develop a process that I advocate for the people who are in my leadership program to first understand the nature of failure, that it is inevitable, that you will face it. If in fact you want to be successful, you have no choice but to face it. Leaders and people who stay in their comfort zone because of their fear of failure can never progress or grow. We've got to be willing to take the risk that puts us outside our comfort zone. Now, I don't say take just an uninhibited risk, take a calculated risk. And the calculated risk is based on taking our experiences, specifically our failures, understanding them and understanding why with self-reflection, we made the mistakes or entered into the behavior that caused the failure. Once we've done that, once we've done the examination, the true self-reflection, we're able to now understand why we made the mistake or took the action. Then we can start to do something different. We can understand there are 3 types of failure. The first is unforced errors. Unforced errors happen. They're not intentional, but they occur. We have to be willing to accept the fact that they do occur. The second thing is the uncontrollables. Most of our life is governed by things we are not in control of. Could be the economy, the weather, our health. Those are things that we also have to accept as inevitable and not waste our energy and our time and our resources fighting them. First, we can't win. They're uncontrollable. We have to accept that as a part of the nature of life. I love the symbol of the yin and the yang, because to me, that is a symbol of our life. 50% yin, 50% yang, 50% success, 50% failure. And they combine into a single entity. The third thing is intelligent failure. Intelligent failure is going to occur when we have taken that failure, examined it, examined ourselves, done the self-reflection necessary, and then done something we normally don't do. Ask others for their opinions about why we failed. That objective feedback allows us to balance our self-reflection with someone else's opinion. By the way, if you're going to do this, select someone that you respect, but also someone who cares about you, so that you can get that honest feedback and understand your nature and understand why you took the actions that you took that caused the failure. Once we have this objective perspective, the emotions are set to the side and we can do what's necessary to move forward. Failing will stop us in our tracks if we're not able to follow this process. Because what failing does is it's a mindset that says, don't take the risk again. Failing hurts, it's painful. Don't do it. Stay in your comfort zone. And once again, I'm repetitious with this because I think it needs to be said. That is not the way to live your life. You need to step outside your comfort zone. You need to do something every day that makes your heart beat a little faster. That shows you and others that you're alive, that you're looking for that opportunity to explore, to feel, to be. That means you have to overcome the failure. I look at intelligent failure as being the viewpoint and the perspective that people have to have. And let me tell you how I think that you work your way from the failure you had to an intelligent failure, allowing you to move forward. First is have lots of ideas. If you look around at what you do and who you do it with and the environment that you're in, you will see there is ample opportunity to have ideas about how to do things differently, how to do things better. The second thing is start small. If you're in recovery mode after failing, do baby steps. Allow yourself to recover. Failing does hurt. You should be allowed the opportunity, the room to do some grieving, to get over the pain of whatever that failure has caused you, and probably the pain that it's caused others. My failure impacted me dramatically, but it was devastating to my wife and my children. They had no idea I was a crook. They paid the price, the penalty, heavier than I did. And I had to make that up to them when I got out of prison by telling them that I had changed and that we were going to move forward as a family. And thank God they allowed me to remain a member of the family, that we were going to move forward as a family and make up for this lost time. We were going to have that adventure. We were going to take those calculated risks so that we could grow and progress. And it worked. The third thing is get lots of feedback. I'm one that I coach, but I also have coaches. I realize that there's no one who doesn't need a coach, as your previous guest stated, or a mentor. Someone who's walked the path that you're trying to walk will be able to assist you in that journey. Be looking for that. Be looking for the people who can give you legitimate feedback about who you are and what you're doing and whether or not you've learned the lesson that failure has to teach. And finally, if you are doing something that looks like it's failing, recognize that and cut your losses. It's extraordinary to me how many people think that they can't quit. You can quit. There's nothing that says once you realize you're on the wrong path, you need to stop walking. That means that you're continually assessing how you're doing, what you're doing, why you're doing it, to make sure that it's the right thing for you and for those around you. So don't have any hesitation that once you realize you're on the wrong path, stop walking. Take your time, your energy, and resources and apply them to another topic, another adventure. So I've come up with a 5-step plan that I advocate when people have decided that they've got through with recovery mode and they're getting prepared for their next adventure. Well, the first thing is you have to attempt. So it's attempt, accept, analyze, adapt, and advance. It's the failing forward cycle. So the first thing is make the attempt. Push yourself, nudge yourself, move yourself outside your comfort zone, and make the attempt necessary for whatever this new venture is. Accept responsibility if, in fact, it fails. Part of the process is, if it fails, don't try to blame it on anyone else except you. Obviously, if other people are involved, that's fine, but often, and most of the time, I find that we are responsible for that failure. Just as I, as a prisoner, refused to accept responsibility for the first 2 years of my incarceration, we try not to be found to be at fault or be blamed. I spent 2 years of incarceration engaged in revenge fantasy. I was going to get even with everyone who had put me in prison. It was only after I came to the realization that I was responsible, that it was my actions, my behavior, my attitude, my mindset, my ego that had put me in prison, that I started to make the recovery. So that acceptance is a part of this cycle that you have to do. The third thing is analyze. Collect the objective information that surrounds the failure. You'll know some of it, but getting the opinions of other people, again, your mentors, your coaches, those people that you respect that are close to you, that know you, you need to collect that objective information so that you can do the appropriate analyzing. Why? You're learning from this failure. You're taking this process and you are going to learn the lesson that the universe is teaching you by this failure. If you don't follow this process or another process that's equally as effective, you will repeat the lesson. I truly believe the universe gives us lessons over and over again until we learn them. So the analyzation has to take place. Now, at this point, you should be able to adapt. Human beings are extraordinarily adaptable, but we often believe that we have to stay in this straight line, straitjacket way of thinking because that's the way we're going to be successful. No, that's the way you're going to avoid failure. That does not mean you become successful. So the concept is you need to adapt to the situation and the circumstances, but also to the evidence that you've collected about why you failed. You see, you're starting to put this together so that you're changing, you're transforming as you go through this process. And then the final thing is you want to advance. Once you've gone through this cycle, it's time to take the step forward. Otherwise, the cycle is not complete. The concept is start with an attempt. When that attempt has not gone well, learn from that attempt, analyze, adapt, and then do the next thing. Another attempt, advance, progress, growth is inherent as a part of who we are. Anytime that we are not willing to accept that and use that, we become less. And the concept of the art of failing forward is to constantly be doing that forward. We don't fail, we fail forward. The concept of resilience is built into this process. First, I truly believe human beings look for challenges. We want to be challenged. A problem is we usually have the wrong challenge. We select the wrong challenge. So we've got to look for what works for us as human beings based on who we are, but we need the challenge. And we talk often about the need to be resilient. The only way that you become resilient is to take the chance of failure, accept the lesson that it has to learn, and prepare yourself for the next step, the next challenge, the next opportunity. So please listen to a person who has, if you failed more than I have, or to the extent that I have, I would be shocked. And if I was able, as an arrogant, egotistical trial lawyer who was a narcissist, to take these lessons that failure had to teach me and transform myself and determine a process that I now use for leaders of organizations up to $1 billion so they can do what I am recommending, what I am telling you you need to do. And that is embrace the failure, make it a part of who you are. Don't avoid the scars. Be proud of those. It shows that you have survived and you are still standing, you are more resilient, and you are moving on to your next adventure and your next success.
Paul,
Thank you so much, Mo.
Thank you so much for sharing that with, I mean, as I said to one of their early presenters today, I don't like the word failure. I like it to be a lesson, because we all learn, I guess, but failure is part of our vocabulary. And I think we all fail at something sometime, somewhere, whether it's in business or in our personal life. And you more than most would know about how failure can disrupt your life in such a dramatic way. And I wanted to thank you for sharing your personal story with us.
Well, Rose, thank you so much. I believe that we all have a story. I wish that more people told their stories of the failures that they've encountered, the failures they've had to survive. I believe it's necessary for other people to hear our stories about failure. It gives them a different perspective. The nice thing about hearing my story with leaders is they suddenly are more willing to share their stories with others within their organization. And before they hear how much I failed, they're much more reluctant to do that because, of course, we're all supposed to be perfect.
Absolutely.
So we hide those flaws every chance we get. Failure exposes them. Like I said, Frank Sinatra's got it right. I am proud of my scars. I've survived them. I've learned from them, and I am failing forward and helping other people to do the same thing.
Absolutely. And we all think it's failures as something to be embarrassed about, but sometimes failures lead us to our greatest triumphs.
Absolutely. It's the paradox of success is the more successful you are, the more you will fail. It's built into us. We have a tendency to overreach, become overconfident, do all of the bad things that cause us then to fail. But again, it's a process, and I find it so interesting. People don't like to hear that failures are part of their life, but you can't. If you want to be honest with yourself, you can't avoid the fact that it is 50% of your life.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think, we all fail at something, whether we, burn the toast or forget something when we're doing shopping or something, it's a failure of some type, whether it's big or small. So we have to take them in our stride and, learn to live with them and treat them as just a part of growing.
It is, and I know that people have difficulty with this concept. I tell everyone, embrace it, learn from it. It's already a part of you. You can't get rid of it. It's there. It exists. Why not make it your thing? Make it your friend. Learn from your friend and don't repeat it. How about that? That's our lesson. Do not repeat it. Do a new one. By the way, new failures are exciting. Old failures, no, that's just habit.
That's it. Absolutely. Now I've shared in the chat Paul's links. You can find him on Facebook and LinkedIn. You can also find him at paulgloverspeaks.com. So go and check him out over there, and I'm sure he's got things to share over there. Paul, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you so much for being here today and for sharing your expertise with us.
Thank you so much, Rose. It's been a pleasure.
Bye-bye for now.
Goodbye.
Now, I want to introduce you to my co-host for the next hour, and that's the lovely Susie Manley. Now, I've known Susie for a few years now. We were introduced through a mutual friend, and Susie and I have been working together for a little while, and she has agreed to give me a break for a little bit, and she's going to take over the co-hosting duties for the next hour. So I'll just let Susie introduce herself to you, because she could do it much better than I could. Welcome,
Hi,
Susie.
Rose. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, my love. And you're looking absolutely wonderful as always.
Thank you. Are you going horse yet? Are you?
Well, no, I've trained a little bit horse earlier when I had a half an hour to fill, and I only did 15 minutes, and thankfully one of the guests that is supposed to be on at 5 o'clock tonight was on early to listen to our first speakers, and he filled in the gap for me, and I'm so blessed that he did so. It was an absolute blessing in disguise.
I bet it was. Yeah, it's a big day. No, it's awesome. So yeah, well, no, thank you so much for having me, come and give you a hand today. For those of you watching, those of you who don't know me, I'm Susie Manley, and I'm from 5 Foot Rope. And basically what we do at 5 Foot Rope is we help small business owners, get themselves out there. We create platforms where they can get greater exposure, greater organic reach for their businesses. And we do that in a couple of ways. One of them is I create unique graphics and fantastic content for your social media. And I also, and I can schedule that for you and things like that. And I also run virtual expos throughout the year. And this is a fantastic platform for small business owners to come and showcase their business. They get to do, a couple of posts every day, and they get to do lives every day. And, we run the virtual expos over 4 days now. We were doing them over 3. We do them over 4 days now because we've had such a huge response to them. And our next one is actually in November, and it's sold out. But we're running them in May, August, and November of next year as well. So we have a great couple of days. So Rose, I know you've been a part of our virtual expos, and it's a fantastic couple of days. And it's a really supportive community, which is what I love.
Absolutely. You get to do lives to discuss your service or your product. You get to share all sorts of information. Absolutely love it. It's so cost effective to be a part of Susie's expos. Her November one sold out, but there is 3 next year.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So they're only $50 an expo to come and join us as a stall holder, and sponsors are $140 an expo. And so it's great. We've built a really fantastic, supportive and engaging community, which is what it's all about. I love the fact that we all support each other and lift each other up, and it's become a really fantastic space. I look forward to them every time. I love them. So so I'm very excited to be here for the next hour. So thank you, Rose, and I'm looking forward to speaking to I know I'm speaking to Larissa first up, and then I'm speaking with Carolyn in half an hour. I've got to be careful with my times, guys, because I'm up in sunny Queensland and Rose is in Mexico.
Well, I'm going to love and leave you. The
all right,
lovely
my darling.
Larissa is in the waiting room, is waiting for you. So I'm going to leave you, go and have some lunch, and I'll be back in an hour.
Awesome. All righty, we'll see you then. Thanks, Rose. All righty. So next up, guys, we have Larissa. Now, Larissa, if you're with me, my lovely, can you just, oh, there you are. Hello, how are you?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here in this beautiful forum.
Oh, lovely to
Yes,
have you here.
Really excited.
Now, Larissa, now today you're going to be talking to us about trust your inner intuition, aren't you?
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to this because
Yes.
I always sort of look at this as like, you know, along the lines of a gut instinct. You know, you always get that gut instinct, and if you don't listen to it, I think a lot of times you certainly pay the price. But before we get into it, I'd just like to tell you guys a little bit more about Larissa and about you know, about what she's going to be sharing with us today. Now, Larissa, please accept my apologies if I don't pronounce your last name correctly, but Larissa is a frequency expert, multifaceted.
That's okay, no problem.
Yeah, is a frequency expert, multifaceted healing science practitioner, and success healer. Now, coming from a different background and culture and not knowing the English language, but with an engineering economic degree from the Soviet Union, which hasn't been recognised in Australia, which I just think is just completely insane, but there you go. Larissa needed to start to build her life from zero. Now, she achieved great success, but that success came at the cost of her health, her happiness, her joy, her fulfillment, and almost her life, which is just frightening. Larissa was diagnosed with life-threatening disease and faced certain death, and it wasn't success at all. So this was a breakthrough point for her, and she began a much deeper exploration of what does it really mean to be successful. And I think that's a fantastic question for us all to ask ourselves. So healing her cancer naturally without any medical intervention, which I think is just amazing, and transcending her other difficulties. Larissa is now obsessed with guiding successful women in bridging the gap between professional achievements and personal happiness. So Larissa helps them achieve intuitive power, fortify emotional stamina, build self-trust, and cultivate an attitude of genuine abundance, which I love that. I think that's fantastic. Using the transformative tools and strategies that she's harnessed, she aids them in healing success wound, redefining conventional definition of it, and building a truly fulfilling and happy life, which is really what we all want. We all want a happy life. And Larissa's path, having experienced both relentless pursuit of success and international holistic prosperity, is a testament and a validation of inner power. So Larissa, I'm so looking forward to what you're going to be sharing with us over the next half an hour, because I think this is something that is so important for so many, especially, you know, so many women, to understand, you know, that this is possible in their life, that it doesn't matter how bad it gets, you know, we do have the power to heal ourselves. We do have the power to overcome these things. And so I'm really looking forward to what you're going to be sharing with us. And I know that you'll be covering a couple of points with us today. The awareness of intuition, which I guess is a fantastic place to start, trusting and honoring the inner guidance, and then creating a life of fulfillment. So, so Larissa, I really look forward to it. So take it away.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, such an introduction. That's, you know, I'm not sure what I'm going to say next after this introduction, but really I have a slide. What I want to share with you is my personal story of navigating through the life challenges, through the life problems, issues, and the intuitive guidance was living through all my life, but it wasn't until I hit the wall, basically, when I actually start to pay attention to it. So we all have this, you know, gusto to achieve. We want to just do so well, and we are taught from our societal structures and things to actually really succeed, and we compare ourselves, we compete a lot. And in my own situation. I don't know, I just need to move this maybe here. So I have all of it. I have this awesome achievement. As Susie was telling, I came to Australia from different background, but I kind of was so excited to find the place in this society, and I learned a lot. I studied at Harvard Business School. I finished MBA program from Madelight School of Business only after 1 year of studying English. But I was just having such a big inspiration to support my children and give them the best in this country. And not only I created a very successful international trading business, which was ranked #3 fastest growing company in Australia in 2003 by Business Review Weekly. I personally was recognized for my success by being a finalist in Entrepreneur of the Year Award, Telstra Businesswoman Award. I was a Woman of Distinction through the Asia Pacific Council. I was actually invited to serve on the small business panel at Reserve Bank of Australia for 3 years. So I was just out there. I was helping, advising in the international business, and been a member of many board of directors. That was awesome achievement. But deep inside, but then it was all external. It was all out there. But in the quietness of my home, in the quiet moments of aloneness, I always have this little feeling that something is missing. It was all internal. It was telling me something, but I didn't know what it is. I really didn't know how to deal with this little feeling. And actually, honestly, I was most of the time I was actually suppressing it and turning my face away from that little feeling of something missing. But this is really was an intuition. And when we're not paying attention to this, something is missing, and only focusing on that external success race, I call it, we are paving the road to create life crisis. And that's what it was in my case. And it was not only a crisis of illness, it was professional unfulfillment. I really didn't feel that I belonged to my business, although I was very successful, but it didn't really give me that sense of, oh my God, I love my job. So, and then, of course, I had the problems with my close relationships and all the relationships. I felt like there's a conflict all the time. I had a problem, of course, with all the family members and things like that. And it was like all areas of life crisis. That was big and huge, and I didn't really know what to do. But I remember that little something missing. I thought that the answer is in that little feeling that I had inside. And when I actually received my diagnosis, exactly on that day, I was sitting on the floor in my bedroom, watching out out of the window for the waves of ocean coming in and out, and I was having this intuitive guidance or intuitive signs or voice saying to me, "Why are you surprised? You have never been living your life. You lived life of everyone around you. You lived your business life, and you've been living the life that somebody else was telling you how the success looked like." And I was like, oh my God, really, how is my own life look like without me being over loyal to other people, without assisting and supporting and doing all sorts of things for that external world? Well, who am I then if I'm not living that external life? But the voice was so strong and was telling me that really I need to look at how I need to live my life. And I asked myself a question, how is my life look like? And the answer came straight away. Without this business, without my husband, without all these friends that possibly been with me only because there was some manipulative things or some kind of a gain, you know, on my side or on their side. And that was just big insight and revelation for me. And just about a few months before my diagnosis, I actually purchased a property up Willanga Hill on south part of Adelaide of 89 acres of land, which was actually following my intuition. That voice was nagging me for years and years before, and I was suppressing that little voice saying to me, you need to have a lot of land. I finally just got into it and I purchased the land following that intuition without even knowing why I needed, what for I needed it, but I did. And I signed the contract to buy this property in February 2012. In March, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And I was having all of this almost like internal communication with myself and all of these new insights coming up. And I was at the crossroad of what to do, how to move in my life, how to deal, what treatment plan to choose and what to do with my terminal disease and with all my business and life. And so what I did, I resigned from business. I separated from my husband. I get, you know, basically step away from all my friendships and things. And I just went to my land and I crawl into my little internal shell. And I started to do this internal work of how and what next in my life. And I was really following what was inside. And what was inside was that I was talking to my little abnormal cells, and I was telling them, you know, guys, I'm so grateful you kicked my ass and told me that I'm not living my life, told me that I'm betraying myself through what I was doing all my life. And I'm not going to take you out of my body. Even if you would like to take my body out, I'm just allowing you to do these things. So that was breakthrough. I did that. And then when I went for checkup and the medical report says there's no pathology anymore. So I was so shocked to find out that really the honesty to the self, the following that internal guidance, the most reliable navigation system is actually giving us so much power. But my mind back then was really separated. Although here I was feeling like I got this point, I got this internal power, but my mind couldn't really understand how, and I needed to have this logical explanation of how did I do this, how the healing happened. And I enrolled myself in one of the world premier healing school, Barbara Brennan School of Healing in America, and I studied for 4 years how we develop diseases, crises, and all sorts of discord in our life, and how we can actually tap into that internal power and create the life we want to create. So I basically found that true power, and I every day I'm expanding this power to find that there's no really limit within our own true human design of how powerful we are. So while I was doing all of this process, I found that 6 keys to the true success was passionate purpose. Remember, when I had this something missing feeling, I never paid attention to it, but my purpose was there. My purpose was sitting in that little feeling of something is missing, but I ignored it for so long until I was really hit the wall. I was collapsing. Only then I will start to understand that the purpose is actually our wounds, the trauma, the pain that we're going through is the key to connect to that purpose. And when we have that self-connection, we are straight away activating, and we have this power to start to look at our life and ourselves completely different. So then when you do that, when you connect to the self, when you have that passionate purpose, the physical body finds the way to heal itself. It actually works like that, because when we have that life that we supposed to live, our own life that we need to live, the physical body will find a way to support that, because you have the purpose, you have that life task, and the physical body knows that, and it starts to heal. Then, of course, we are all still living in emotional infancy, I would say, because we have these emotional reactions everywhere. We react on ourselves and others, and we self-criticize. So the emotional maturity is something that we need to develop. We need to start to understand ourselves better. We need to have that self-awareness of how we behave and what we do when we relate it to the external or internal stimulus, right? So then we need to build support system. And by support system, I don't mean only surround yourself with people who are supporting you. It is two-way of the support system. It is internal and external. Internal means what I already showed you: purpose, self-connection. Your physical body will start to be healing itself. The emotional maturity, this is the process. This is everyday choices to help yourself to do that. That's your building your internal systems, support system. And external is really pay attention to your work environment, your living environment, because we are now living in an environment where it is distorted. It is full of technologies that are actually harmful for us. And what we need to do, we need to become aware that we can heal our environment as well, that will support our purpose, that will support our bodies. And that's what I did. I did the eco analysis of my property, and I installed the remedies that would neutralize all the harmful frequencies and vibrations, and it works all together in unity. So when we do a support system, not only in terms of having people that support us around, but also consciously develop and accumulate all of this internal power and authenticity, but also our environment, well, then we need to, of course, look at the most rich area of human experience is the healthy relationship. And I know when you start to go through all these areas of your life, your relationships start to become better and improved every time that you pay attention to all these areas. So by doing all this process and then looking at my results and what and how I'm living, I'm absolutely fulfilled, happy, joyful. I have beautiful relationship. I heal them all. I created the Askara process. I call it the Askara method. What does it mean? It has 6 modules. It has 6 modules that can take you through the point where you're at right now. That's the point where you are awakening. You are still living on the level of autopilot, I would say. And you basically just still following that external standard normal way of living, but you start to get this understanding of something missing, and that something missing is your first step to understand and become aware and not ignore it. If you ignore it, you get deeper yourself into the life crisis. So then we go through the synergizing step, which is finding these little blocks and limitations and critics and all of these something missing points, and we start to take them from unconscious level into the light of awareness and consciousness, and then we kindle them. We become rounded in terms of understanding the selves better. We have this deeper self-knowledge. We become so aligned with our true design, I would say, and we polishing all of these little places that are self-sabotaging us, that still having taken us back, or having barriers for our achievement. Then when we did this, we activate the whole integrated wholeness of who you are, with all the navigation system that is always there. The navigation system takes you and guides you step by step, moment to moment, and then at that point, activation module, you already start to utilize this navigation system that you have. You start to understand and see where you need to take the first step, or where you need to step back and just allow that to be taken by you, where you need to talk and push, and where you need to just enter silence. So this is all going to be working in one integrated system of your original self. So return is become who you really are, authentic, powerful being that is creating your own life. Good or bad, you are doing this, only you, and you creating all that you have in your life. So, and then the last is actualization. Well, this is the module where you start to see how all this internal process and work start to manifest your external life. And this is really joyful module where you will start to see the result of your journey. So the benefits of going through this are enormous. It's like, for me, it was this renewed vitality. It is all the body start to feel extra energy. It will start to have these ideas, and you're really in touch with yourself. So this is really great. Then you have the fulfillment. You joyfully start to create your life, and you know only you are the one that is creating it. So and that joyful fulfillment start to feed the physical body again and again, and it is an eternal sign of interconnectedness. So then you have that authentic power. You start to feel it, you start to live it, you start to embody this this new you, the you that was always there, but you never had chance to pay attention to it because you're so busy. You having that success race that you never could actually hear and see and trust your intuition. I did. I took a big leap in trusting my intuition. And I am so happy I did. And now I'm obsessed to help other people, especially women, to realize how powerful you are, how powerful and how amazing you are, and how much more you can do in your life for yourself and your loved ones. So when you have achieved all of this, the signs of interconnectedness, the true success will start to come into your life. I call it holistic prosperity. Then you're gonna be rich in all areas of your life. You're gonna be abundant in everything you do and with everyone around. And that regardless of where you go, you happy, you joyful, you fulfilled. So you take in your state anywhere you go, regardless of what's happening externally, regardless of what's happening on that external world. Inside, you are that. You powerful, authentic creator of your life. So I would like to ask you, if you would like to book a discovery call with me, that's your link. If you book a premium 90-minute workshop for me, that's like first step to take to get into the understanding of how your erroneous beliefs and self-sabotaging little things work. And then there's also deeper offer on place here is that it is a VIP retreat that I created for only one person. It is the whole focus is only on one person. It is physically be present on my property, surrounded by the healthy frequency of healing already. When you hear present, you already experience healing. And then plus with my guidance, we just hit it all and person become completely transformed from that retreat. Well, thank you so much. And I think I actually just in time, right?
Amazing. No, that's absolutely fantastic, Larissa. Thank you so much. I think it's always so powerful when you can help others, heal from something that you've gone through as well. So it's your own experience. I think it means so much more to the person that you're helping, because you can absolutely connect and identify with them. And I think you mentioned a word a couple of times, self-sabotage, and I think we all do it at different times throughout our lives. And I think to be able to grab hold of that and and get on top of it and make sure that you stop it from happening, and and to be able to find all that within yourself, and then to utilize that to bring so much fulfillment, so much joy, and so much happiness to your life, I think is just absolutely a wonderful thing. And to do it naturally is the thing that I love the most about what it is that you do, because I think it's so we're in a society these days where they're so quick to throw tablets at you and throw medication at you and throw all this sort of stuff at you, and it's frightening to think what other problems that creates. And so I think to be able to work with someone like you that's gone through all these things, that is a walking testament of your own method, I think is a fantastic opportunity. So and your retreat sounds amazing, the Ascara retreat, the VIP retreat, and the link to that is in the chat here. And if you would like to book a as Larissa said, a discovery call with her, I think it would absolutely be worth your while to be able to bring all those things into your life, because we have them inside of us. Sometimes we're just not sure how to get them out, and to have someone to help us guide us through that, I think is fantastic. So Larissa, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and sharing your experience, and I really enjoyed listening to you today.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I really wish you all listen to yourself, please, because this is where the magic lives, and that's how you can achieve all that you want in your life. Thank you so much.
Love it. Thank you. That is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it is. It's so important to, to listen to, as I said in the beginning, it sort of is that gut instinct, you get a feel, you get a vibration from someone who might not be what you want, or it might make you feel a bit uneasy, or we need to listen to that, when it comes from someone else, but we also need to listen to it when it comes from ourselves, more so. So no, that's
it. That's what I'm always saying. Don't do as I did. Do as you do, because we're all unique, and all the answers are here. I'm only an example how that is powerful. What you have inside is just the power.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's fantastic. Thank you again. I really enjoyed what you've shared with us. So thank you so much. That's awesome. And all right, so next up we have our next speaker. Sorry, for the next half an hour, I have the absolute pleasure of speaking with Carolyn Apostolou. Now, Carolyn, please tell me I pronounced your last name correctly.
Yes, you have. Well done, Susie.
Yes. Look at me go. Hey, look at me go. Yeah. No, that's awesome. And now, Carolyn, today you're going to be talking to us about prioritizing our health and well-being to avoid burnout. And I think this is something that as business owners, we tend to wear a lot of hats. We tend to not work from 9 to 4 or 9 to 5. We tend to sort of be doing, as my beautiful friend Adair Palmer says, octopus arms and fly eyes. You got things going, 10 to the dozen. And I know it is more prevalent, especially in women, because we are sort of not just we're doing a lot of other things, and men have it too, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of other different things that come into burnout, and you sort of don't really realize it until it's there. So, I'm really looking forward to what you're going to be sharing with us. I just want to let everyone know a little bit more about you, Carolyn, if that's okay, before we kick off and you share with us a little bit more about helping to avoid that burnout. Now, Carolyn is a true catalyst for change, renowned for her captivating keynote speeches that inspire transformation and empower individuals to prioritize their well-being. And it's so important, and so many of us don't do that. With years of experience in motivating leaders and teams, Carolyn has become a sought-after accredited coach, mentor, and speaker, addressing critical topics such as workplace well-being, stress management, and burnout prevention. Her dynamic speaking style and engaging presentations have earned her acclaim in the corporate world, making her a trusted expert in fostering thriving workplace cultures. And I think that's something really important in today's society, because we went for a very long time in being in quite toxic workplace environments, and thinking that sort of that was just the way it was, and that was, it was what it was. And so I think it's wonderful that, you've that we're coming into a place where we're acknowledging that it is being seen as something that has a true impact on us. And so, Caroline, I'm really looking forward to, the tips and the information that you're going to be sharing with us over the next half hour on how to avoid burnout. So please feel free to take it away.
All right, bear with me for a moment whilst I just share my screen with you. And we get this looking right. So it's not going to look right at the start. Hold on a second.
Don't we love modern technology?
We do, yes.
Especially when you're live, right?
Right. Okay, how's that? Does that look all right?
Looks brilliant. Brilliant.
All right, so welcome everyone to my talk on really empowering wellness, giving you practical solutions to rise above burnout. And I think quite often, as Susie has said, we are dedicated employees and we often push ourselves to the limit. Long hours, a lot of stress, constant kind of engagement. And that can take a toll. And as Susie mentioned, often we are women and we have the mental load that we were also carrying with multiple children potentially, and family commitments, which, our men often are not thinking about what they're cooking for dinner the next day, the day before, and thinking about things like that and logistics. So yes, absolutely. We are talking about really being inspired to look after ourselves better today, to prioritize ourselves. And the reason that I do this is because I meet people that feel like this all the time. Can you relate to the lady in the image here, right? Almost feeling just so overwhelmed that your head just falls down on your laptop, post-it notes everywhere, you're feeling overwhelmed, you are sleep deprived, you are feeling unmotivated, you don't know how to get more energy. And I think we can all relate to this, and definitely different people at different points in their life feel, unfortunately, like this lady. Quite often we smile, we push through, we keep going, we kind of tell ourselves we'll deal with it later, we'll be fine, but actually we fall in our heap. And sometimes it's not us that recognizes the signs of burnout. It can be those around us, it can be our partner or close friends. And I want to reassure you that burnout affects everyone, okay? And it is okay to ask for help. And as I talk about stats around burnout, you can see that if you have been feeling burnt out, you are certainly not alone, because these are the global statistics that come from the World Health Organization, from the research that they did. And unfortunately, you can see Australia at the top of this chart. 67% of people say that they have experienced burnout at some point in their life. Quite alarming, isn't it? But we are right up there with the United Kingdom, the United States, States, and some, I couldn't put all the countries around the world on here, but you can see it is still affecting some countries in Europe. So these are global statistics. It's not just us in Australia. It is being felt around the world, and it is being felt by a lot of people. And I guess I would reassure you that those that are on live and those that are watching the replay, you are in the right place, because I'm here to help you to feel more energized, to talk strategies to give you deeper sleep at night, strategies around better work-life balance so that you feel healthier and you really can avoid burnout. And so obviously my goal for this presentation is to really equip you with lots of strategies to help you to prioritize your health and your well-being. They will be strategies that you can implement immediately. So let's get started. Who am I? And thanks, Susie, for a really fabulous introduction. I am married to a corporate professional, and together we do have 4 children. And so I do juggle many balls in the air with my own business, being a busy mum, and it's something that I wouldn't change for the world. I have been involved in the health and the well-being industry for nearly 10 years. I do have a background in psychology, and I was a teacher of psychology before I had children. But today I pretty much work in the corporate sector every day. Running lunch and learn sessions just like we're doing today, being the keynote speaker in workplace wellbeing days, mental health awareness days, and I do take on a small number of private clients who come to me because they really need a cheerleader. They need somebody to give them support, but also accountability so that they can make the necessary changes that they want to make. And like Larissa, I do run a retreat a couple of times a year, which is really targeting leaders in the corporate sectors, senior managers, people that are really knee-deep in the trenches with leadership and struggling to prioritize their own health and well-being. So reach out to me. I'll give you my connections at the end if that's you and you would really enjoy a local retreat down at Cape Schanck. The next one is in May of next year. So I'm really helping busy professionals all day, every day to get better work-life balance. And it's something that actually dates back to a long time ago when we stop and people ask me, well, what does well-being mean to me? I can remember back when I was a teacher in the classroom, encouraging my year 12 students to make sure that they did have good sleep at night. They didn't study for hours on end without important breaks, that they still involved themselves in regular exercise as a way to de-stress. And talking about health and well-being, it is applicable to everybody across all ages. We must make sure that we are prioritizing our health and our well-being, because that has a flow-on effect to everyone around us. When we talk more specifically about burnout, I can tell you that my husband and some very close friends of ours have been on the brink of burnout for a long time or have completely wiped themselves out. And that grew my passion to wanting to support them, to help them to balance work-life better so that they're in a better physical health, that they have better mental clarity, they've got emotional resilience depending on what's being thrown at them, and to really be able to thrive in all aspects of their life. And so, yes, here you can see a photo with me and our 4 kids and my husband, and it's something that is very, very important to me. And if you start to follow me on social media, you will see that I am a fabulous example of work-life balance. You will see me, what I'm eating, you will see me out for a walk, you will see me doing one-on-one time with the kids and prioritizing them as much as I'm prioritizing my own health and well-being. And these are the everyday healthy habits that I love to talk about. We don't have time to go into everything in so much detail, so I've really chosen 5 health pillars to really focus on today in my talk, and they are things that we're going to go into a bit deeper. First of all, we are going to talk about a healthy diet. Now, anybody that knows me knows that I always say everything in moderation. When I talk about a healthy diet, you can still have a glass of wine, you can still eat a chocolate or anything like that. I'm not somebody that has very strict rules, but it's everything in moderation. And there's certain things that you can be thinking about as you do make food choices each day. So we're going to cover that. We're going to talk about the importance of regular movement. Social connection. And I did a LinkedIn post this week that's gone a bit crazy, and it was all about social connection. It's me catching up with a very close friend of mine. Her father had recently passed away, and when I reached out to check in on her, she's like, you know what, I'm not doing so well. And I was like, well, let's meet, let's have a coffee, or if you've got time for lunch, let's have lunch, right? And I could tell at the end of that hour together, right, you know, I can't take away the grief that she's feeling for the loss of her father. But, you know, for that period of time, I was able to listen and offer support and just be with her in that moment. And at the end, I could tell that both of our cups were filled. And she was like, let's take a photo just, you know, to remember today's lunch and how important it was to me. And I said, can I use this for a social media post? And she was like, absolutely, because social connection is a massive pillar that I always talk about. And we'll go a bit deeper into that today. We're going to obviously talk about stress management. When we are feeling overwhelmed, when we are feeling stressed, what are some things that are personal to you, because we're all different, that are going to reset you and just lower that cortisol level that you'll be experiencing? And sleep. I can't do a talk and not talk about sleep. So we're going to talk about those 5 health pillars. And when you start prioritizing your health and your well-being, you will see that that really cultivates a thriving work-life environment, right? You will have great balance. You will feel like you are more productive at home, but also in the office, and you'll feel like, I don't know, you've just got more joy around you. And so it's really, really important to have a really good balanced state of good physical health, mental clarity, and emotional resilience. So let's go. First of all, the first pillar, healthy diet. I want to encourage you. Every time food comes into your window, into your world, you are reminded to try to eat nourishing foods that are going to fuel your body, right? And so let's think, and you can use the chat. I've got the chat box open so I can see your answers there. Pop in some examples of healthy snacks. You know, I can start us off, give us a few. Tins of tuna, dips and cut up veggies, protein balls, celery, fabulous. Celery with peanut butter, great, no problem. You know, lots of things that we can be eating as healthy snacks. Or somebody else in the chat, veggie chips, yum, homemade veggie chips, yum. All right, so there's so many healthy snacks and things. Thanks, Rose. Carrots. Yes, carrot sticks, celery sticks with some beetroot dip or some hummus. Fabulous. Some bliss foil, some hard-boiled eggs. There are lots of healthy snacks that you can have, you know, at your fingertips. I want to talk, though, about breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Right? Because if we are fueling our body with really good food at those 3 meal times, we are less likely to be craving sugary treats and other food in between those main meal times. And so I love to teach my clients to focus on having a portion of protein at each meal. And people ask me why, for many different reasons, but in particular to support your muscle growth and any repair. So if you have been for a very long walk or you've done an extra intensive workout at the gym, eating protein is going to help your body to rebuild. It's going to keep you feeling full and satisfied, just like I said before. So you're going to less likely to crave for sugary snacks in between meal times. Eating protein really stabilizes your blood sugar levels. We see this from people that wear monitors, that protein slows down your absorption of carbohydrates, which give you more consistent energy levels. and eating more protein boosts your metabolism, mainly because your body needs to burn more calories to digest protein than it does with fats or carbohydrates, right? And so we could talk in detail about food, but I thought I'd just share with you today some examples of breakfast foods that are high in protein. Now, my go-to is always eggs. I can have hard-boiled eggs or poached eggs or scrambled eggs, eggs. Lots of people say to me, I don't like eggs. I can't eat them. I'm allergic to them. So what are some other alternatives? Some Greek yogurt, plain, natural, the best Greek yogurt that you can buy with some fresh berries or some frozen berries and some nuts. Fantastic source of protein for breakfast. If you can have eggs, I'd do some egg muffins or some other eggs, a protein smoothie. It's not the best way, but it's way better than having sugary cereal, right? Or some toast with jam. So get yourself the best quality protein powder that you can find, like a vanilla protein powder. You could add half a banana, some nut butter. You can really make it up. But even the protein powder and some milk or just even water or coconut water is a great alternative for high protein breakfast. Whole grain toast with avocado and eggs, again, delicious. Or perhaps if you can't have eggs, what about some smoked salmon with some avocado, really good fats in a multigrain wrap? Really, really great suggestions here, and so much better than plain toast or with jam, with sugar, better than sugary cereals, pancakes with syrup, even bagels, not great, or danishes, dare I say, okay, on the odd occasion that you might pick up some bread in the morning with the kids on the way to school and you have a custard scroll or something, fine. But, most days really try to start your day with a high protein breakfast. Now, whilst we are talking about food, I would really like to talk about hydration. And this is something that I bang on all the time about with my clients, that most people are dehydrated. Okay, when I ask people how much water do you drink a day, some people say, oh, maybe 1 or 2 glasses. Well, the average amount that people need to drink is usually over 2 liters. And there is a mathematical equation for it. And so if you want to take your phone out, if you open the calculator app and put your weight in the app, so just whatever it might be, so you put your weight in, let's say it's 70 kilos. I want you to times that by 0.033. So I'll just repeat that again. Times that 70 or whatever it might be, times by 0.033. Now, this is telling me that a person that weighs 70 kilos needs to drink 2.3 liters per day. Right? So if we go with the average, most people need to drink at least 2 liters per day. I encourage you, wake up in the morning, have a glass of water, right? It's probably 250 mils. Have another, perhaps if you're making a protein smoothie, put water in that. That's another 250 mils. You are at 500 mils already, and it's probably only 8 a.m. And I always encourage people to aim for 1 litre by 11 o'clock in the morning and a 2nd litre by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I do that for many reasons, but first of all, so we're not up all night going to the bathroom, because we can get most of our water intake done during the day. We are not going to require as much in the afternoon. It is so important that our body stays hydrated to keep our body functioning for all our digestive systems, circulation, temperature regulation, things like that, boosts our energy levels. Hair, skin, and nails are going to be great if you're really hydrated, and it's going to help you break down your food and flush toxins from the body, as well as, keeping you focused and giving you mental clarity. So let's have a big glass of water. If you've got a glass or you've got a drink bottle nearby, let's have another drink now, because hydration is super duper important. So even every time you feel hungry, even have another glass of water. There are some questions in the chat, so let's talk about this. We've got cherry tomatoes being suggested as a great snack, fabulous, scrambled eggs. Your weight, exactly, that's the calculation. Thanks, Rose. Does tea count? Yes, it does. Yes, tea, green tea, all that water counts in your daily water count. Woohoo, exactly. All right, let's keep moving because I could talk all day, right? Let's talk about the second pillar, which is regular exercise. We all know, but we don't always do it, that if we engage in physical activity, we need to keep our body moving and energy and moving and feeling good. Some suggestions if you're not participating in regular exercise. Even just walking or some jogging is quite easy to do. If you like cycling, do that. If you're near a beach or a pool, go swimming. For women over the age of 40 and men, it is super important that we do some kind of resistance training, even with light weights or just body weight exercise. So if you're not somebody that's doing that at the moment, it's so good for preventing osteoporosis and so many other things. Yoga or Pilates are great. Dancing, team sports, whatever you can do. I often say go with the time that you have got available. Even a 5 or a 10-minute walk is better than no walk. So don't feel like you've got to set yourself a 60-minute requirement every single day. That is, too hard for some people to actually do that. So wherever possible, choose activities and movement that you enjoy, all right? And it can be important to schedule that in your diary, just like you would schedule in a work meeting, schedule in when you're going to the gym or you're going to do a yoga class or a Pilates class, make it a priority. And walking with a friend gives you the accountability because you are less likely to cancel on that friend, and let that friend down, like you might just cancel out of a Pilates class that you're going to on your own. So exercise, super duper important. Social connection, I touched on this before with my friend Nina. Engaging in meaningful social connections really fosters connection and helps you emotionally. And I want to encourage you to think about maybe who in your circle is close with you in your workplace. Who is somebody that you trust, you can debrief with, you can mastermind challenges with. It's super important that we have good social connections at home, but also in the workplace. So build on existing workplace values. If your workplace is not undergoing some kind of initiative to foster really good company culture, I really encourage you to speak out. And sometimes it doesn't need to be led by the leaders. It can be employee led, and that's often even more valuable and picked up better. Let's talk about stress management, and let's talk about what you do when you do feel overwhelmed and you are feeling stressed. And I'd encourage you to think about time management, where you can make a list, prioritize your tasks. You might use the Pomodoro technique, which is using small time blocks. You might just focus. I'm going to focus now 25 minutes, clear that inbox, and then have a 5-minute break. Very, very effective. Set boundaries. I've got many clients that get dressed for work in the morning as if they're in the office, but they might be working from home. And as soon as their end of day hits, at whatever time that is, they get out of their work clothes into some jogging, casual tracksuit or whatever. And that is a boundary. The kids then know, oh, mum's finished work for the day, right? Really helpful to have really good boundaries. Just as important to know what it is that helps you to relax and to reset when you are feeling overwhelmed, because we are all different. I know for me, getting outside in nature, listening to birds, going for a walk, being in the sunshine, that resets me straight away. Other people prefer to do some deep breathing. They might listen to a favorite song. So it's really important that you know what personally works for you. If I am anywhere near a beach, I have got my feet on the sand or in the water, because that is so grounding for me, and that just recalibrates me. If I'm feeling any minute of being overwhelmed, I'm immediately brought back down to my happy place. So other people, it may be in a forest, it might be picking up the phone and phoning a friend. Just know what it is that works for you, so that when you are feeling overwhelmed, you know what to do. If you are not somebody who uses journaling, I would really encourage you to give it a try. And my advice here would be to keep it short. So if you've never journaled before, just give yourself 5 minutes or fill 1 page of a journal. Don't feel like it has to go on and on and on. There are very useful prompts that you can have. Reach out to me, I can share some with you, or just Google some journal prompts online and stick them in the front of your diary. And you can journal on your phone in the notes section whilst you're waiting for your barista to make you a coffee in the morning. You don't have to be tucked up in bed at night before you go to sleep. Although, as we lead into sleep, if you are somebody that struggles to let go of lots of overwhelming thoughts at night and you struggle to sleep, it can be very beneficial to journal at that time at night. And it's almost like then you've got everything written down, things that perhaps you're thinking about that you need to do the next day, and they're going to be there written down for you to take off with in the morning. Can I encourage you to prioritize your sleep? Because if you are not sleeping well, that has a domino effect on every aspect of your mental health and your well-being. So make sure that you are getting adequate sleep every night. Really encouraging you to get at least 7 to 8 hours, and it really helps. A lot of people are affected by blue lights that are being emitted from their phones, from their devices. So try not to be scrolling until a minute before you go to sleep. I really encourage you at least an hour or half an hour before to start dimming the lights around your home, to stop looking at an iPad, stop scrolling on your phone. There is a definite link, like I said, between that blue light and your ability to go to sleep. There's a link between nutrition and sleep, just like we try to not eat until the last minute when we're about to go to sleep because then our digestive system is activated. There's a connection between sunlight. Have you been out for a walk in the day and got early light sunlight in your eyes and on your skin earlier in the day? That helps your body at night to go to sleep. Use a meditation, listen to some mindfulness, have a relaxing bath, create a really calm environment in your bedroom, and that will help you. Now, just as we wrap up, we just refresh quickly the 5 health pillars that I'd love to encourage you to focus on: making better food choices and hydrating, trying to get some daily movement every day, thinking about a social connection. How can you use whatever strategy works for you more when you're feeling overwhelmed and stressed, and really prioritizing sleep. So I would like to offer people that are on live with us and who are watching the replay, I have got 5 spots for a free health audit. You can scan that QR code if you'd like to and book a half an hour free health audit with me, and we can talk one-on-one confidentially about anything that you might be experiencing. And if it is sleep, we can go deep into sleep in those 30 minutes and really suss out what's going on. I can give you some really important strategies. The call's really for anybody that's really ready to implement some change, that might feel overwhelmed. If you've been putting off getting help, but you really want to finish the year strong and then have those healthy habits set up for next year, I'd really, really encourage you to book in. I'm happy to stay on for the last few minutes and answer any questions that people have. And I guess I just love to thank you all for being on. And yeah, if I can help you in any way, then please reach out. I'll put my links in the chat. So social media wise, I love LinkedIn, and LinkedIn loves me, which is great. So I'll pop my LinkedIn link in the chat, and yeah, Instagram, you can see what I get up to every single day if that's your jam.
Caroline, it's been a pleasure to listen to your presentation today. I've put the links already in the chat.
Oh, terrific.
But please feel free to put them in again. Yeah, burnout is something that we don't often recognise in ourselves. Those around us quite often do, but in ourselves we don't. And your tips are really helpful to being able to recognise and to alleviate those burnout times in our lives when we just get so overwhelmed with work or personal life.
Thanks, Rose. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, Caroline. And I look forward to chatting with you again soon.
Yeah, terrific.
Now, want to take this moment to thank Susie for being my co-host for today. She did an absolutely magnificent job. And I hope you enjoyed just the short time that you had with her. Susie, do you want to share again about the things that you've got coming up on 5 Foot Rope, plus the TV?
Yeah, love to. Yeah, no, firstly, thank you, Carolyn. That was fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And like I put in the comments, they're very simple things that you put out, but they're so powerful. So that's great. Thank you so, so much. And thank you, Rose. It's been great. I've loved jumping in and giving you a bit of a break throughout the day. With 5 Foot Rope, we have some exciting things coming up. In November, we have our 12th virtual expo. This one is actually sold out. And as I mentioned before, we do them over 4 days now because there was just there's been such a huge reaction to them. I had to throw in an extra day there instead of doing them for the 3 days. So, so if you did want to join us as a stall holder or a sponsor in 2025, we have virtual expos coming up in May, August and November. And to be a stall holder, it's only $50 an expo. And if you would like to join us as a sponsor and get some incredible exposure to your business, it is $140. And basically the whole purpose of our virtual expos is to provide a platform to small business owners to be able to showcase their business and tell us all about their business through posts throughout the day, as well as a live every day. But more importantly, become part of a really supportive and engaging community. You get fantastic reach within the group. We have just over 2,000 members in our group now. But throughout those 4 days, you get fantastic exposure. And as I said, in connection through with all the other stall holders and sponsors we have. So we've got a fantastic community that we've built over the last 4 years now. Geez, I can't believe we've been doing them for 4 years. But we started them in COVID. So when everything shut down, I couldn't do them physically anymore. So I decided to go virtual, and they've just run away. They've just been fantastic. So I love them. And and the other thing that I'm relaunching, which again shut down, thanks COVID, thanks so much, is a 5 Foot Rope TV. And what this is again is just providing a platform to business owners to get more exposure for their business by going live on my page and having the community around you react, engage, comment and share your lives, and we all work together to get better organic reach for each other, as we've learned throughout the expos as to how that works. And because as we know, the more we react and comment on each other's stuff, the more people Facebook show it to. So so if you'd like to know more about that, I do have a special offer at the moment, and it's only $29 a month, and that will give you 1 hour a week, and you can split that up as however you like, or $39 a month for 2 hours a week. And you can go live. And as I said, if you want to break it up into half-hour spots, 15-minute spots, whatever you want, but we all get in and support each other. So that's how that works. So thank you, Rose, for letting me get that little plug out there. I appreciate that. So yeah, just message me and I'd love to chat to you if you'd like to know more.
Yeah, lovely, Susie. Yes, when Susie first started 5 Foot Rope TV, I was an inaugural member of that group.
You were.
Been actually a member every time she's relaunched. So, yes. And I've rejoined the group again, and you'll see my podcast episodes in there.
Can't wait. It's going to be so good. Yeah, no, it's awesome. And I'm so pleased that you're going to be part of it on this time around as well. So that's awesome. Thanks, Rose. And thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure, and you've done a wonderful job.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have an awesome afternoon. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Now, my next guest is Eleanor Mosh, and Eleanor, she's has an incredible career and success in thought leadership, which includes 4 published books and she's a 3-time award-winning author and podcast host. Beneath the surface, Eleanor has had business success, but is creating a rift between her external and her internal worlds. And that split off from one another, and the facade of authenticity became, a heavy burden to maintain as the rift grew to a chasm. And growing up with mirroring value systems, like most others, this way of life was all that she knew, yet a deep part within her was unwilling to live out the remainder of her life, knowing this script provided her opportunities to see the truth of the reality that she was perpetrating. So Eleanor is going to be discussing with us today. What is she going to be discussing? Esoterics in business. Now, I tried to look up what esoterics meant. It didn't really give me a defined definition, so I'm sure Eleanor will enlighten us with her definition and tell us about how we can use that in our businesses. Eleanor, welcome to the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit. It is such a pleasure to see you again. I know you've been a previous guest on Talking with the Experts podcast. So please come on screen and share with us your beautiful presentation.
Thank you so much, Rose. A pleasure to be here. And you're absolutely right. Esoterics are not so much discussed in mainstream society, let alone brought into the business realm, because even through business education, the conditioning runs so deep to only go with major distorted patriarchal systems of doing things. And what this is creating for business owners is a belief system, a paradigm that business only has to be one way. So the esoteric approach offers a powerful realm into the hidden insights into both personal and business growth, because fundamentally a business is an extension of one's own inner architecture. And when we do not understand that, if you aren't going to deal with your own inner architecture, your business will. If it's not your business, it's your children. If it's not your children, it's your spouse. It needs to be dealt with. But accessing this very deep realm can only be done so through what we consider as unconventional tools. And that's what I will be sharing with the audience here today, and of course, those who will be reviewing the recording. So thank you so much again, Rose, for the opportunity to be here. And I'll share why this became the focal point of not just my personal life, but my professional life. Because my business strategy was missing the unseen foundations. And this is really the question that you all need to ask yourself is your business missing the unseen foundations that make or break success? I had the success, as society calls it. I had the international clients, high-profile business collaborations, 4 times best-selling author. My podcast had over 150,000 downloads, and I was interviewing executives and CEOs, and I closed that even though the awards were coming in. The awards were coming in for my mentoring, so on and so forth. I had high-ticket clients. Business opportunities handed to me on a silver plate that others would keel over for. And I quit all of that in order to step into what I am doing today. Easier said than done. That took a year of just bringing all of that to my mental awareness to understand what was happening. Because once I lifted the hood on my unconscious realm, the house was on fire. Not just was it on fire, the foundations of everything that I was doing was not based on truth. And if it is not based on truth, it will not last. And what this fundamentally results in over time is no sense of self left in your own reality. And this is where the esoterics, the realm of the unconscious, came to aid, where nothing else of convention would work. It simply was not enough. It wasn't through diligence. I could work. I became the workhorse for other people, keeping on, and I kept on foregoing so many of my own inner needs. And until it wasn't traced back as to why that was happening, what vision? The vision was just a fantasy. I only had 2 years of a sample of my vision before it all started tanking. So why do esoterics actually matter? Many of the world's most influential leaders, and there's a quote there by J.P. Morgan, very famous in the financial world, that millionaires don't believe in astrology, but billionaires do. So many influential leaders, including those on Wall Street, do quietly use astrology to help them make important decisions. Astrology is Wall Street's best kept open secret, or something along those lines. The influence of astrology, especially in Wall Street, is something that has intrigued many. And then others have continued to leverage this tool to help them make iconic decisions in finance. Even Ronald Reagan's presidency, way back when, he openly stated and credited some of his decisions to tools like astrology. His chief of staff went on record to say that some of their key decisions, again, were based on timings that astrology offered them insight into. And the disclosure of this later found its way into the corporate world, where high-ranking executives would also say that this is what they use. They call it intuition. But where does this intuition, how can this intuition be mapped out? So if it is good enough for the likes of Wall Street, why isn't it good enough for a majority of smaller businesses who don't have the access to as much conventional resources as these large-scale corporations do, but they do have direct access to these esoteric tools? So in the financial world, financial astrology is quite common now. A very famous one called Arch Crawford, he offers financial insights based on guidance and planetary movements. And he uses this alongside traditional analysis. None of this is to discount or disregard the need for a certain level of convention, but it is using the right tool for the right job. So what esoteric tools offer is pattern recognition. It's not magic. It's not woo-woo thinking. It is a highly scientific model based on very deep principles of how reality is constructed that allows us to tap into higher realms of wisdom that would not be accessible through our own conscious perception and our limitations in our own frameworks. So whilst there is a place for convention, there is a time to know when to put that down and when to pick up deeper tools that offer you deeper insights that could save you an immeasurable amount from the outset. So the question you want to ask yourself is, have you felt that there is something unspoken or unseen impacting your business? I had a great run in 2020 and 2021. And I live in Melbourne, so there were lockdowns. We had the world's longest lockdowns. You couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't do anything. Everything all of a sudden went online. Zoom became the second most used word, so on and so forth. I made 6 figures with a full-time job. Come 2022, I made $800 in my own business. And was I aware of what was playing out at the time? No, I was not aware. Why? The same mechanics. I was doing the same thing, but I was not yielding anywhere near the right results. Now, so much of my faculties and structures internally were atrophied, so I wasn't able to connect with this at the time. And I went back to the conventional methods. I tried to do a vision board. That didn't work. I did the affirmations. That didn't work. I asked mentors who have been walking with me. They gave me very flat advice that disregarded so many other dimensions that were playing out. Now, this had, in continuity, this had its detrimental effects, which I am still in the process of not understanding, but turning the cycles. But I was able to do that because the esoteric tools empowered me to see what other people could not see. So when we're looking at a strategy, when things in your business are not working as you are expecting them to, despite the systems and processes, despite so many things, how come finances are drying up despite having invested in a money coach? How come no matter what marketing agency you get, the leads simply don't convert, let alone you're not growing, let alone scaling? The thing is, most businesses rely solely on external data, such as market trends, competitor analysis, what the best X agency says, financial projections. That's what they're conditioned and educated to go on. But what about internal alignment? What about understanding the internal unconscious architecture of your business to make decisions from a very deep place that, again, you consciously cannot access this? So, what are these esoteric tools? What are these divination tools that I am referring to? Now, of course, there are a whole host, and we could spend days on end discussing this. But these are the ones that I met on my journey. And if I did not meet these tools on my journey, I would not have been in a position to reforge so relatively quickly. I would not be in a position to navigate very turbulent waters in this period of my life without relative ease and grace, and to be able to make very unconventional decisions that my partner and I are making in Truth of You that defy convention, that defy my whole business education. So one is astrology. Astrology uses your birth chart of you and the business. Your business has its own unconscious personality. You just need to know when you set it up and approximately the time and the location where you did that. So this is a unique map to locate the personal strengths, the challenges, the potential, the pathways, the constrictions and contradictions as to how certain energies may triangulate and play out in your business. And it gives you a very holistic map, because that's what the zodiac is. It accounts for 12 houses of our life. It gives you the broadest picture as to what is playing out when your business was founded, what is it, how is it playing out now, and how can we project that into the future. We also have soul contract numerology. This is based on Hebrew gematria, that every letter carries a frequency, and that frequency has an implication. So what it does is takes the name of your business in its total registration name, so PTY, LTD, all of that, and it decodes and illuminates the agreements, the unconscious spiritual agreements that are made by this business vehicle. It shows what is your business trying to overcome? What are its talents? What are its goals? And what is its destiny? What does the business as its own entity want to succeed at? And this may be in contradiction to what you as an individual have come here to do. So if there is a lot of friction between you and the business, that isn't harmonious energies that allows you to achieve what you want through the vehicle of your business. And then we have tarot. Tarot is an archetype of our inner world. It speaks to our subconscious symbology that wants to come through at a certain point in time. So this helps to support current situations, the decisions, for very thoughtful decision making, and helps you with, it offers you alternative perspectives that consciously we can't get to unless we want to sit here and spin our wheels for decades. But we can very quickly understand what is happening because tarot illuminates our deep inner architecture. So what I'm going to do now is go through our own business profile. This is Truth of You's profile. And I have notes from our primary astrologer, which is my partner, which is not me. This is not a language that I speak, but my partner does. So with Truth of You, the overall chart expression, which is looking at the rising sign, so the business personality, it's Leo. So this is Leo energy. It's leadership, it's generosity, it's boldness. We are front runners. We are leaders in this space, or this is what the business wants to express as. Now, let's say I had reservations about leadership, or I was not comfortable with being in the limelight. That would cause friction between myself and the business that would need to be addressed so the business can express as what it wants to as its own entity. Leo's ruler is the sun, and this influences how this business seeks to express itself as. So it's very bold, it is bright, it is the thing which illuminates that which needs to be seen. Leo is also in the 9th house for Truth of You. So what this suggests is that this business is in the domain of higher education, spiritual pursuits, and international impact. So Truth of You is a spiritual business, and this is what we do offer to the world, taking the abstract spiritual principles and making them very grounded for people. This is what we do. Now, if we didn't know this at the time of conception, this is highly revelationary for us as founders. But Leo is also in Taurus. So what this is suggesting is we're taking a very grounded approach to this type of education, teaching people this from the ground up, teaching them this value-driven pursuit with very solid foundations. So we're not a spiritual business that sits out there in the mysticism, in the space of oneness. We bring it right back here to the right now. It is practical and it is here with you now. And that's what also makes it very accessible. In terms of what the business is fronting. So if you pull up your own business's birth chart, you want to look at the midheaven. This is like the front of the business. It's its highest aspiration and goals. And we have our 10th house ruled by Taurus. So again, it's suggesting this very practical approach with very strong foundations, both internally, but also how we work with other people. Now, what this also suggests is that Taurus is ruled by Venus, and it is conjunct Chiron. Chiron shows where the wounds are. So this tells us that we need to appeal to people and guiding them to learn how to connect with their very deep wounds. Now, that's why we started this business, by us going through this path, very deeply connecting with how wounding impacts every part of your life, not just your business. But again, if we didn't know that and how we need to present to the world, a marketing agency is just going to come along with their own paradigm and their own model of how to do things and what you should do based on market trends. And they could very much miss the energetic imprint of the business. We also have the values of the business. So we're not going to sit and spin our wheels and think, oh, should we have honesty and integrity? I mean, they're hygiene factors. But this is about very deep transformation. So Venus in the 8th house suggests that this business is about facilitating a very deep transformation and taking the wounds and turning it from disempowerment to empowerment. What we're also looking at, it's very deep, but we do this through hard work. There's detail, there's hard work here, and it's through continuous service to others. Also, Virgo's ruler, which is in Mercury in the 8th house, is Aries, and this very closely aligns to the business mission and vision. So if you are, as a founder, stuck on what's my mission, what's my vision, within 5 minutes, a natal chart of your business can illuminate that just like that. There's no ambiguity. There is no human interpretation involved in this. This is the truth served straight. So the values that we're carrying through, it's very individualistic. We're focusing on the individual accessing their deep wounds to be empowered, to transformed through a structured and logical approach. So everything that we do in the business has this in mind. And we know this from the outset. So we won't be spending years trialing and testing. We know where we need to head. I'll give another example of Truth of You's soul contract. So in the soul contract of the business, we've taken the frequency of the name and we get this chart. Now, I'm going to give a very quick reading, conscious of time. The symbols and how they interact with each other all give further depth to how the business is structured on an unconscious level. So the 11-2 frequency is one that takes dysfunctional patterns, dysfunctional belief systems, and transmutes that into an individual understanding their own truth. That is the success of the business. That is what we are doing for others. But that's also the foundation of our own business, is coming to embracing the spiritual path and a deep sense of self-understanding through separating truth from illusion, false to truth. Ultimately, they are all distortions of the one thing, which is truth. And you can't make this up. The business is called Truth of You, which we conned that name well before we knew any of this. Most importantly is the 5-5. So this is our talent. Our talent in the business is taking things from the ether, from the spirit world, metaphysical principles, and making them very practical and grounded. But the disadvantage of having a 5-5 in this position is we run the risk of being perceived as quiet, etheric. How does one grasp the fog, per se? So if we didn't know this, you can drain tens of thousands of dollars into marketing and just saying, we need a better strategy and we need this and we need just leads and more of this. It's like, no, that isn't going to work for a business where the initial perception and how people come to our business is already impacted, because it is going to be quiet, abstract, and it is truly not going to be for everyone, because that which is etheric is not always seen. So we need to know this so we can strategize in ways that overcome this. I'm very close to finishing up, conscious of time. So what you can also do is take your natal chart, your soul contract, posit this against the business's birth chart, soul contract, and understand, how do your energies align? How does it cause friction, maybe? Because if there are unresolved patterns that keep on playing out, no amount of conventional strategy is going to allow you to access this. And this is why we're very passionate about bridging the business and the professional world with these languages, because conventional strategies are not enough. Bro marketing, bro business, all of that, it is not enough for the business to express as it needs to. So remember that success beyond the norm requires methods beyond the norm. Most people in business are going to say that's woo-woo, that they're going to disregard that. And disregarding any of this is a protective mechanism. It's suggesting that I'm already full. I already know all of this. I don't want to be shown the depth, because fundamentally, people are scared of this. But there is nothing to be scared, because there's nothing to fear. Because when something is within your conscious awareness and understanding, you can act. And that fundamentally gives you more and more access to being empowered in your business. What these tools are really offering is they're not mystical. They offer structured, systematic, pattern recognition type tools into unseen forces that are playing out in your business right now. If I had had access to these tools, could things have played out differently for me? Yes. Could I have caught things in time? Absolutely yes. Could I have even had a language to understand what was playing out? Because no one was speaking the language that was required to understand why so many of my fronts in my reality, in my business, in my career, in my work, in my life were all on fire. That could not be explained through people who come through conventional routes. And that is where these types of tools very much did come to aid. And they are valuable because they fill in the gaps as well. Again, there is a time and place for conventional strategy. When you just need to set up your calendars online through Acuity, that just requires you to just do it. You don't need to access the esoterics for that. But when you're working with these tools, you are working with perspective independent of limitations of direct experience and belief systems. And when you are working with, no matter if someone says, I've got 30 years in business and I have this experience, there is still a limitation in the perception that is being offered. So time has gone by tremendously quickly in today's presentation, but for those that are interested in exploring, whether you are live right now or whether you're watching the recording, you can discover the unconscious profile of your business today with Truth of You. You can head to our website and use the code SUMMIT10. It is available until the 31st of December, 2024. So thank you so much for your energy in attendance. If you are watching the recording, I appreciate you watching until this point in time, and I would love to connect further. I'm Eleanor Moshe on LinkedIn and the Eleanor Moshe on Instagram.
Hey, Eleanor, thank you so much for such an informative presentation. I really enjoyed it. I think, you know, we don't often look outside of ourselves or outside of the human factor of how to run our personal lives and our businesses. So I think what you've shared today has given another perspective on how we can actually better our businesses and our personal life.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Rose, for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing more of the content on offer today. So thank you so much.
Wonderful. You have a great afternoon. Now, coming up is the lovely Charlene Lynch, and Charlene is an international speaker. She's a multi-passionate entrepreneur and veteran workshop facilitator with 30 years of experience in business coaching and a background in accounting and holistic psychology. She's a thought leader in Mind Shift, the future of mindset, a program that delivers tools and techniques to create lives that thrive. She has coached hundreds of people as a qualified speaker coach for the Speakers Institute to find their confident voice. She is the Vice President of Healing Through Love, a not-for-profit organisation that provides Pamper Day events to women impacted by family and domestic violence. And in her spare time, Charlene belly dances.
Oh, thank you so much, Rose, for that beautiful introduction. I'm so excited to be here. What a wonderful day. This is day 2. I'm the first speaker. So for us here in Australia, it's that early afternoon on a Friday. We're getting ready to wind down. But for the next half an hour, we're going to dive in deep to have a look at what your $1 million framework could look like. I'm excited. But first of all, I need to know a little bit more about you. I need to know what business you're in. So type that here in the chat and let me know what business you're in. It's fascinating because everything is different. Businesses are different. And whether or not you've got a service business or a product business, it really changes the way that we need to turn up for our audience. So type in the chat and let us know what is your business? What is it that you do? And look, it can be an accountant, it could be a bookkeeper, you could be a physiotherapist, you could be a counselor, like whatever it is that you do. How do you identify your business? I'd love to know that. And by typing that in the chat, that's going to help me build a better $1 million framework for you today. Okay, that's fantastic. Keep typing those. And now what we want to have a look at is who is it that you serve? Who do you serve? So who is your avatar? Who is your perfect client? Who do you serve? So that could be mothers with young children trying to put on weight. It could be people who've received a diagnosis. Who is it that you actually serve? Because we really need to have a really good understanding of who it is that you serve, and type that in the chat so we can have a look at that as well. Once we've got a better understanding of what it is that your business does and who it is that you serve, it changes the way that we turn up. But we need to have those really, really clear. Now, some of you listening to this somewhat understand don't have a business, and that's okay. You're here because you're in that shopping phase and having a look around of all of the things that you need to do. And what we're going to go through with you today, the $1 million framework, is still viable if you don't have a business. Yes, and it's even more powerful for those who've already got the runs on the board and are already doing business. Now, for many of you, you might be in a space where you're looking to transition in your business. You're looking to move from perhaps maybe working one-to-one with clients and just having individual, like they pay for one session and then they pay for another session and they pay another session. So you might be at that pace where you're doing that, and now you want to transition into having one-to-packages. So they purchase a package and that's one-to-many hours. Yeah. So that might be where your business is right now. Or it could be that you've really got this package thing nailed and now you're looking to transfer, upgrade, evolve to having one-to-many. So you're speaking in an environment and there's more people in the classroom. So a one-to-many process. So that might be where you're looking to transition to. Or you could be further along and now you've got, you've already got runs on the board, you're running group programs, you've still got VIP clients, and you now are looking, what would it look like for you to teach the people that are in your proximity, your best clients, how to do what it is that you're doing so they can add another feather to their cap? What would that look like? So that visual models come into their own there, because now you've got intellectual property, which you can now protect, and now you can scale your business to a new level. So this looks like having an academy. This looks like having a group. This looks like you having other coaches who are either licensing your information, or they could be franchising your business as well. And, you know, this is about beginning with the end in mind. What does it look like to leave your business in the end? You know, because we love our business. Well, are we going to do it forever? Is it going to be something that we're going to build, we're going to scale, and we're going to sell? So visual models are very important for that as well. So I'm excited today. So thanks for sharing with me exactly what it is that your business is, and also who it is that you serve. We've got quite a large selection of people from different areas here. Okay, so I would like to share the screen and take you through really what it is that we need to know, because the bottom line is, regardless of which industry you're in, it's a noisy marketplace. And thanks, COVID, because now it's even noisier. We're global. We're global. So now, you know, it could have been that you were a practitioner and you were just in your own suburb and maybe dealing with people that were happy to drive an hour to see you. But if you're transitioning or you're already online, now you're playing in a global marketplace. And it's busy. There's a lot of traffic here. So I'm going to share the screen and just take you through exactly how busy it really is. Your clients are bombarded with information on a daily basis. Now, for those of you who are old enough to remember 1986, some of you here listening today might not have even been born then. We got the equivalent to 40 newspapers a day. So that's how much information we were bombarded with. Now, I'm totally dyslexic, so reading one newspaper is a bit of a feat, but reading 40, I'm not going to go there. Yes, and I am still, as a consumer, bombarded with more information than that on a daily basis. Now, if we move along and have a look at 2007, your clients, the people that you're serving, were bombarded with 174 newspapers on a daily basis. That's a lot of information. That's a lot of pixels. Yeah. Okay. But today, your audience is bombarded with more than 74 gigabytes of information. That's an equivalent to 16 movies a day. That's a lot of movies. That's a lot of movies. So what we need to do is we need to create this cut through. We need to find a way to cut through the noise. We need to find a way to stand out. We need to find a way to speak directly to your perfect client. We need to have that brand identity. We need to have those, you know, it used to be we only needed like 7 touch points. We now need 12 touch points with a client before they'll say yes, even if they're in a buying mode. So what does this look like? We need to create that cut through, and visual models can get you there. So I'm going to dive in a little bit today and show you, you know, a little bit more about what a visual model, what a $1 million framework could look like for you. Yes, and I do run workshops on a monthly basis, and the link will be available. Rose will share that to register for my next masterclass, where we have smaller groups of people and we really dive in. I share the screen with you, I ask additional questions, and I help you build that $1 million framework. Okay, let's dive in to have a look at what's happening. How the human brain processes is we've got 2 systems. We've got a fast system and we've got a slow system. Now, this is what from Daniel's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. We need both systems, but the challenge is that many of us speak with our clients from the slow system. And we do still need to have conversations with clients from the slow system. Yes, and they're normally people who have decided that they want to be in your proximity. They are prepared to lean in for longer content, longer posts, longer emails, longer videos. They're okay if you can speak chapter 20 language, if they're at chapter 1, if they're in your proximity already. So they could be in your groups, they could be in your programs. They're happy for you to communicate that way. However, someone that does not know you from a bar of soap, you need to communicate with them from the fast system. Let's dive in and have a look at how the brain works. Okay, so this is the fast system. As soon as you see it, okay, you've got that straight away. You know that means stop. And regardless where in the world you are from, you know that that's the stop sign, and that's what you need to do. You need to stop. So it's instant recognition. It goes straight through the reticular activating system. It gets people's attention. So it's got instant recognition. It's quick. It's efficient. You don't need to process. It's automatic. There's no effort required. And this is very important with our clients. We need to turn up and give them information without them having to think. It needs to be frictionless. It needs to be smooth. When we do this, it changes the way clients interact with us. If we make them have to go internal and think, we've created friction and they're not prepared to move forward. All right. Snap judgment. So when we create information that is in this fast processing system, they make snap judgments to move forward. Now, this is the slow system. So for those of you here are maths geniuses, please do not answer this and ruin it for the rest of us here today. But this is an interesting process, the slow system. We need it. It's part of who we are. Yes, and it's not the way to communicate with your clients. So the slow system, 27 times 36, if you did the maths, what does that equal? Yeah. For most of us here, we had to go internal and actually think about that for a hot minute. Yes. But for the maths geniuses, you had the answers straight away. So now we do need this system. However, there's no automatic answer when we're using the slow system. It's slow and it's cumbersome. Now, if we've got like 3 seconds to get people's attention because they're sitting there scrolling, the slow system's not going to work unless they've already bought into being in your proximity and they're looking for those longer posts, that more information. It takes deliberate effort. It's not going to be there for the scroll, right? And it also is actually required for complex problems. So we do need it. We do need it for the deeper conversations with clients to help them move forward. Yes, and there's a time and a place for it. And it's not at the front end of your funnel. It's not when you're trying to get people. It's not when you're trying to get people into your proximity. It's not for those 12 touch points to get them to do business with you. All right. Now, I want to talk about the brain. Many of you have different learning modalities here. Some of you might be kinesthetic, like it's about touching things. That is how you learn. It might be auditory. It might be about how you hear things and then you know. And for most of us, a large percentage, it's visual, yeah, because it's the most dominant. Yes, and regardless of how you learn, 50% of the human brain is wired for visual. 50%. Well, we need this to survive. Yes. So this definitely appeals to system 1. So when we use visuals, we're speaking to the visual part of the brain. It is a quick connect. There's a different response. And you're speaking to that fast response. Okay. So this is why visuals are so important. What do they say? A picture paints 1,000 words, and it's absolutely accurate. All right, let's dive in and have a look at the next layer. Oh, yeah. Now, if you see that, what do you know straight away, regardless of where in the world you're from? This is caution. This is caution. We don't need any words, but we know what this means straight away. So it just proves the point that when we've got visual models, when we've got something that we see time and time again, we know what it is that it means, and it speaks directly to us. All right. Now, the next thing we need to look at is the picture superiority effect. So this is how memorable you are to your audience or likely audience or could be clients 3 days after an event. So if you're running masterclasses or summits or webinars or running YouTube or anything that's visual, how much will they remember about what it is that you've spoken about 3 days down the track? If you are speaking on stage or you're a guest speaker in a boardroom environment, how much will they remember of what it is that you shared? Remember, they got 74 gigabytes of information on a daily basis every single day. How much will they remember of you and what it is that you're sharing 3 days down the track? Yeah. Why is this important? Because when someone remembers what it is that you talk about and what you share, they talk to other people. And, now we're living in an age where referrals are the greatest part of income. Yes, we can pay for Facebook ads. Yes, we can, be the expert authority. Yes, all of these things are true. Yes, and if you have a look, things are shifting and changing. Referrals are now becoming the stronger part of an income structure. So really think about that. If you are memorable, people can remember to talk about you. So it's a type of referral. And let's have a look at what's really happening. If you're just sharing audio and text, they'll only remember 10% of what it is that you shared after 3 days. 10%. So you want to make sure that you really nailed that conversation so that they're remembering the most important 10%. Now, This does shift and change when you're communicating via stories, because people do remember stories. But the reason why they remember stories is because they paint a visual picture in a human's brain. Yeah. So this is the fact, is that when you share text and visuals, 65% of what it is that you share is memorable. Why? Because they're holding it in their brain as a visual. It's how they remember. It's how we remember. Think about cave drawings. Like, hello, it's how we remember. It's how we tell stories. So it's very, very important that when we're turning up in our brand present to have our conversations with people, that we've got this brand identity and we use these visual models. Now, if what it is that you share is complex, visual models are even more important. If you've got many different modalities, I don't know, you could be a bookkeeper who also offers mindset work, or you could be a kinesiologist that also does Reiki and perhaps maybe quantum healing. Like if you've got more than a few modalities, how do you turn up and put all of those modalities together so it's your thing, you own that, it's your brand, and you're the expert on that area? So this is where visual models come into their own. How is it that you can turn up and make a difference? I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay, so let's move forward because I've got so much more to talk about today. I'm a bit excited. Okay, I want to know, are you getting the results that you want? Are you getting the results that you want? Look, this is a safe environment. This is a beautiful summit. Let us know, are you getting the results that you're looking for? Now, those results could be, normally when we talk about results, we talk about income. Yes, and many of the clients I work with, they're loving their income. It's the time. They don't have the time they're looking for. They're now so busy, there's not a lot of white space, and they've created a job for themselves, and that's not what they anticipated. That's not what they set out to do when they created their business. They wanted to create a lifestyle. So this is not just about, are you getting the income that you want? This is about, are you getting the results that you want? Are you working the hours that you want? Are you having the time off that you want? Are you having the holidays that you want? Have you bought the investment properties you want? Are you working with the clients you want to work with? Yeah. So, are you getting the results that you want? Please, share with us. Is it yes or is it no? Maybe it's not yet for those who are NLP trained. Are you getting the results that you want? For most people I have this conversation with, the answer is no. And if you're here on a business summit, I'm going to go, hello, the answer is probably no, because you're here because you want to learn. You want to be in that proximity, you want to learn, you want to take it to the next level. So let's have a dive in to have a look at what it could look like. Now, where is your business and how do you serve people? So what does your service delivery look like? So it could look like working, I'll just turn it this way so it's easier to see. Is it bespoke? Is it that every time you work with a client, it is absolutely unique every single time? And so there's nothing that you do with one client that's the same as the other. Well, that's what you think anyway. Is it very, very bespoke? Is it totally unique? So this is what it looks like if you're bespoke. You're going to a barbecue. So in Australia, that's like, I don't know, like a picnic in your backyard. Or you cook meat on a barbecue, yeah? So you're at a barbecue and someone says, oh, well, what is it that you do? How do you help people? And this is what the conversation looks like. It's up Dell and down Dale. It is all over the place because there is no proven process. It's complicated and it depends how the client responds here and then how the client responds there and what do they do here and what their challenge is here. And so really the person listening to this is exhausted and most importantly, they've got no idea of what it is that you do because it's not clear, it's not concise. And with that lack of clarity and that lack of conciseness comes a lower level of confidence because confidence is attached to clarity. When you've got clarity, you can turn up with a lot more confidence. Now, you might not be a professional speaker. In fact, speaking might be something you don't like doing, and that's okay. But when you're absolutely rock solid clear on what it is that you do, you turn up differently to have the conversation, even if it's in the backyard barbecue. Okay, or have you got a proven system? Have you got a step-by-step process that is, it's future-proof, it's fail-proof, it works every single time? This is what it looks like. It's step by step by step. So have you got a proven system? I'd love to know, do you have a system? Type it in the chat. Do you have a system, yes or no? Some of you yes, some of you no. Like, do you have a system that you use? So yeah, do you have a system? I'd love to have a conversation just on systems. Being a business strategist is like my favorite thing. Yes, and I would run out of time. So, but if you're interested in knowing more about proven systems and diving in deep and having a look at what that looks like from the big picture, come to one of the masterclasses. And as I said before, the link Rose will provide the link so that you can join. All right, let's have a look. So what happens with your audience? So are you working with audiences and, you know, it's a little bit hit and miss, So it's like you're speaking to people and it's like, what do you do? And it's blah, blah, blah. Like, it sounds like they don't really understand, yeah, what it is that you do. Or have you had an opportunity to have a proposal, like something has been laid at your feet, it is amazing, but right now you're a little panicked because you don't have any proposal organized for this, and you go into a state of panic proposal because now ChatGPT becomes your new best friend, and now you've got to write everything from scratch. Yeah. So is this where it is that you are? Or I'm laughing because I've had this experience. Is, you know, have you had a pitch fail? Have you gone to have a conversation with people? And it feels like as if you're talking to teddy bears. Yeah. It feels like as if they just really don't understand what it is that you're talking about, you know. And so, you know, if you've experienced any one of these three things, you tell people what they do and they don't really understand. You've had that proposal panic where you've had an opportunity and you have not been able to turn up and make a difference, or you've had this opportunity to pitch and it's been an absolute fail. Or when you speak with audiences, help them move forward, see your clients, they're absolutely rapt. You are the best thing since sliced bread. They just scream and yell about you. You've got so many testimonials. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. The audience is totally rapt in what it is that you do. You're the best thing since sliced bread. Is that where your audience are? Yeah. So like, what I want to do is I want to dive into this matrix and figure out where you are. So do you offer absolutely bespoke opportunities and bespoke how you work, how your service delivery is? And, you know, it's a bit hit and miss with the clients, like, you know, some are great, some are not great. You know, it's not always amazing. Are you here at high risk? Look, I've been at high risk and it was probably the scariest place in my business evolution. It feels like this. It feels like as if you are hanging on the side of a mountain. And I've got manicured nails, so that's even more difficult, but I've still done it. I've hung on the side of the mountain and it feels like, you know, you get a client and that's fantastic. And then it's like feast or famine. Like, when is the next client coming? You're not quite sure of the next step. And then you've got to do all this marketing, all this heavy lifting to sort of reach out to do all of this stuff for free to get the next client. Look, it's not a great place to be. It is not good for your cortisol levels. It's not good for your immune system. It's not good for inflammation indicators. Like, it's not good on any level for you to live in the high risk. I've been there. You need to get out of this spot as soon as physically possible. Yeah. Or are you a hidden gem? Like, you know, your audiences, you've got a proven system. It's amazing, but nobody knows about you. It is a unique place to be in. It's very frustrating. This is what it feels like. It feels like as if you're a hidden treasure. It's frustrating because you know there's more in you. You know you can help more people. You know you can change the way things are. You know that you can be earning the income, that you can be building your business, that you can be going to the next level. This is very frustrating to be living at this space. So are you a hidden treasure? Are you a hidden treasure? Are you like the best thing ever? But like nobody knows about you. It's like total secret. Yes. Like if I Googled your name, how many Google sheets would you fill up? Would you fill up the first 12? Would you even make a dent in the first one? So this is one of the things that we see show up if you are a hidden treasure. So this is not all about your digital footprint. It has got part of it to do with it, but it's not the whole story. And I've seen people with very little digital footprint turn over $1 million. So it's not, that's just one part of the component. Yeah. So are you at a bottleneck? This is equally frustrating, but for different reasons. So your clients think you're absolutely amazing. In fact, your clients go and get you clients which, you know, you've got a very huge referral base when you're at this bottleneck space, but there are challenges with your systems and your processes. There's no white space in your calendar. You haven't had a holiday for a long time. This is a different level of frustration. The money's coming in and it's not about the money now. It's about yourself. It's about where you are. Like, this is what it looks like if you're at a bottleneck. At night, you go to bed and it feels like this, you know, it's just buzzing around inside of your head and you're not sleeping. You're just thinking, you're trying to process, and it's just going nowhere. It's just going nowhere. And, you know, I know for myself, when I was at this point in my business, I had health issues coming up left, right, and center. I had mystery swelling in my body. I had aches and pains. I was not sleeping. I was going to the doctors a lot, and no one could figure out exactly what was wrong with me. But my system was shutting down because I was in, you know, that flight and fright mode, you know what I'm talking about, process. And I wasn't okay. I just wasn't okay. It also feels like this. It feels like you're spinning every single plate all at the same time. Is that you've got to do everything for your business the entire time. There's no time for you to take care of yourself. And you're always in this overload, and it's always the next thing, the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. And it's been forever since you've, you know, crafted a different life for yourself. Yeah. Also, it feels like this. You know, it feels like you're carrying the weight of everything, because you actually are, and you're at key person risk. This looks like you can't get sick, even if you are sick, because you've got to keep going. There's no one to take you back. There is no one to cover the things that need to be covered. You haven't got a plan B. You haven't got an online process that can take care of the clients in between. You haven't got accountability groups supporting your clients. You haven't got a coach under you that can do what you're doing to manage people so that you can take a longer holiday. So this key person risk, this is serious. This hurts. It's not a great place to be. The money's great, but it is not good for you as a human being. Or are you at massive impact? Is this where you are? Are you at massive impact? And look, if you are at massive impact, what are you doing here? Is my question. No, but this is where we all want to be. And what does massive impact look like? Like, for me, massive impact looks like I now only work 4 days a week. I only work 4 days a week. And we have date night every single week. So I'm recently married. We got married 2023. And so we're keeping things fresh. We have date night every week. And then once a month, we do something special. And it's usually going away somewhere. Even if it's just a night or a couple of nights, we go somewhere and do something fun. And sometimes we don't even know where we're going. It's not actually, we've got the time scheduled, but we just get in the car and we go. And we have lots of different adventures. So for us, it also means that once a quarter, we have a more substantial holiday and get away. And I'll just walk away from the business, and the business runs itself, and my team take care of the details. So, you know, you've got more of you. You get to do the things in your life that are important to you, and you come first. You put your big rocks in first, and your big rocks are, how do you take care of you? You know, for the girls, you know, when do you get your nails done, your hair done, you know, all of those things. For the guys, you know, when do you go to the football games? How do you go hang out? And what do you do? What does that look like? Your alone time? What does it look like, your time with your mates or your girlfriends? Like, massive impact doesn't look like working 9 to 5. In fact, for my clients, massive impact looks like working less. I've got clients in my proximity right now that work less than 20 hours and turn over $1 million. Yeah. So I've got clients in my proximity that do $500,000 months, and they work less than 10-hour weeks. Now, if you do the maths, what it looks like is if the less you work, the more you earn. Isn't it fascinating? Because sitting in behind all of this is also the conversations that we need to have about your abundant mindset, the stories that you tell yourself about how you need to earn a living, and how you need to turn up. I'm an expert authority on those subjects myself, As I started off my career as an accountant. I thought I had to, have a formal qualification to do the things that I needed to do. And then when I had my midlife crisis, I became a holistic psychologist, which in truth was probably more to therapize myself than it was for my clients. But I am a wellness practitioner and I love it. And this is why most of my clients are wellness practitioners. Where are you on this scale? I'd love to know, where are you on this scale? Are you at risk? Are you a hidden gem, like nobody knows about you? Are you at a bottleneck, which is equally frustrating? Or are you at a massive impact? It's my hope and my prayers that you are heading towards massive impact. But there are lots of elements that you need to get into play. Now, what I want to do right now is just point out something that's really important. And I'm going to just stop the share to point this out, because this is really, really important. Is that right now, you listening here, you made the decision without me pointing a finger at you as to where you sit on my client journey. And this is what you need to do. You need to have a client journey that's not internal facing, which is what most client journeys are. They're an internal document. You need an outward facing client journey. So your client can identify where they are. Now you imagine this, if you're on stage speaking to lots of people, 10,000 people, you can't point out individually where they are, but you can show them a client journey and they can decide where they are. Visual models are powerful. This is one of the visual models that we create. You need 4 in total. You need a client journey. You need to show them what it is that they need to get there on the journey. You need to show them your beautiful process, and congratulations, for many of you have a process. And on top of that, you need to go the KPIs, the things that they need to achieve, that they will achieve by working with you. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to be with you here today. Enjoy the rest of the summit. It's absolutely fantastic to be here. Thank you so much. And back to Rose. Thank you, Rose.
That was Charlene Lynch. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation about $1 million framework and 4 visual models that you need to scale your business. And my next guest is Liam Naden. And Liam asks the question, or makes the statement, I should say, we are not in control of our life, but our brain is. Now, Liam is a teacher, a speaker, a writer, and researcher. He went from millionaire to homeless before discovering the true reason we succeed or fail in life. That's how we use our brain. He's the creator of 4-part brain model and brain rebalancing, and the host of Let Yourself Off the Hook podcast. And he's going to show you how your brain is designed to ensure that you are the best that you can be if you use your brain the right way. And as Liam says, we are not in control of our life, but our brain is. That's why you need to let yourself off the hook. Liam, welcome to the summit. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
And you too. Thanks very much for having me here.
Yeah, I guess it's been a little while between conversations. How have you been?
Great, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, wonderful. So we're going to be talking about your rapid solution brain, instant answers for any challenge. Now, that's a really great thing because a lot of us don't think on our feet.
Well, I wonder actually what people's reaction has been when they saw that title, instant answers for any challenge, because, and maybe people are a bit skeptical about that and thinking, well, there's no such thing as instant answers. And what are you talking about for any challenge? Maybe I could come up with the answer to a mathematical problem, or I could find some little idea. But what about my life purpose, all of the big problems that I've got going on in my life? What about even about the problems in the world? Is there really an instant answer to any of those things? And maybe people are a bit skeptical, and people might also have been thinking he's going to talk about some woo-woo idea of, meditation or going into a dark room and coming up with this thing out of the ether, an idea. Or they might have been thinking he's going to come up with some technique where I have to write down all these different processes and come to this very rapid answer. But the truth is, as you mentioned in the introduction, we're biologically designed not only to solve problems, but we're actually biologically designed not to have problems. And maybe in this talk, what I would like to do is prove to who's listening that you can find the instant answer, the instant solution to any challenge that you're dealing with. And if I could just say, as an example of that, or to prove to prove that, think about, has there ever been a time in your life when you have found the instant answer to a challenge? Maybe you've been working on something for a while, or trying to figure out, what do I do in this situation, or how do I really get through this? And then suddenly, when you weren't even thinking about it, the answer came to you, and you suddenly went, oh, that's the answer. That's the solution. Why didn't I think of that before? Where has that been, this idea that it hasn't come to me? Why has it been such a struggle? So you have actually done this. Everybody's done this. Everybody has come up with the answer to a challenge instantly, but in a very unexpected way. And we might think, well, that's just luck, that's coincidence, or, somehow that happened. Yes, somehow that happened. And it happened through a biological process. So it's not only something that happens to you occasionally, it's something you can use, something you can develop. When you understand how your brain works, you can do this at will. You can find the instant answer to any challenge whenever you want. And ultimately, the purpose of that is you end up not having any challenges. You deal with them before they become challenges. You start making better decisions, thinking of the right things to do and actually doing those things. And that's when your life takes a new direction and you start living the life we're all designed for, which is for thriving, not just struggle.
There is a problem-solving mechanism within our brains. So where is it and how does it work?
Right. Well, to understand that, you really need to say to yourself a more fundamental question, which is, why would there be a problem-solving mechanism in our brain? Why isn't it that gives us rapid answers? Why isn't it we're designed just to struggle along with life? Because isn't life really meant to be a struggle? Well, the truth is it's not. And the reason it's not is all of life, all of nature is wired biologically to thrive, because everything is designed with one primary purpose, and that is to survive. And to survive for the greatest time possible, you need to thrive. You need to be your best. The better you are, the greater your chances for survival. And this isn't just for us as humans, it's the same for all of nature. So therefore, nature has provided a mechanism to ensure that you do thrive. And part of that is dealing with any challenges or issues that might show up in your life. And equally importantly, to make sure that you don't create new challenges and problems for yourself, because how many times do we do that? We go, oh, that was the wrong thing to do. That was the wrong thing to say. And we also say to ourselves, why did I do it? Why did I say it? It was such a stupid thing to do. So when we understand that there is this part of our brain, this mechanism that's designed to make sure we don't do that, all we need to do is try and find out how to use it and how to activate it, if you like. And what I've created is a 4-part brain model. And essentially what that describes in non-scientific terms, although it's all backed up by the science, is fundamentally you have these 4 particular regions within your brain, and they all have a different function. They all have a different function to make sure that you thrive, that you become the best that you can be, so that you fulfill your biological purpose, which is, as I said, is to survive for as long as you possibly can. So these 4 parts of the brain, the way they work is they create, through the way they work together, one of 2 different brain states. And it's those brain states that determine what you get in your life. They determine what you do, what you think, how you feel, and the results you get in your life, which of course are all based on literally what you do. Your actions create the results that you get. So you want to take the right actions. But one part of the brain ensures that you take the right actions, and another part of the brain sabotages that, and it stops you from taking the right actions. And these 2 parts of the brain, or these 2 brain states, if you like, one is what I call your natural creative state. Now, your natural creative state, as the word suggests, it's when you're naturally creating, when you're thriving, when you're being your best. So this part of the brain has within it the resources of your creativity, but also your imagination, your intuition. It's where you get those gut feelings about, oh, that we call it the little voice inside us. And sometimes we don't listen to that little voice. And when we don't, we get into trouble. And other times we do listen to it, maybe, even though we might be a little bit afraid or unsure. But when we listen to it, it's always going to lead us in the right direction. Might be somewhere unexpected, but we'll look back at it. We'll go, yes, I couldn't see it at the time, but it was the right thing to do. So all of these resources, and also things like your motivation, your inspiration, it's where you get new ideas from. It's where you get those aha moments. It's where people who are creative, and we're all creative, but if you think of great musicians or writers or artists, they all talk about the ideas just come to them from another place. They didn't have to think up the melody to that song. It just, they don't know where it came from. It was like, we call it inspiration. So all of these things, these are all contained in a part of your brain that's active when you're in this brain state, your natural creative state. And that's our thriving state. That's when we're being our best. And we've all had moments like that when, we call it sometimes being in the flow or being in the zone. We just feel, we know things are just working well. We're making good decisions. We're feeling great. We're thriving, in other words, and we're not struggling with problems and stress. But there's another brain state, which is the creator of problems and stress in our life. And not only the creator of those problems and stress, but it's the place that keeps us stuck, unable to find the solutions, continuing to do the wrong things, confused. When we're in this state, which I call our survival state, we say things like, I'm so confused, I can't think straight. That's a clue. I don't know what to do. How do I solve this problem? How do I be happy in my life? What do I need to do? What do I need to be happy? What information do I need? How can I learn these things? Why is life so difficult? Why are there so many problems in my life? Why can't I be happy? Why can't I be fulfilled? So what we don't realize is all of those questions and all of that energy, if you like, and all of those things that are going on in our life and all of the struggle and all of the confusion, it's not our fault. It's our brain at work. We don't have control over that. Well, we do on another level, but only insofar as we have control of our brain. But we're not using the brain machine the right way, and we're in this particular state. It's not our fault. We can't, and more importantly, we can't find the answer to any of those questions when we're in that state, because that part of the brain doesn't know the answers to those questions. It doesn't know what you want. It doesn't know what your goals should be. It doesn't know how to get you there. It doesn't know how to solve your problems. Instead, it's working on something else entirely. It's there for another reason. It's only there to help you barely survive and deal with threats and dangers in your life. So it's there to deal with lions running at you, if you like, in ancient times. It's there to deal with immediate threats to your survival. But it doesn't know anything about all the things we're talking about. And more importantly, these two brain states can't exist at the same time. They don't operate at the same time. So if you are in this state where you're struggling with problems and stress and frustrations and life is a struggle, you don't have access to the part of your brain that has all of the answers, that has all of the resources that will actually solve those problems, get rid of the challenges, get you on the right track, get you in the state of flow. You don't have access to those things, your creativity, imagination, intuition, motivation, problem solving. So you can see the problem here. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It doesn't matter how much you learn. It doesn't matter what you practice, what meditation or technique or, some sort of change your beliefs or change your subconscious mind. It doesn't matter how much you practice the law of attraction, how much you visualize, how much you write things down on a piece of paper and what that we call affirmations and read them over and convince yourself that you can make this thing happen. It doesn't matter how much you do that. It's never going to work. You're always going to struggle because your brain, you're simply using the machine. You're using the part of your brain that will never enable you to do that. And that was something I learned the hard way. As you mentioned, I had to go to becoming homeless. I had to go from a person who was constantly in struggle and always trying to figure stuff out and trying to force things to be better in my life, I had to go from that to actually literally losing everything before I started to activate and allow a different part of my brain to take control. And here's the thing about this part of your brain. It doesn't operate on force. But what it does is it leads you down your life. It leads you down the fastest and easiest path to you doing what you're supposed to be doing. And remember what you're supposed to be doing here? You're supposed to be thriving. You're supposed to be becoming the best that you can be so that you survive, so that you have the greatest chance for survival. That's what all of nature is trying to get you to do. So it's simply about understanding there are these two brain states activated by how you use the 4 parts of your brain. One is what I call struggle-free success, getting everything you really want. And more importantly than getting everything you want, living the life a life that you really love, because you can think you know what you want. And how many times have we been in that situation thinking, I really want something. Oh, I'm going to be so happy when I get that. And you justify it to yourself, and you might even write down a whole list of all the reasons why that is the perfect thing for you. And you never get it. And you look back and you say, oh, wow, I'm so glad that never happened. So, for instance, you might be working on a relationship and you say, I really want that relationship to work. I really want us to have a happy marriage. And you never do. And you end up getting a divorce. And you look back and you think, that was never going to work. What was I thinking? I'm so glad I didn't carry on in that relationship because it was wrong. Might have been right once, but it was wrong. So we have this idea that we know what we want and we know what we need for us to be happy. But most of the time, if we're using the wrong brain state, it's going to be the wrong thing. We can't see clearly. We can't know because that part of the brain isn't equipped to show us. We need to use the part of our brain that is equipped to show us, and that's when everything works the way it's supposed to.
So why do like 99% of the people, that are in this world that, aren't using their brain, how do they, sabotage their success?
Well, I think this idea of using which part of your brain is active is going to determine your results. In other words, make, if you like to use the probably the wrong words, but failure or success, what determines that? How many people have ever heard this idea at all? I hadn't. I'd studied all of the great teachers, gurus of personal development. I've been to seminars and workshops, and I've done online courses and listened to all sorts of programs, and not just listen to them or been to the seminars. I'd take lots of notes and really try and not only understand what I was being taught or what they were teaching, but I'd really try and apply it. So if a guru would say to me, what you need to do is you need to write down your goals. You need to answer all of these questions, and you need to write down what you really want on a piece of paper or a card. This is what someone told me once, or several people did. Write it down and read it as often as possible. And when you focus on that, it will come to you and you will get it. Well, I didn't just read a card a few times a day. I'd read it hundreds of times a day. I'd listen to subliminal recordings of, your brain waves being retrained to think differently or do differently. And I didn't just listen to those once a week. I listened to them every day, sometimes for hours a day, literally. I know it's hard to believe when I think back on it, how much time I spent on all of this. But I didn't get the results, as I say, that I wanted. I was never truly happy. I was always frustrated. I was always confused. I always had a lot of problems to deal with. And I got to the point of thinking, like many people tell us, is that, well, problems are natural. If you want to be successful in your life, you have to learn how to overcome problems. You have to learn how to deal with it. You're always going to have problems. And problems, after all, they're good for you. They make you stronger. They make you better. You learn from problems. All of these things I came to believe. And the problem is, if you forgive the pun, problem with all these ideas, none of them are true. Problems aren't good for you. Problems don't make you stronger. Problems make you weaker if you really start analyzing this logically. Because what we've done is we've justified having problems. And if you like, the real problem is we've been trained from the day we were born with all of these false ideas to believe about how life is. And as an extension of that, we've been trained how to use our brain in a particular way without realizing it. But what we also didn't realize is we've been trained how to use our brain the wrong way. And that's unfortunately the issue, is what we have to do. And I hope I can make a bit of a dent in people's thinking and perspective and what we're talking about. But what we need to do is look at life in a completely different way, from a new perspective, from a natural biological perspective, and realize that this is a universe, this is a natural world of thriving, where struggle is not biological, doesn't make any biological sense, and therefore we're not really supposed to do it. The only reason we are doing it is as we've said, we're not using the thriving machine, we're not using it, which is our brain, we're not using it in the right way. And sometimes people say to me, well, this is ridiculous, until I start explaining it, until people start to really think about this and say, this is such a radically different idea, this idea of struggle-free success and just allowing things to happen by biologically using our brain differently. But I don't think it's any different to realizing that a lot of new and radical ideas, they always started out as a bit out there and completely different. You know, there was a time when all of the great experts in the world could convince you that the earth was flat. And of course, everybody believed it and everybody knew that it was a fact. So it obviously wasn't a fact. I mean, throughout history, I mean, it wasn't so long ago that doctors were recommending cigarettes and saying they're good for you. So history is filled, and it is still to this day, filled with ideas that simply aren't correct. And it only takes a little bit more knowledge and understanding and progress, if you like, before people realize that they're not correct. And I firmly believe that it's not going to be too long before people realize that we're not supposed to have problems in our life, that problems don't make any biological sense, and that the only reason we would have problems is we're not using this machine the right way, because it's the same with any machine. If you use a machine the wrong way, you are going to end up with problems. It's inevitable. And you don't blame the machine. Well, sometimes you might. Sometimes you might say, well, there's something I need to fix in the machine to get it working right. But you know the purpose of the machine is not to have problems. You don't say, oh, it's good for that. You know, imagine a car if it didn't go right and you were really putting a strain on the engine. You were saying, it's good for the car. The more strain I put on the engine, it's improving it. You wouldn't say that. You'd say it's damaging it. And it's the same with our life. We're damaging ourselves when we create problems and stress in our life unnecessarily. And it's because we're using this machine the wrong way. So the solution is not to try and fix the problems. It's to fix the way we're using the machine. And then the problems will fix themselves. We'll do the right things and make sure that the problems resolve in the best way possible.
So what are the strategies we can use to use our brains more efficiently and better?
Well, the thing to realize is these two brain states, this natural thriving state and survival state, one is full of inspiration, creativity, all of the things that are going to make you, the things you need for you to be your best, be the best that you can be. And the other part of your brain is what's going to keep you stuck and struggling. So the real question to ask is, the next question to ask is, how do I choose which brain state to use? Because obviously we all want to be using this natural creative state. That's the place we want to be in all of the time. We don't want to be in this struggling brain state. So how do you do that? I guess that's what you're asking. And it's a little bit like a motor car, if I could just say before we cover the strategies, is imagine if you had a child, anyone listening, imagine your child when they were 8 years old or 10 years old, and they came to you and said, could I please borrow the car because I want to go on a trip and visit some friends who live over the hill. Now, if you were the mother or father, you'd look at them and you'd say, well, no, of course you can't do that because you don't know how to drive the car. And your son or daughter said to you, I know I don't know how to drive it, but just give me a few quick tips on how to get in there and get to my destination. And, you know, I'll learn how to drive it properly later, but just give me a couple of quick tips to get me there. Now, what are you going to say? You say, it doesn't work like that. You can't, it's not a quick fix. It's not a quick get in and off you go and you're instantly at your destination. So it's really important to realize that. And unfortunately, part of the training, the brainwashing that we've been given all our life is to look for a quick fix. And you know what a quick fix is? A quick fix is what you look for when you're in this brain state, the survival state, where, because in that state of stress, frustration, confusion, all of those things, you want a quick fix. Your brain is looking for a quick fix. So you want the answer instantly. You want to go, okay, what do I do? But what do I do is, what do you do in any situation? What you do comes from the way how you feel and what you think, and whether you're inspired and motivated and can see the right answer. It's only when you're in that state that you want to know what to do, and you will know what to do. So what I'm saying is, if people are listening and thinking, yeah, okay, this all sounds very good, so how do I do this? Well, the first thing you need to do is to understand how this really works and realize that it's a process. Moving to your natural creative state is a process. It's about undoing all of the habits that you've picked up in your life that have kept you stuck in the wrong brain state. And most of the habits, you don't even know they're there. You don't even know why you do things the way you do, and you certainly don't know the impact that you're having on the brain state that you're using. So it's a process of real, I think the most important thing to do is to say to yourself, I need to develop some new habits. I need to learn how to activate this natural creative state and shut down my survival state. I mean, another example is, imagine somebody came to you and said, you're a dietitian or you're an expert on weight loss. How do I lose weight? Well, the person would say, well, it's very simple. All you do is you stop eating the wrong foods and eat the right foods and do some exercise. And they go, okay, well, that's fine. But the person would also say to you, but you're not going to do it instantly, are you? You need to understand a bit more about your metabolism and what are the right foods, what are the wrong foods, what effect are they having on your body? And you also need to develop a new habit, because you're not instantly going to just reach for the right foods, well, you're probably not, and avoid the wrong foods. So it's the same if you want to change the way you live, if you want to get into this thriving state, you need to develop new habits. But the most important thing, if people really want to know where to start, is you need to realize that what's creating this brain state, what's either activating your natural creative state or activating your struggle survival state, are triggers. So there are things that are setting off, if you like, this brain state, and most of them are subconscious. Most of them, nearly all of them, you're not even aware of. So you need to start thinking, what are the triggers, and this is what I teach in all of my coaching programs, is how to start identifying the triggers that are activating the wrong brain state. And there are two sorts of triggers. One trigger is an external trigger. So there are things going on in your environment that are triggering your brain. Remember at the beginning you said you don't have control of your life, but your brain does. Your brain is running the show. It's determining what you think, how you feel, and what you do. And therefore, it's determining the results you're getting in your life. So there are triggers that are making that happen that are beyond your awareness, beyond your conscious awareness, because you've been, like we all have, we've been trained in the wrong habits. We've been trained to be triggered to create this brain state that keeps us stuck. So we need to start to identify what the triggers are outside of us, in our environment, the things that are happening that are activating one of those two brain states. And the ones that are activating the wrong brain state, the one that keeps us stuck, we need to start eliminating those. And and when you do start eliminating those, when you focus on eliminating the triggers, you find your life going in a much better direction. You find yourself finding the answers to problems and really solving any challenge you have. But there's another type of trigger, and that's an internal trigger. There's things in your subconscious, again, that you've developed and been taught through the whole of your life to accept as true, or not that you've been taught to accept as true, but your brain has been taught to accept as true. There are things going on in there, and they're creating triggers as well. They're triggering the wrong brain state. So we also need to find a way to get inside there and stop those triggers, to change those things that are creating those triggers in our life. And I often liken it to, if you've got a house and you walk into your living room one day and you see there's a crack on the wall of the living room. Now you look at it and you think, oh dear, there's a crack. What do I do? I need to fix that crack. So you go online and you learn how to fix a crack in the wall, and you learn, well, I need some plaster and, you know, paint and all those, whatever it is. I'm sorry, I don't know how to fix a crack in the wall, but I'm just assuming. And you go down to the shop and you get all this stuff and you come back and you know how to do it and you fix it all up and you go, great, I've solved the problem. I've fixed the crack. Well, then you come home the next day and there's 2 cracks in the wall. You go, oh, but you know how to fix cracks in the wall. So you get out your paint and you're all enthusiastic and you get the stuff out and you, there, I've done it again. You come home the next day and there's 4 cracks in the wall. And you're starting to think, oh, well, that's all right. I'm good at fixing cracks. I'll just keep fixing the cracks. Now, you can see where this is going. Eventually, you're going to have all these cracks in the wall and you're going to be spending your life just plastering over cracks everywhere. And maybe you're feeling good about it. Maybe you're thinking, this is great. I'm really fixing all of the things and I'm keeping the house good. But you're putting in all this energy that's unnecessary. And what happens eventually is the house is going to fall down, isn't it? If you just keep fixing the cracks. What you don't realize, or you hopefully come to realize, is that the cracks aren't the problem. The cracks are just the sign that you've got a bigger problem. And the bigger problem is in the foundations to the house. Instead of focusing on the problem, you need to focus on the cause of the problem. The cause of the problem is much deeper. So you need to go in and obviously fix the foundations. And when you fix the foundations, which is a much bigger job and a much more, you know, it's not as obvious what to do from visual. You have to get in and understand and get deep within the house and maybe dig out some ground and find out what the foundations, where the problem lies. But you know, when you fix that, which is a bigger job, you never have another crack on the wall in your life. It's all fixed. And you can just actually, you've done the work, the real work, and you can get back and enjoy living in the house without having to and knowing you're never going to have a crack show up in your life. It would be completely illogical if it did. And that's the same with problems. Rather than dealing with the problem, you have to deal with what's the real cause of the problem. And it's not luck, it's not coincidence, it's not you making a mistake that you didn't mean to. Well, you make mistakes that you shouldn't have when you use the wrong part of your brain. So that's where you need to go deeper in and find the cause of the problems, which is how you're using your brain, the brain state you're activating. And really, that's when life becomes what it's supposed to be, a state of thriving. And instead of focusing on figuring out your problems and trying to solve those and staying stuck with stress, you can do what you're here for, to enjoy life, to contribute, to make an impact on yourself and on others around you and improve the world and leave this place knowing that you've really done your best, you've been your best, and you've left something for others to follow in that's really impactful and positive.
It's absolutely fascinating, Liam. You know, we've had this discussion before when you were on the podcast, and it, you know, fascinates me each time that, you know, using our brain in the incorrect way can cause us to not live our life to the full, and you know, come up with all these problems that probably really aren't there, but there's things that we're creating for ourselves.
You know, somebody once said, life's what happens when you're busy making other plans. And most of the time we get in our own way. You know, we overthink everything. We sabotage ourselves all of the time. And we wonder why we do it. We don't want to do this, you know, and we think, well, the way to stop doing it is to be determined and motivated and try and be really clear and think and develop a skill and say, well, if that happens, I'll make sure I do this and I'll make sure I do the right thing. But that's not how life works, is it? We still make mistakes and we say, why did I do that? I know how to do better. I shouldn't have done that. I'm an expert on that. Why did I do that? It's because our brain in this particular state is going to trip us up all of the time. And it's there for, as I said earlier, it's there for a different purpose. It's not there to make sure we do the right thing. It's going to make sure we do the wrong thing. And so that's where we need to focus. It's, you know, we just make it all too hard for ourselves by going around trying to plaster over the cracks all of the time and using all that energy and wasting all of that time when we could be enjoying being in the house of our life, just enjoying it.
Absolutely. Liam, you can be found on Facebook. You can be found on LinkedIn. You've got your website.
Yeah, my website's the best place to go. It's just my name, liamnaden.com.
Yep.
And I've also got something that people might be interested in. It's a cheat sheet where it's called Get Unstuck Fast. And it goes into more detail about what we're talking about. And in it, I show people a three-step formula, which is very simple but incredibly powerful, that is the exact way I went from being homeless to living the life of my dreams. It's a simple three-step process and this is what I teach and what people use to get dramatic results, because it shows you how to use your brain differently and get completely different results. And it's called Get Unstuck Fast because we're not designed to be stuck. You can get unstuck fast. It's like a car. When you start using it the right way, you're going to get instant results. It's not going to sort of slowly get easier. Obviously, you need to develop the habit of using it the right way. But once you do, results come thick and fast. So that's something people might be interested in. And it's all free. And it's on my website, liamnaden.com.
Wonderful. Liam, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me today. You are a fascinating presenter, and I love what you share with us.
Thank you so much, Rose. It's been an honor and privilege and pleasure being with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Now that was Liam Naden. His conversations are always fascinating, and teaching us how we can use our brains in a different way, so that we're not stuck in the same old patterns.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Very good. Welcome to the summit, Fer. It's been a bit of a challenge getting around everything, but we're here now.
Which is a good thing. That's a good thing.
Absolutely. Now, Fer Whale is the founder of She Talks. It amplifies female voices, championing women's ideas and paving the way for women to lead from prominent stages. With over 2 decades of experience as a professional speaker, Fer possesses highly effective tools for self-empowerment and public speaking success. I'm running out of puff today. Fer's expertise spans human behaviour, sports psychology, coaching a women's AFL football team, and working with personal development guru Brandon Bays. Her diverse background includes TV and radio presenting, community theatre, commercial modelling, and authoring 2 best-selling books. She is trained with globally renowned speakers like Lisa Nichols, Les Brown, and the Hall of Fame speaker Tim Gard. Fer has cultivated herself in Taoism and the practice and philosophy of Zen meditation. These disciplines deeply inform her approach to leadership and public speaking, grounding her work in mindfulness, authenticity, and a profound understanding of human behaviour. Fer, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on today, and I appreciate you taking the time.
Rose, thanks. I'm really glad we're here for this. Look, I'm certain this is going to be a talk that the audience wants to hear if they're either a speaker or a business leader, because my mission is to equip speakers and business leaders with the right skills and, more than that, the assets that gets them known for their big idea in the right rooms and on the bigger stages. So in my field as a public speaker, that's done through what's called a signature talk, which is why I'm going to be delivering how to be a better speaker with a signature talk. That's what I'm here for today.
So what exactly is a signature talk, and why is it so important for speakers and business leaders?
Yeah, look, Rose, the signature talk is a talk that you deliver to become known for your unique message. And it is absolutely the number one asset for speakers and business leaders. And it's funny because we often think it's just for speakers, but I know as a business leader, I own 3 businesses now. And I know that it's the number one tool that establishes my credibility. And it's the fastest way to create know, like, and trust and get booked and get paid to speak. Also, a signature talk is what makes you professional. So you get to be authentic while the signature talk does the professionalism for you. So you don't have to act or fake being confident or professional. And it sets us apart. It's our unique message honed into a well-crafted big idea, and it achieves your speaking and business goals. So that's why it's important. That's why we need one. And it's suitable not just for speakers, but also for business leaders.
What does it mean to craft a big idea, and how does it set speakers apart from the crowd?
Well, to craft a big idea means you're taking your message and then you're honing it. You're essentially distilling it down until its essence, until it's the most potent form of your message. And it could read like a t-shirt slogan or a book title, but it is absolutely that message. It's so big. It's your bold claim. It could be unpacked to be a thesis for life. It could be unpacked and written into an entire book. And it helps you be the expert in your field, the professional, the authority in your field. Yeah.
Yeah, so can you tell us why storytelling plays a big part in an effective signature talk, and what is a vivid story?
Oh, I will. But first, I'm going to tell you just a little more about a signature talk. It helps you become a better speaker so that you stand out, and it transforms your audience. So if you deliver a big idea, you're then the thought leader, and then you get to promote or sell your services. And you can do that from a stage, any stage. And it's how you create the credibility as a speaker, get booked, as I said before, get paid to speak, and more importantly, get asked back to speak. So, Rose, for aspiring speakers, organizations simply will not see you as a professional speaker until you have a signature talk. And inside of that signature talk is a story, and it must be a vivid story, and I will get to that. However, I really want to let the listeners know that also in business, it's the greatest marketing tool we have for speakers and business leaders. It's a sales tool. It is also the foundation for social media posts, for your next book that you're writing, interviews, press releases, and media. And importantly, your signature talk grows with you, and it's customized for each speaking occasion, giving you 6 to 12 months of speaking gigs, which I absolutely love. You have that confidence in knowing that you've got a talk that will get you booked and paid. And a speaker who's at the beginning of their speaking career can quite literally expect to ask for $1,000 per gig from an organization. And I know that most speakers starting out, and certainly in my case, that you can secure two or more gigs a month. Unfortunately, without a signature talk, you will get overlooked, and someone who has one will be the person who gets booked and paid to speak. But you must have your big idea. Without your big idea inside your signature talk, you're not exactly going to be seen as the authority or the expert in your field. And so when it comes to storytelling, I know that a lot of people skip this part, but it's really foundational to you being known, liked, and having the audience trust you, because it's your personal experience that causes relatability with them. And then it also grounds, it's the proof of what you're talking about. Your experience, your story is in fact proof. It's your lived experience. It's your lessons that come out of that story. And it is a fundamental part of a signature talk. It gives context. As I said, it gives proof. And it connects. It's that relatability with the audience. And it also allows you to share complex ideas very simply. It also enhances the emotional impact of a talk, which means it's memorable. And it inspires your audience to action. It inspires them to action because it gets out of the logical brain and down into the heart. The emotional aspect is, in fact, what is a driver for taking action. Now, a vivid story is a descriptive story. You know this from reading books about, famous novels. It's a descriptive story that engages the listener and helps them imagine. So instead of saying, I was walking down the street, as my feet hit the pavement, I could smell coffee as I approached the cafe. would be a good example. And this helps to engage the listener and help them to imagine the experience, which means that they remember it, which means that they then go in their own internal journey to discover their own aha moments. And in a signature talk, you must have about 5 minutes. In a keynote, in a guest talk, up to 3 minutes, and then 1 minute in a spot talk. However, when it comes to a TED talk, a TEDx talk, that story is woven throughout the entire 18 minutes. Stories typically, yeah, I mean, there's really different formats when it comes to, look, a signature talk is broken down into the formats of a keynote and then a spot and a guest talk. However, a TEDx is something quite different again. Stories are typically an origin story, your origin, and they reveal unique historical facts about your experiences or someone else's experiences. And I'm going to suggest something to our speakers here and our business leaders. Start collecting, Rose, you might already be doing this. Start collecting stories, and you develop a story library. And these are collections of personal and impactful stories of yours or those of other people who you've observed. And then you just pop them in your story library under brief descriptions, and it allows you to pull those up when you're delivering a talk. So depending on your talk topic will depend on your story. And I know that when I was booked to speak to the alumni at RMIT, actually to the body of teachers, they called me in last minute that evening, and I thought the topic was leaving the role that you're in and going into another role. And I thought, what story? I don't have that as a personal story. And then I remember I looked through my library and there was a story about my dad, and I got to tell that story, and it was highly, highly effective. So I suggest you, if you haven't done that, that is a really great idea. Yeah.
Great idea for. Could you share more about how the talk map works and why it's
right.
for speakers to avoid memorizing their entire talk?
Oh, this is such a powerful tool. Yeah, look, a talk map is the framework of your talk. You don't want to learn the whole entire talk verbatim, although I have done this. There are speakers who do this, and I know that at TEDx, they want you to learn it verbatim, and then they want you to put it aside some months ahead and use a talk map. So it will have your key elements of your talk. So it'll start with your opening, then you'll have your content paragraphs, and then you just have a heading, your story, which you might just say, my story when, and then you'll have your 3 teaching points or your 1 teaching point, and you close. It's that simple. It can literally be put on a piece of card that could sit in your hand or on a podium or on the ground or in a teleprompter, for example, at TEDx. They use the talk map so that in your mind, you know, I've done my opening, that's my opening. It's a prompt. The talk map is a prompt, and it leaves you able to focus on delivering your message with authenticity and flow instead of worrying about remembering every single word, which in fact, that is why we get tripped up. Most speakers get tripped up because what they're trying to do is remember, what's that word? We can place, and I've done this, so much emphasis on getting everything verbatim. That's the way I wrote it. They're the words I want to use. And then we can get stuck trying to remember a talk verbatim, whereas a talk map frees us up. So
yeah, no, that's a great tip because I was taught at school about, making speeches and whatever, and then you just have a palm card and you just put dot points on it and speak to those rather than trying to remember everything verbatim. Because if you forget a spot somewhere and you get muddled up and you put a paragraph before another one, then your whole talk is, ruined, really.
I know, because you're kind of looking backwards, trying to find it. You're trying to find it. And then at the other time, you've got this other voice that goes, oh no, you're stuffed up. People are looking at you. That person gave me a funny look. How much time has gone by? And we literally go into this overwhelm of stress. And I've seen speakers just freeze and completely lose their spot, which is
yeah, I've seen it on numerous occasions, and you
same.
you really feel for the person who's giving the talk.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you really do. Yeah. Yeah.
If they're in your experience, how does a signature talk transform a speaker's career, and what benefits have you seen it bring to their business?
Yeah, look, so I know that with the speakers that I've worked with, it's positioned them as a professional speaker long before. Well, the way we start out is we go out and we do free talks, and, you know, we'll offer our services in places, and we might do guest or spot talks. And then as we start to sort of move up the scale, we get asked to go into larger organizations. And then you reach that stage. And this was my experience. Oh no, I need a signature talk or else I'm not going to get booked here. Whereas what I'm doing with it through She Talks is I'm taking my speakers and getting them to author their signature talk so that they can fast track themselves to the bigger stages. And quite literally, my speakers have taken the TEDx stage. They've spoken with speakers like John DeMartini, Les Brown. These are all, and if you don't know who these speakers are, they're celebrity speakers.
Yeah.
So you can quite literally, if you hone your message into your big idea, that's the first step. And then you create your signature talk. That's the second step. And then a signature talk gets formatted into a 40-minute keynote, 20-minute guest talk, and then a 10-minute spot talk and a 1-minute pitch to get booked to speak. And then you know what your availability, there's a message that you send out to get booked, and it's quite literally it's your availability message and saying what your pricing range is or whether you're available to work within their budget. And then you have a speaker sheet and a show reel. You're done, you're set, you're ready to really show people that you're a professional. That's why it's so important. Yeah, it can fast track you. Yeah.
And finally, for those that are here with us today, that may be inspired to get started, how can they take action to develop their own signature talk and get booked to speak?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Look, the fastest way to work within, to get booked to speak is to work within this framework that I just spoke about, which is create your big idea, signature talk into the 4 speaking formats, the 3 speaking formats and a pitch. And then you want to have, if you don't have a speaker sheet, it's not the end of the world. Not everywhere asks for that, but you must have a show reel. And the funny thing is, people in the speaking and business world are creating a show reel like an actor's show reel, and it's not. It's different. It is quite literally you speaking to camera, and there's a framework of how you talk about yourself without over talking about yourself and what topics you deliver and what media you've been in, what your expertise is, and then you show some clips. So you need to have all of those in place, and that will quite literally fast track you. But I'll tell you, if you're not there yet, if you're not ready to create a signature talk, create a story library and really hone your message. So what that means is, Rose, this is how it was for me. This is how it was I've worked with over 4,000 women now. You just go out and you share your message and you keep sharing it in articles, blogs, newsletters, whichever format, social media posts. And eventually what happens over time is you become so honed in your message that you quite literally get to the essence of your message, and it becomes so powerful. And then it becomes your big idea. Then you're ready to create a signature talk. But there is a format for a signature talk, and then there's format for each of those for a keynote, guest, and spot talk. They each have their own format and the pitch as well.
And they can find it more on your website, Fer?
Yeah, they can, which is shetalks.com.au. I'm going to offer something, though. I'm going to offer a VIP coaching session. Look, that's valued at $250, Rose. And for people, for a gift for being here today, I'm going to give them a powerful opportunity to gain tailored guidance from me, clarity, and support for bringing that message of theirs to life. So getting it into a big idea and taking their career to the next level means leveling up, and I can do that with them. So it's perfect for anyone wanting to step onto the stage with their big idea, or any business leader who wants to really deliver their message in such a powerful way that it emotionally moves their audience to action. So I'll do that today. It won't cost anything, and it's a full session with me, Rose.
Oh, wonderful. And where can they find that for?
They can directly reach out to me through the website www.shetalks.com.au. That's honestly the best way to find me. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
And
Thank
it'll
you.
increase their chances for getting booked and paid to speak. So
wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing with us how we can become better speakers, and how we can get our signature talk up and going.
You are so welcome. Great to be here with you, Rose, today. Wonderful to speak with your audience. And I look forward to, I don't know, connecting with some of you. Yeah. And I look forward to connecting with anyone who wants to reach out, even just to ask questions.
Thanks, Fer. Bye-bye for now.
Thanks, Rose. Bye for now.
That was the lovely Fer. Wow. And Fer has been on talking with the experts. She is a trusted friend, and honestly, what she has to teach about speaking is beyond unbelievable. So just reach out to Fer, and she'll set you on the right path. Now, my next guest is Juliet Denny, and Juliet's going to be talking about how AI will revolutionize learning. Now, I discussed earlier today about AI and how it's part of our life now, basically, and we I think have to embrace it because it's here. There's nothing we can do about it, whether you're using ChatGPT or one of the other AI type things, or ones for images. AI is here to stay. If you're using Canva, they use AI. So Zoom's using AI, Facebook's using AI. So it's here to stay, and it's something that I think we need to embrace in our everyday lives. So I'm looking forward to Juliet's talk. Now, Juliet is the AI rock star revolutionizing learning. So get ready to meet a powerhouse in the learning and development world. Juliet's not your average learning specialist. She's a trailblazer, fusing cutting-edge AI with engaging, whatever that was, methodology to create transformative learning experiences. As the founder of Growth Engineering Technologies and Iridescent Technologies, Juliet's work has impacted some of the biggest names in the game: Apple, HP, L'Oreal, Centrica, you name it. Juliet's zeal for human-centric design, learning, pedagogy, don't know what that word is, gamification, instructional design, and profound understanding of AI. This unique blend enables her to construct robust learning platforms that transform traditional lectures into interactive, personalized learning experiences that yield tangible results. And I'm going to get Juliet to tell me what that word is, because I have no idea. Juliet, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rose. It's lovely to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me on. I appreciate it.
What is that word?
It's pedagogy. Pedagogy.
Thank you.
So it is. So pedagogy is the way we learn, how we learn. It's almost like the science behind instructional design. So yeah. It is a very confusing word, though. I do understand that.
Yeah, I've never heard or seen it before. So yeah, I had no idea what it was. So what is the power of personalized learning? How are we going to explore all these things about AI and how we can improve our businesses?
Well, I mean, I think, just by way of background, my background is building, platforms, learning platforms that we would, sell into companies like Flight Centre in Australia, and, as you say, some of the bigger clients like L'Oreal and HP. And so what the goal of sort of creating those platforms has been traditionally in the SaaS world is to optimize process. Yeah. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to deliver learning at scale through e-learning, essentially. Or you're trying to organize webinar sessions. But basically, behind all of this is the philosophy that you are delivering out learning in a one-to-many format. Okay, so you've got an instructor that might be at the front of the classroom. They might be creating the e-learning. They might be, you know, delivering out information on via a webinar. But essentially, the message that they're delivering is a one-to-many, you know, message, right? Mm-hmm. And the problem is with that is the brain does not react very favorably towards that. Okay, so what happens when the brain is engaging with a new idea or a set of new concepts is, first of all, you've got to have attention. So I'm not sure how many people we've got on this podcast, but let's say for argument's sake, we've got 100 people. You can pretty much guarantee that out of those 100 people, some of them are, you know, thinking about what they've got rest to do today. Some of them are maybe making tea. Some of them are sort of multitasking on emails. Some of them, right? So that first and foremost element, right? The attention you don't necessarily have in a one-to-many scenario, because I'm not directly engaging with you, okay? The instructor is not directly engaging with you. And this is particularly apt in the world of e-learning, right? So the first thing is that in order to get attention, it's got to be highly relevant to you. You've got to actually care. Like, do I care about this? Is it relevant in my life? And so that attention thing is about, is this information relevant to me? Do I think it's going to help me in my aspirations and my goals? And am I in a position ready to learn? I mean, all of us who have got, you know, children will know how difficult it is to ensure that, you know, they're fed and watered well before they get into school. Do you know what I mean? You even have this sort of biological kind of situation where, you know, kids just, your brain is just not mentally prepared. You know, a lot of us say, oh, I can't do anything without my coffee. So that's the first thing. Okay, do we have attention? And do people actually care about what you're saying? And the answer to that is vastly no, especially when it comes to compliance training. Then we go on to concentration, okay? And concentration is the process of being able to actively understand what is going on in all phases of that learning process in order to make sense of it, okay? And what we also find in studies is that concentration is a really tricky thing, okay? The brain can only concentrate for a very short period of time. And also, the other problem with concentration is you lose it as soon as you can't make connections to prior and existing knowledge. You can't contextualize it. You don't know where it sits in your mind palace of memory bank. You know, and so what happens is you don't concentrate. As a consequence, this information does not get into your short-term memory, okay? So let's say you've got attention, you've got concentration, and for some reason it does get into your short-term memory. And this is great, okay? So you're thinking about it and you're like, yeah, I do understand the concepts. It is relevant to me. Now the issue is in order to move it into your long-term memory and into your behavior, right? Your active behavior. So if you can think about something like compliance, again, what you have to do is you have to analyze that information in the context of your own, you know, your own role. And you need to make sense of that information in a way that's going to allow you to remember it and store it in your long-term memory. Okay. So that's really tricky for a one-to-many process. It's just really, really difficult. So what we are doing now in the world of sort of tech builders, right? And so I am a builder of AI applications, is we're trying to use large language models and what we call data lakes. Okay, so the large language model is it's the clever bit on top that looks at the data and then basically interprets it as a conversational interface. So you can put anything in your data lake. Okay, so you can put anything in your database. So we put things like national organizational standards. We put things like international procedural standards, so ISO. We put things like off-qual. So off-qual is every single qualification ever been taught and approved by, the UK government. And again, in many governments around the world, they have these, bodies that are responsible for standards, be that occupational standards in terms of, industries that are compliance-based, be that qualifications, vocational qualifications and academic qualifications, and or business processes that are required, to basically benchmark, standards of excellence. So we can put all of that in our data lake. And then on top of that, we can put the natural language processing layer, which is what the clever stuff that the AI models do. And we can then tag and flag specific information in the data lake in order to completely personalize the learning experience. So Zavmo AI is our product. It's just launched in beta. And it's got a completely conversational interface. Okay, so you arrive at Zavmo AI and it starts asking questions about you. So it says, hello, what's your name? What do you do? What organization do you work for? How long have you been in that role? What are your career aspirations? Have you got any neurodiversity needs? What are your hobbies and your interests? And it asks you all these different questions. And what it's trying to do is benchmark against what it knows in terms of what you want to study, what level you want to study, what educational level it should be creating this content to. And then basically it comes back. So that's the first stage, is discovering all about you. The second stage is discuss. So one thing we know about the one-to-many way of learning is that it's done to you. You often don't really have a choice. This is the curricula, and you've got to do the curricula, and you've got to do all of it, and you've got to do all of the curricula in, the structure and manner that it's been delivered by the teaching organization. So in the discuss phase, we want to turn that on its head, and we will say, well, what's important to you? When do you want to learn? How do you want to learn? Do you want to learn through story? Do you want to learn through case studies? Do you want to learn through role play? Do you want to learn? How do you want to learn? So the discussion is that element of, yes, I'm committed to this learning path. And then we start the delivery, and then we start the demonstration. So the delivery is the learning objectives, and the demonstrate is the learning outcomes. And what we've seen is just an insane level of engagement. So imagine a scenario. So it just launched last week. I mean, it's in beta. Okay. So, there's no paying clients. These are just people kind enough to come in and give their time, effort, and energy, experts in many different fields, corporate learning, or, anybody just interested in, my brother's on there, my dad's on there doing gardening, what we've seen is just an insane level of, because you can map exactly what you want to learn. So when I'm going in there and I'm saying, hey, look, I don't understand how X API automatically tags random data in a hyperdimensional space. And Zavmo will say to me, okay, well, why is that relevant? And I'll say, well, if, when I'm talking to large corporate clients about, rolling out a pilot, what I need to know is I need to know in simple language how data is tagged and flagged automatically, and how the NLP layer using sentiment. So I'm going into a lot of detail about why this information is important to me. And what's happening is Zavmo's coming back and explaining specifically what I want to know. And in the industry, that's called adaptive learning. So this idea that we are driving towards a completely tailorized, personal approach is really what the power of AI is in the context of learning and development. And just, I loved Rose's talk. I was lucky enough to see some of it, before I came on. And one of the things that I loved about her talk is she talks about the power of emotion in story. And so I'd just like to take that fabulous idea and just tell you the origin story of Zavmo. So the origin story of Zavmo is that I'm dyslexic, and my kids are dyslexic, and they're both very bright. I ended up with a degree from Harvard, so very bright, but just educationally very, very challenged when we were going through the formal, school system. So my desire to create Zavmo was born out of the desire of looking at Zavi, who is my youngest, he's now 19, who fell out of school at 15, and saying, right, well, how can I get maths? Because his brain does work in a math-like way. How can I get him to have a passion and a love for maths, given that I know that he loves surfing and motorbikes? So that's where it came out of, to try and shape these topics, which math is math, but how you teach it, that's the thing that's of interest. So the power and excitement of AI in, the future of learning is profound in my view.
No, absolutely. I think, they're already starting to use it in school, so I understand, in Australia anyway. A lot of teachers are using it to teach things like English and science and stuff like that, and things that AI can give answers to in a real way, and not in some fabricated or fairy floss sort of way. So it but there is the potential for it to get it wrong, though, isn't there?
I think as the models get better, there's less and less chance of that. But it also, in a corporate or academic setting, it's not necessarily advisable just to use open AI, right? Really what you should be doing is creating your own data lake and ensuring that there are enough data points within that data lake to avoid hallucinations or anything like that. And that can be done if you have a set of standards. So for example, you're never going to get a situation where maths GCSE from the Cambridge Examining Board is not going to be taught in line with the Cambridge Examining Board, because there are many data points in the actual data lake which ensure and keep bouncing off each other to say, if this is not there or if this is not true, then basically don't deliver it. So the quick answer is yes, it's absolutely vital to know what guardrails you've got in place within your data lake. But if the data lake is constructed properly, then that should be able to be minimized substantially. So, for example, if you look at some of the work that we're doing in the corporate space, there are many organizations out there that don't have up-to-date job descriptions. And there are many organizations that don't have development plans that are dynamic for future skills. Now, we're obviously in a kind of scenario where future skills are going to be, absolutely vital for, the future of all of our organizations in order to innovate and flourish. And so what we're doing is using, the information in the data lake to basically benchmark the JDs on the job descriptions on national organizational standards, and then delivering the training needs analysis in line with those very high standard benchmarks. And what this means is that everybody in the organization has a very clear idea of what good looks like. Now, they might not all be developing the same functional, foundational and future skills. So those are the buckets that we try and identify at the same time. But what they will be doing is they will be very clear on the foundational, functional and future skills that they need in order to drive their organization forward in line with the values and mission of their organization. So this massive amount of data, I mean, the data that is involved in is so unbelievably huge. We've never really had an opportunity to do anything like this before. So, there's huge excitement around the possibility of how we can really begin to show how many people in our organization are really moving forward in kind of the 3F of, the 3Fs of skills. But, the key thing is that people have to enjoy learning. That's the bottom line. They have to want to develop. They have to know why they're developing. They have to be interested and curious about how this information is going to impact their role. And that is the power of adaptive learning. That is the power of AI in corporate and educational learning. It's not simply asking ChatGPT a question. That is not what we're talking about here when we're talking about, you know, building AI applications like Zavmo. Zavmo is a completely, you know, completely tailored. Zavmo doesn't deliver anything that is not absolutely right for your educational level, for your age, for your context, for your neurodiversity needs, for your interests, for your hobbies. And this is something that I think, you know, will absolutely revolutionize, you know, education and the way we know it.
Yeah, and I think it's important that education is tailored to the learner. At the moment, it's like you know, chuck the mud on the wall and let it stick, and so it's a one size fit all scenario. And you know, to me, if you've got a disability, a learning disability of some type, education is not meant to, as it stands now, it's not meant to, you know, help those that have difficulties, or you know, or even if they're at the higher end of the scale, you know, and they're like geniuses, you know, it takes a long time for the education department or whatever it is to figure out where to put this particular person.
Rose, I think you've just hit the nail on the head. I mean, that's it, isn't it? You know, if you look at a baby and you look at kids, you know, they're naturally curious. They might not be curious about literature or, you know, biology or whatever, but they are curious. So if we can tap in to that kind of idea of what do you love about life, and how can we situate maths or biology or, you know, whatever it might be into a context that really does delight and excite, you know, individuals, because they've said, this is what I'm curious about. I'm curious about dogs. I live in the mountains. I'm really interested in mountains. You know, teach me about maths in, you know, in and around a scenario where I'm hiking, or I'm looking at the sun, or I'm feeling the velocity of the wind on my face, or whatever it is. I'm much more likely to be like, you know what, that makes sense. What I don't want to see is something on a piece of paper that, you know, is just dry. And how can now a coach can do that, but how do we scale coaching at a government level or at a large corporate level? You just simply can't do that.
I think education, a lot of the things that they're being taught in schools is irrelevant to life in general anyway. I mean, if you're not going to use algebra in your future life, why do you need to learn it at school? And that's just my thinking. But and why do you need to learn about biology if you're not going to be a biologist or be a doctor?
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting all the skills we don't teach. So why don't we teach more about things like nutrition? Why don't we teach more about managing personal finances? Why don't we teach more about optimizing, you know, health? Why don't we teach more about relationships? Okay, being 100%. Able to talk to one another.
100%. No, I totally agree with that. I think, you know, if they restructured the learning, I think they'd keep more kids engaged, and they'd have better learning outcomes.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fascinating field, education, but I do think we are on a wave of evolution, and we'll still need teachers. You know, humans need humans. It's very, very difficult to adapt in a highly personalized way for teachers when they've got 40 people in a class or 30 people in a class. You know, it's really, really difficult. So hopefully the more of these applications we see in the market, the more teachers will, you know, see their pupils flourish and grow, and it'll be a win-win for, you know, everybody.
Absolutely. Juliet, it's been an absolute pleasure. Now tell me, you can find the app at Davmo, DAVMO.ai. Please go and check it out. Honestly, I think it's going to be a worthwhile tool for future use. And you can also find Juliet on LinkedIn and Instagram. So please, you know, go and check her out there. I've put her links in the comments. So yeah, go and check Juliet out.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
It's an absolute pleasure, Rose. Thank you very much indeed. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, that was interesting conversation, and I really enjoyed the fact, that AI is progressing so far that we can take it into classrooms and things now, and tailor teaching to suit the learner, not just throw mud at a wall and let it stick. Now I'd like to introduce you to Leanne Clune. And Leanne, we'll get to this. She's just released a book on Friday, so I'll get her to talk a little bit about that. But Leanne is a wealth strategist. She's a business legacy coach, an international best-selling author and publisher at Radiant Books. Her true purpose is to empower business owners to unleash their inner genius and put them and their business on the world stage. She does this via an array of groundbreaking programs she has developed in her Live Your Legacy Now programs. Leanne, please join us.
Thank you, Rose. I'm so excited to be here today with you.
It's lovely to see you. I'm really excited for your book launch on Friday. How did it go?
We had an amazing book launch. Thank you, Rose. It was incredible. And as what happened with my first book, amazingly, sorry, I've got a bit of a cough. Amazingly, we got #1 bestseller in Australia before we even launched. Now, this happened with my first book. And I don't know what it is, if it's the collective intention or what it is, but or messaging each other and something out of the shower and saying, "Am I reading this right? Are we at #1 already?" And we were.
Yeah, I knew
So
you were giving you.
we had a great day. We celebrated.
Time.
Yes, we gave, and actually we still have the electronic book for free, so I can send you the links, Rose, if you want to send them out. It's for free for the next few days if anyone wants to grab a copy of the Kindle book. It's called Legacy Business Builders: Co-Creating a Life on Purpose. And what we did with this book, Rose, is we got 11 established entrepreneurs who have what we call a legacy business. So a legacy business, according to our description, is an extension of their purpose put out in the world in a big way. And what we did was, when we facilitated the chapters and the writing of the chapters, we got the authors to go back to their childhood. We did a trademark process called Finding Gold, and that's from one of my authors, Gareth Benson. And what it does is it goes back to your childhood, and he runs a process, and he discovers what your true purpose is in this lifetime, from going back to stories and storytelling as a child. And it was a really fascinating process. And all us authors, we remembered so many of our childhood stories and how they relate to our businesses now, which is really fascinating. It's something that is not really talked about out there in the business world.
No.
And for example, for myself, there are a few things that came up. When I was a young child, I used to get on my bike and round up the neighborhood. Used to yell out to them, no mobile phones then. Yell out, to the ones that I wanted to come and play with. And we'd all ride our bikes and we'd meet at the local park, and we had a big tree house. And so we'd go up the tree house, and so I would collect and congregate this community every night and on the weekends. And, Gareth said to me, "And what are you doing now, Leanne, with these book projects? You're bringing together community." And we did, we even called my training sessions, we nicknamed them the Cubby House, because that's what it was like. We were in the Cubby House, and I was training them how to write their chapter.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and another one that really came out, which I remembered during the whole process, was when I was at school, I was always the little counselor. So people would come to me if they had any issues, and they'd just seek me out to chat, to vent. And I always kind of knew what to say to them because I took myself out of the picture, and I'd just give them some words of wisdom. And what happened was, I'd be sitting there at lunch or whatever with my group of friends, and someone would come over and say, "Hey, Leanne, can I talk to you?" And I knew that they'd want a counselling session. And so I'd take them over to another patch of the Oval, which was like my office on the school Oval, my private consultation room. And I'd talk to them, I'd just let them vent, Rose, and there was no judgment. There was never any judgment. And I'd listen, and I would just kind of really intuitively stream answers to them or suggestions. And then they would go their own way. They'd say, "Thank you." They'd go their own way. I'd go back to my friends, and I wouldn't talk about it again. It would just go. And in my late 20s, I started a financial advice business. And it was very much like the school Oval, I can tell you. So, adults would come in with their financial problems and just blah. And they knew that I was never going to say anything. It was, the parallels are absolutely incredible. I'd fix up their finances and off they'd go, and they might come back later. So we went through this process for all of the authors, and it was just absolutely fascinating. It's an incredible read, going back and starting at their childhood and what they naturally did as children. And they're their superpowers, right? And when you use your superpowers in business, I believe you become unlimited.
Yeah, I think what you are in as a child, often is how you are as an adult. So if you're a giving person as a child, you're more likely to be a giving person as an adult, and in that creates the I guess part of your purpose in life.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I look at my children as well. And as I was publishing this book, my eldest child, Bailey Clune, he was always a very theatrical child. So he was always dancing around the house. He was, our lounge room would be transformed into a stage most nights and all weekends. And, he would be saying, "Get backstage," and he would be directing us. And he was in America on America's Got Talent in the grand finals while I was publishing this book.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. So he was with a group of 30 dancers from Sydney, his dance studio, Brent Street. And, it was just incredible to witness his trajectory. And he's only 19, Rose. So, he's
a long way to go. Yeah.
He's on his path. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now tell me, what is a legacy business, Leanne?
Yeah, so we define a legacy business as one that is where the owner is on their true purpose path. So they're using their superpowers and they're expressing them into the world through their legacy business. So, for example, I'll talk about one of my authors, Jason Greenwood, in my book. And Jason has a very successful cosmetic company called Rococo Botanicals, and it's a multi-million-dollar company exporting all over the world, based here in Australia. Now, Jacene was, when she was a little girl, she used to be obsessed with ingredients of things. So she would study cereal boxes and she'd be like, what's in everything? She was like really obsessed with that. She turned out to be a formulation queen. Like, that's her genius. She is a chemist and formulates all of her cosmetics and skincare range. So, of course, it's all about what's in things and how do they mix together. It was always in her, right? It was always in her from when she was a child. It was coming out as her reading cereal boxes and creating things. And she was always also very entrepreneurial. So it's not so much about, yes, a lot of people hear the word legacy and they think, oh, generational wealth and stuff like that. But it's not always that, Rose. Like, we feel the most important thing is that the owner is on their purpose path and they're making an impact in the world from using their inner greatness and their superpowers.
Heaps of sense. Absolutely, heaps of sense. Yeah, I used to love writing stories, and I used to love writing plays, and I used to get all the kids together, and we'd put on a play at assembly, and I was the director and the producer, so I was a bit bossy.
Oh my gosh! See, and now you do the podcast. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And you're hosting them.
That's it. So the power of collaboration in conscious legacy businesses. With we all rise together as a group, but how can we get this group together?
What do you mean? How did I get it together?
Yeah, well, yeah. So we use the power of collaboration to bring people together. How do we use that in a legacy business?
Oh, like there's so many ways. So even just when I brought these people together, and some of them, like, there's two finance people, I do finance, I had another finance lady, but we've all got differences and we just naturally started to want to collaborate. And I feel that it's because when you bring people together that are on a similar frequency, a similar conscious level, then naturally the business conversations will come about and evolve. And even with Gareth, when Gareth facilitated the Finding Gold exercise, and I kept going back to my authors and saying, what was it that you found from that exercise? And we kept going back to it, and it actually transformed the whole trajectory of the book. Because then we said, okay, we're going to start writing about our childhood first. And then we all came up with a purpose statement. And on the back cover of my book, and I haven't got it here, but I've got like a little printout of it. But what we've done is we've got a childhood photo of all of us authors, and it's got what our purpose is. So just a statement, like, for example, I've got Aldwyn Alchini in it, and hers is stand up, speak up. So there's a photo of her as a child, stand up, speak up. And that's what she used to do as a kid, And mine is, it starts with you, because it does start with you. Like, it's up to you to determine what your purpose is and decide whether you want to really step into that. It's not all that easy. There's a lot to overcome to step into that. And it's our world doesn't seem to be supportive at the moment of people really stepping into our purpose. For instance, I've done a science degree before I did my finance, and then I've done traditional finance. And a lot of people say to me, well, why don't you just do your financial planning still? Why don't you just do that? What are you doing this for? They don't understand it. They don't understand that it's passion projects, and passion projects, if you do follow your passion, it does bring the money. It does. It might not straight away, but it does end up doing that. And it creates so much more. It creates a business and a life on your terms that you truly love. And how many people can say that, Rose?
No, not a lot of us actually. I mean, trying to find your purpose in life can be quite a challenge when we, don't know what that is, because we've been sort of, I guess, brainwashed, educated.
Yes.
We put our wants and needs, second, and so we never really. Some of us never find our purpose.
I know, it's a real shame. It's a real shame. But I guess I was blessed to be brought up with a father who was very much on purpose. My father was really, I write about this in the book, and I thought that everyone grew up like this, as you do as kids. And my dad was always happy, joyful, fulfilled. I could probably count on one hand how many times he got aggro in his life. But he died very suddenly at only age 53. And I guess I took for granted how he was and what he taught us. He taught us that we get one chance. It can be taken so quickly at any time without any notice. So my father had no chance to say goodbye, no chance to say goodbye to anyone. It was actually, he died pretty much instantaneously, they told us. But I know that he would have had absolutely no regrets. Probably only, he would have wanted to live longer, of course. But he would have had no regrets, Rose. And not many people can say that.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Leanne, how can being on purpose, how can we create more profit if we are working, on purpose?
Yeah, it's a good question, Rose. I really like it. A lot of people ask that. And the thing is, when you are on purpose and you're following your alignment, so in business, for example, you will attract clients that are more aligned to you. So if you're, for instance, when I do my book projects, I attract businesses, I attract the legacy business builders, right? So you attract people that are at a similar conscious level to you. I see people that are on purpose, they're happy, they're fulfilled, the doors start flying open for them. But they know which ones to go for. So they're not going zigzagging all over the place. They know. So, for example, my son, when he got into Sydney when he was 17 years old, and I said to him, look, why don't you just take a 1-year gap year before you move down there? Because we had to get him an apartment. He was only 17. He couldn't sign a lease. There were all these logistical issues. And, I was really concerned. And he went into his intuition and he said to me, Mum, I have to go this year. So it's about really listening to your intuition and really being in touch and really being strong in yourself and knowing yourself and being unshakable. And I said to him, are you sure? We knew that he could work here for a year, save up a lot of money, and then go down. He said, I know I have to go down now. But he couldn't tell me why, Rose. He couldn't tell me why. It was a very strong intuitive thing. So we went down and he was studying full-time. He's just about to graduate now. But he went down and he was teaching one class a week as well as studying. He was teaching one dance class a week. That was January last year. By June, he was teaching 19 classes a week.
Wow.
The doors just open. He's completely on purpose. He wants to be a dance teacher. That's the course he's doing. He loves it. They can see he loves it. They can see that's his purpose. the whole world's open up to him.
Yeah,
So these are the sort of things I see happening when you're on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, I guess being on purpose, you know, will, as you say, attract the people that want to work with you. And obviously then you will have that profit in your business that, you know, all of us are looking for. We're not looking to work for pennies, that's for sure. Yeah. So, you know, I guess the question would be then, if you found your purpose and, you know, you're attracting all those like people and you're making the profit in your business, how can you share that wealth of knowledge, purpose, profit with others?
Yeah, I guess I see a lot of people that are very purposeful. They are at that consciousness level of collaborating and wanting to, you know, operate at that serving level rather than the lower levels of just working for money. So they're at that level where they want to create impact. The mission is bigger than just making money per hour. They stand for, you know, bigger things. They've got a mission in the world, you know, and they want to get that out, and that's part of it. And that's what drives them to it, you know. So
yeah, no, yeah, I get that. And you know, I think I've bypassed the making money thing, and I think I've just gone straight to the service.
Yeah, well, it's hard as well, Rose, you know, like that's where I guess my wealth strategist comes in, because I understand that it's a transition when, you know, you can find your purpose and then you can go, well, how on earth am I going to do this, because I need this paycheck every fortnight. Like, so there is, I've developed a roadmap through some of my programs of how to transition. And honestly, it's really individual because everyone's circumstances are different. I've seen this from working in the wealth space for the last 20 years. There are ways to do it, but I can't tell you what way, because everyone's circumstances are different, very, very different. So there's individual tailored strategies for people. And yes, working out the money, I believe, is a crucial factor in starting that, because if we don't have that cash flow, we stress out, and that takes us away from being creative and being on purpose.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with you. Leanne, it's been a pleasure. Where can people find you if they want to find out more about what you do, what you offer?
Yeah, sure. So we've just started up a weekly show on a Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's called the Legacy Spotlight Show. And that, you can register for that. It's a free show to attend. You can register at www.legacyspotlight.com. When you register for that, you'll get some emails, you'll get a golden ticket to the show, and you can come along. And first, we're featuring our 11 authors from the Legacy Business Builders book. They're going to be talking about what they did and how they did it, the resilience that was required, all sorts of things. And you'll also have the opportunity to ask some questions and learn and implement from them. So that's a really good one for most people if they want to do that. We'll also have recordings available. So if you register, there'll be recordings sent out to you as well if you can't make the actual show. You can always find me on LinkedIn, Leanne Clune. And yeah, I do have a Facebook page, Live Your Legacy Now. So.
Yeah, I'll put all those in the chat.
Thank you.
It's all right. And yeah, just tell me a little bit more about, I know you've availed yourself of my online podcasting program. So tell me a little bit more about, you know, the podcast, or is this the show that you're going to be using, the Legacy?
Yes, I'm going to learn from the expert, Rose. I'm going straight to the top, Rose. And I had this idea that I wanted to really leverage this book because I feel it's important, and it's, for me, it's a movement, and for me, this is my way of serving. And I thought, how can I get out there to as many people as I can? I can only do so many phone calls a day, and I was getting to the point where I couldn't fit everyone in. I'm going to do a show, and we're going to feature different people every time, and people can come and learn. They can learn what it is. They can learn about legacy businesses, because I was getting a lot of questions around it. And every show will be different because it'll feature someone else, and together we all rise, right? Like, that is my big thing. Together we all rise in a group. So I decided I was going to do a show, and then I actually just came across that you have created a course to teach people how to do podcasts. I thought, well, that's perfect. So I've enrolled in that. So I will be your star student, Rose.
Absolutely. And so this website where the show is, it's www.legacyspotlight.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to make sure I got it right in the chat.
Thank
here,
you.
So you can follow the link.
Thank you. Yes, because we want to put legacy builders, and purpose in the spotlight.
Perfect. Leanne, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing with us today about, being on purpose and how we can live our legacy now rather than wait for the future.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rose, and thank you for everything that you're doing today for all these business owners. I know it's been a huge day for you, and all that you do for business owners overall is just amazing.
Well, thank you. All right. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. Well, that was Leanne Clune talking about legacy now, why you should be, living your purpose now and not waiting for the future. And, if you haven't found your purpose, then maybe you need to, find a coach, Leanne, to help you to find what your purpose is and get you where you need to be to fulfill your dreams and live the life that you deserve.
Hello.
Hello, Daniel. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, a little bit about young Daniel. He runs the company Swedish Wealth Institute, and they are the partner for Tony Robbins for the UK and Scandinavian markets. Robert and Kim Kiyosaki and Kane Minkus and Lewis Crompton. They work with community owners, basically anyone network of entrepreneurs, business people, network marketers, and people interested in personal development. And they help them bring these amazing brands to their client base without expensive speaker fees. Daniel, welcome to the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit.
Well, thank you so much. I'm honored to be here.
Oh, an honor is mine. Now, we haven't spoken for a long time, so how have you been?
Yeah, it's been full speed. I mean, the world has gone, since we talked last, the world has gone through a lot. Our business was booming, and then we had COVID, and our entire business was, it just wasn't legal to bring people together. And then we came out. I got a phone call saying, hey, Tony's coming back to Europe. Are you guys ready to go? And that kind of just unleashed everything again. And it's been a blast since. We're running here next week, the Financial Freedom Summit with who you see behind me. You got Jack Robbins, Kim Kiyosaki, Sharon Lechter, and some of the most amazing speakers from all over the world. So it's it's been fun to get back into it.
Wonderful. And we're going to be discussing today AI for entrepreneurs. Now, we had someone on talking about AI for learning, and it was quite an interesting conversation about how AI can, better cater to individuals rather than having that, overall sort of education system. So I'd be interested to hear your take on, AI for entrepreneurs and how we can better use AI to better our businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we work a lot with AI in our business, and we have many of the speakers at the summit are talking about AI and different ways it can be used for business. One of my friends said it so well. He said this about must have been about 18 months ago when AI started blasting onto the scene and becoming something everyone was using. And he said everyone in the world just got 10 employees working for them full time. And that is it's such a good point, because I recently got the question, like, we're at the Financial Freedom Summit, we expect about 20,000 people registered for that event. It's a major event. We got so many different moving parts. And I got the question, how many people do you actually have on your team? And I thought about it before, years ago, before AI, before all the craziness in the world, I would have probably needed a team of 20, 30 people to do what we do now. But thanks to the tools that we have in AI, we're doing the same thing with a core team of about 5 people.
Yeah. It's interesting how AI is, changing the face of the business world.
Oh yeah. And in so many ways. And I know a lot of people are afraid of AI, and I made the mistake of asking ChatGPT what knew about me. And it remembers our conversations. So it knew stuff that I was like, wait a sec, I don't want people to know this. But at the same time, the leverage I get out of AI and what it does for our impact, what it does just for my efficiency. Like, I will so often go to ChatGPT instead of going to Google and trying to figure out an answer. I'll just go to ChatGPT and tell it to go to Google and find me the answer. So I'm saving time everywhere, every single day.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT to do my podcast descriptions, and get the hashtags and the title and everything. I obviously put in the basic information, but it spits out this thing for me in about less than 5 minutes, and it just saves me so much work.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I mean, even when we're not using the tool ChatGPT, so many of the other tools we're using, like all of our social media, I have a posting tool that helps me, if I need to design a post, I have AI support in that. If I have to write the description, I have AI support in that. All the hashtag research, it does all that. And just that means I can run my social media, takes maybe half an hour a week, and we're posting, every single day. We're getting thousands of views on every single post. And, that's just one facet of where we're saving time. It's pre AI, that was a half-time position in our company. That now I can do myself in 15, 30 minutes a week.
Yeah, it saves us a lot of time. Daniel, I'd like you to share with us how an entrepreneur has been able to grow without having to employ a pre-COVID team of 15 people.
Yeah, well, what I would say is whatever your business is, right? You start at the beginning and you think about AI not as, an external tool. It's a part of the team. And so you look at what are the different tasks we have and what can I now automate? So I spent a lot of time doing trainings in AI. One of our primary speakers at the event here is Kane and Alessia Minkus, who are absolutely fantastic when it comes to AI. So I've gone through their training program multiple times. And I had a period where I would put every single week, I would decide this week I'm going to automate one task using AI. And what happened was that over the course of about 2 or 3 months, I automated maybe, 5 different primary tasks. Even more than that. It must have been about 7 to 10 different primary tasks in the business that were fully automated or semi-automated thanks to AI. And that allowed us to do more, to grow, to do more on especially on our marketing side. We were able to automate a lot, where instead of me having to go out and hire people, I kind of looked at it as I was recruiting someone because I have this role, and I recruited an AI instead of a person. So I had, a cost of $10 a month instead of, you know, $3,000 to $4,000 a month.
Yeah. And I think, you know, AI can, in that instance, I guess it's like you're losing human positions out of an organization, which I think that's what people are afraid of, is, you know, it's going to do away with the human content that has been available up till now.
Yeah, I do get the fear there, because there are certain positions that are now easier to do using an AI and cheaper to do using an AI. But what we've at the same time seen is that you create new positions. So thanks to this, we've been able to grow much, much quicker as a company than we otherwise would have been able to do. And so recently, we just launched our new community, our networking community. And that one is all about, you know, people meeting people, right? It's all about gathering, creating networking opportunities to meet speakers like the ones I have behind me. And the result was, of course, that I needed a community manager. So thanks to what I've done in AI, I now had to hire Jones, who runs that community and is absolutely amazing because he's so good with people.
Yeah.
So other skill sets become important. The ability to copy and paste from spreadsheets, design work, in some cases, not fully, you still needed designers, but you might not need the same size of team, because those designers, if they know how to use AI, they become a lot more efficient. They can do more. Social media planning, business planning, a lot of these things we can get help with from AI. But that allows us to grow as companies. That allows small companies to grow quicker, to grow easier, and that will create new positions and new jobs. So I don't see it as a lack. I don't see it as people are disappearing. Instead, the ability to communicate with people is becoming that much more important, because the positions where you're hiding behind a screen, well, those can very well be automated through AI.
And Daniel, how can we use AI in our marketing? You know, because marketing can be quite an onerous task.
Well, the funnest thing with AI, and this is something I learned from Kane and Alessia Minkus, was when they said, well, if you don't know how to use AI for a specific task, you can ask it. So if you're sitting there going like, well, all right, I know I should be using AI for marketing, but I don't even know where to begin. The first thing you can do is you can ask ChatGPT. You can go, hey, look, I have this business. This is my company. This is what I want to accomplish. How can AI help me do this? And it'll tell you, well, I can help you create your business plan. I can help you create your marketing plan. I can then help you create copy. I can help you with this. And then you sit there and go, okay, well, let's start with point one. Help me create a marketing plan. So this is my target demographic, or I don't even know my target demographic. This is my product. This is my service. Who should I be serving? And it will help you do that kind of study. And then you can take that out and obviously talk to real people and do that part of it. But like the technical analysis of it, ChatGPT can do for you. And you go, great. All right. So now I have my target market. What should be my business plan or marketing plan? Where are these people? And it can go out onto the internet and can find, well, Facebook is where this demographic hangs out. So we could find them by creating a Facebook group, or we could do meta ads, or we could, do another kind of social media blitz campaign through there. Or your people are at networking events. Let me go and check what networking events are available in the area. And you send it off to do that work for you. And now you know where to go. And then you just keep going down that path. You go, all right, great. So we know that this is my target market. We know we're going to access them on Facebook. And we want to do this through a Facebook group because I don't want to be spending money on ads. All right, great. ChatGPT, how do I run a group? Like, what should I do? What are the steps? Great. And now you have a tutorial step by step built around exactly what you're trying to accomplish. You just copy, paste, and do this. You don't have to figure it out on your own. You can have it write all the copy for you. And then you say, great, all right, so I have a group. How do I grow the group? How do I create engagement in the group? How do I run this? And again, ChatGPT can help you, and it will help you go through it. So this becomes your kind of coach and mentor. Now, obviously, it doesn't take the place of talking to a person that has literally done what you've done, but it's a shortcut. It takes you very, very far. And then, you know, if you bring in an expert, so we have, for example, at the summit, we have Paul O'Mahony, who's great at social media. We have Andy Gwynn, who's an amazing at LinkedIn, and so on. And what they would then do is they don't have to explain to you how to set up a Facebook group, because you've already done the simple parts. What they can do is say, well, you know what? Here are the secrets. These are the things that most people don't know. These are the things that aren't, you know, they're not in blog posts on the internet. So ChatGPT doesn't have this information. So this is where I can help you. But ChatGPT will get you 90-95% of the way, and it can help you create that plan and strategy. And every time you're going to make a post, it can help you write the content. And you can, if you know how to use ChatGPT, you can have it analyze your voice so that it sounds like you're doing it. I have ChatGPT write all of our Facebook ads, and my cost per client acquisition through the Meta ad system is about 30% of what it used to be. So, you know, ChatGPT is obviously 3 times as good a copywriter as I am. So, you know, why would I do it? I use it. So there are so many parts you can use it for. But I would say, rather than me kind of saying you should do this, this, and this, ask ChatGPT what it could do for you, and then you can have it help you find other tools. So I use, like I mentioned before, a social media planner and poster that is powered by AI. And I could have used, now I had connections and you know, some amazing people that helped me find that one. But if I don't have that ability, I can just go to ChatGPT and say, all right, this is our strategy. Please find the most cost-effective tool that will allow us to do this at a high level. Go. And ChatGPT can go online and find and evaluate and compare and say, well, this tool actually does what we're looking to do in the plan we've already created together, and it only costs X dollars a month, and it will, you know, it'll allow you to do what you want to do.
Yeah, no, I love the concept. I'm going to re-listen to this later. I'm going to use all the tips that you've got and better my marketing plan.
Well, it's so beautiful, because we don't have to be the marketing experts anymore. We can ask ChatGPT and then we tweak it, right? That's when we then turn to other people that have done what we've done. That's where mentors come in. But now mentors are not about teaching you from point A to point B. They're about taking you from point B to point Z and helping you take that next step on the journey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's room for both in our lives, and you know, I think, you know, we shouldn't be frightened of artificial intelligence at all, because I mean, it has been around in some form or other, you know, for a while, but it's just come more to the fore since ChatGPT came online.
That's a really good point too. I mean, that's something that Kane, he's been working in AI in over 30 years. And like, the large companies have been using AI for their business. And, you know, ever since the word big data started being talked about, which, you know, people have completely forgotten now, because now the buzzword is AI. But big data was analyzed using AI. Like, that's how they made sense of the information. They had different types of AI tools. The difference now is that you and me can use AI. Like, we didn't have access to those big tools. I mean, certain people like Kane and Alessia did, and, you know, but most normal mid-sized small businesses, we didn't have that. So your Microsofts, your Apples, your Googles, they were playing a completely different game with a completely different set of rules. And now all of a sudden we're getting access to some, not everything. They still play at a different game than we do, but we're getting access to some of it. It's leveling the field a little bit, allowing us to do things that they've been doing for a long time. And so in many ways, and that's why this summit is so important. I mean, you're talking to experts about how they can use AI. I think it's really important for small businesses not to be afraid of it and to use it. And for employees who might be afraid of like, oh my God, I'm going to be expendable. Well, if you learn to use AI and now you have the power, you can be as efficient as 10 of you were in the past. Now you're not expendable anymore. You're just 10 times as good for a company than you used to be. That's pretty amazing.
I think so too. I think, I started working, back in the 80s, and, stuff that they had then. I mean, I was like one of the first in our organization to use a PC. And honestly, and I had to go and teach all the others to use it. And I was only still learning myself. So, it was, and then the internet came, and, we were all so excited when the internet came online, and it just made our life so much easier. We didn't have all these teletape machines and going clickety clack all day long, and Xerox machines and all those sorts of other things that we thought were efficient before all this modern stuff came in. And everyone thought, oh, I'm going to lose my job, and this is going to happen and that's going to happen, and it didn't. It just made everyday working life more efficient.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, some people lose their jobs and lose their, just taking the Industrial Revolution, right? When we started, the experts, those amazing, carpenters, well, they didn't have to build the whole table themselves now. Now, anyone could, screw in that screw, and then it just assembly line worked its way through. But instead of them having a few select people who were experts who could build tables, now we had thousands of new jobs of people that could build tables. So yeah, the job changed, and in that case, some high-end job got lost, but instead you had thousands of new jobs being created. You created then managerial positions for that. You created engineers for that. And all of a sudden, all these new high-paying jobs took the place of the old high-paying jobs, and a lot more, low and mid-level jobs were taken away.
Absolutely. I agree. I think, and innovation and, learning new skills and learning new ways of doing things can only be of benefit to any business owner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And especially as the business owner, because for us, we should not be in the least part afraid of it, because for us, it allows us to do more. It allows us to expand. It allows us, when we're looking at a new opportunity, instead of hiring someone at $3,000 a month, we can try to find an AI at $30 a month, which allows us to expand our business at a much quicker rate. Because, it takes a while to grow a company to have another $3,000 a month coming in to be able to invest in that new employee. But to grow your company by $30 a month is a much quicker path. So it allows you to expand at a quicker rate, which then creates these positions anyway. So you're still going to create new jobs. You're still going to be hiring people. You just can leverage your growth much, much quicker.
Absolutely. AI is really great for business, but what about everyday life? How can we use AI in our everyday personal life?
I use it all the time. Like everything I do, I was sitting actually a great example was every morning I drink a cup of green tea. And so I had a friend over who was staying. I live on an island outside of the Swedish coast. So she was staying here for a few days, and I would do my green tea. I would boil the tea. I would drop in the tea bag, and then have my honey, and it was awesome. But she kind of went there. Really, there are specific temperatures the tea should be at. The water should be at to optimally use the honey, to optimally use the green tea. Have you thought of that? I'm like, no, I'm just boiling the water. It's at 100 degrees. And it is what it is. And she's like, well, you're actually missing a lot of the benefits of you taking your cup of green tea. And so now I didn't want to go and find myself a thermometer and kind of go measure it. So I just went to ChatGPT and I said, look, I want to take a cup of green tea in the morning. And so I boil the water, and it's going to start at 100 degrees. I'm going to pour it in my cup. How do we do this to make sure I'm getting the full value of my honey and the full value of my green tea? And say, well, great. pour your cup, it's a normal cup size. So it's going to take about 5 minutes for the water to cool down to be optimal for the green tea. Then you let the green tea sit for 3 minutes. You take the tea bag out. Then you let it sit for another 3 minutes. And then you take the honey. And now you're getting the full value, and it's then perfect temperature for you to drink when it's done. Awesome.
Yeah.
I just learned how to make a perfect cup of coffee, perfect cup of tea without having to do any work. I just told ChatGPT what I want. And that's just one tiny little example. Like, I use it all the time. Whenever I have a question, when I used to go on Google and I'd have to go in and find an article, and when you Google things, you'll often find people that asked a similar question to you. But like, I want to know this exact precise, thing. So by asking ChatGPT, I can have ChatGPT read 7 different articles and say, look, all right, so they're saying all these things, but for your specific issue, this is the answer. This is what you wanted to know.
Yeah, I've had similar adventures with Google recently. I was searching something very specific, and it brought up all this other stuff. And then I had to go and search through all the other stuff to find the exact thing that I wanted, which was really annoying because it was time wasting, and I didn't want to spend all that much time. I just wanted them to bring up the article that I needed straight away.
Well, exactly. I mean, like, for me, I play football, or as people with my accent say, soccer. And I play here in Sweden. And the Swedish style of play is very different from other countries. Like, every country has a unique style. And I wanted to learn, like, all right, so for a Swedish football player, when they go internationally, what are a lot of the challenges they face? And when Googling that, there weren't a lot of posts talking about this. They were talking about British players going to play in the Spanish league and Spanish players going to play in the Italian league. But like, Sweden is a small country. So there was no one that had properly written a full article on that. But I'm sure it was there in different articles comparing. So I just asked ChatGPT, and it went out and said, look, all right, so the Swedish league is very famous for all of these things. And so if they're going to go play in Spain, this is going to be a challenge. If they're going to go play in the UK, this is their challenges. And if they go to play in Italy, that's there. So I could find out, it's especially when you're looking for a very specific answer, then, ChatGPT is absolutely brilliant, because probably no one has asked, or very few people have asked, the exact thing that we are looking for. And that means Google can't really give you the answer to it, because it doesn't have its big data for it, because you are so unique.
Yeah, I found too that it leans information from ChatGPT leans more towards the US rather than the UK. I don't know, maybe I'm not asking it the right questions, but the spellings is US, and if you don't say,
well, you can always tell it to be Swedish, or to be Australian, or be British. You can give it its frame and say, all right, so for this conversation, you are the absolute best copywriter in the world, and you are focused on writing, you are amazing at writing meta ads for the Swedish market in this demographic. That is who you are right now. Now we're going to create these ads. So you can tell it who to be, which kind of hat it should put on, and which lens it should see your conversation through.
Okay, I'm obviously not specific enough yet to get those instructions the way I want them to be. But thanks for that advice. I will take that on board. Daniel, tell me a little bit about the summit that is standing behind you.
Yeah, thank you. It starts the 7th of November, and it goes all the way through the 10th. And what we wanted to do was, our community, as they want to grow. They want to grow financially, they want to grow emotionally, they want to grow spiritually. And a lot of it is about taking that first step from, if you've read the book, The Cash Flow Quadrants with Robert and Kim Kiyosaki, it's about moving from the left side to the right side, going from that poor dad lifestyle to the rich dad lifestyle, becoming a business owner and investor. So we built the summit fully around this concept of, how do you go from the left side to the right side? How do you become financially free? How do you take that power back over your life so that you can travel the world, so that you can work with charities, so you get your time back and can spend time with your family or whatever it is that drives you. And we decided to bring in these amazing speakers, and I started putting out the call, and amazing people reached out, replied, Jarek Robbins, it's, Tony Robbins' son. And as a business coach and mentor, he is absolutely fantastic. I mean, Kim herself said, yeah, of course I'm going to be on. Let's do this. Sharon Lecter, who co-wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad, came on, and just amazing speakers from all over the world. So day one is all about business. So it's about growing in what they call the B quadrant. How do you automate things? How do you grow? It's AI, it's marketing, it's sales, it's the mindset of being an entrepreneur, the creativity. How are you creative as an entrepreneur? How to innovate as an entrepreneur. Day two is all about investing. So we call that Investors Day. And we've brought experts on the stock market, on trading, on property investing, on cryptocurrencies, and of course, Kim Kiyosaki herself, who talks about these principles of how do you become a successful investor? How do you pick among all these different assets and asset classes to become successful? And then we come back for day three, which is all about business again. We call it our 10x business secrets. So we have a lot of things about how to use these online methodologies and how to build a business and acquire clients in a high value way. And then finally, we wrap up with day four, which is a lot about your ability to speak publicly. It's about how to build your personal brand, how to attract people to you rather than you going out to chase clients. They're coming to you. And as well, we have a little on. We're touching on all parts. It's kind of a wrap up day, so we want to make sure that you walk away with your investor's mindset, with your investor's tool, with your business tools. And then Sharon capped the day, and the interview with her is going to be absolutely outstanding. She wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women. She wrote 3 Feet from Gold. She co-wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad. Like, she's one of the most successful women I've ever had the blessing to speak to, and she wraps up the event in a way that's going to be absolutely amazing.
Is it online or in person?
Yes, the whole thing is virtual, and so we'd love to welcome anyone here who's on the call to come and join us. And we have I saw you shared my social media links and the website and everything, so you can find the access to the event there. And we've pushed it out everywhere, so so yeah, and it's free to attend. It's completely free. This is amazing speakers from all over the world. Yeah, no, they want to give back, and so it's been our honor to be able to facilitate that meeting with these amazing speakers and the amazing people in audiences just like this one.
Wonderful. You can find Daniel on Facebook under the Swedish Wealth Institute, on LinkedIn under Daniel Wood, on his website, the Swedish Wealth Institute, and
Institute, yeah,
under Swedish Wealth Institute AB. Daniel, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for sharing with us today. I am definitely going to go back and rewatch this. I think you've given me some great tips and hints.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad I could help. I really appreciate the time, and I appreciate everyone taking the time to listen. And I hope I see everyone at the Financial Freedom Summit.
I'm sure you will. Bye-bye for now.
Bye. See ya.
That was Daniel Wood and sharing with us about AI for entrepreneurs. And it was very, very fascinating about the things that you can do with AI and how we can, use it in just everyday life as well. And yeah, it was quite fascinating. And I really enjoyed his discussion. And my next guest is Cynthia Okonkwo. I'm not sure if I've got that right. I'm sure she'll correct me when she comes on. Now, Cynthia is going to be discussing with us your career and the AI advantage. And we've had a lot of talk about AI today, and I think that it's quite apt because AI is coming into our life, and we all need to learn how to harness the use of that. And Cynthia is a wife. She's a mother of one, and she has worked as a human resources professional for 30 years and currently serves as Associate Director of Human Resources. Her passion is helping others, so it should not be a surprise that employee relations and recruitment are her favourite HR areas. Her blog was born out of her desire to write a book that provides practical job search tips and advice from a spiritual, holistic perspective. She started seeing other people's blogs, became interested, and thought that blogging might be a great alternative or a springboard to completing her book. So here we are today. After blogging for 8+ years, she finally wrote her book, Candidate Value Proposition, which will be self-published. The work that she will release in fall in 2024, so it probably should be out very now or soon. Cynthia says that her sincere hope is that what she writes will help someone to achieve the career success that they desire, just as she has. Cynthia, it is such a pleasure to have you on.
For that, here we go. It helps to be unmuted. Thank you so much for having me.
It's lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you as well.
Could you just, I don't think I got the pronunciation of your surname correct.
Oh, let me tell you, I give you an A+ for trying, and you were very close. It's Okonkwo.
Okonkwo. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're very welcome.
So tell me a little bit about your past, how I sort of said, that you've been in HR for a while but what got you into AI?
Well, my master's degree is in technology management, and I achieved that many years ago, about 15 or 20 years ago. But technology has always been something that has interested me greatly. And even in undergrad, when I took the senior computer science class, my capstone or my final project was a 380-page printed project where I created a business, an online business, and with customers and did all of that. And of course, I got an A, and my professor even recommended me to his wife, who was the controller at a local credit union, to help her and her staff get more familiar with it was Lotus Notes at that time. It was not Excel, but got my got my first little part-time job as a result of that project.
All right, that's interesting. So how is AI, and how can it help with our careers?
Oh my gosh. There are so many ways that AI can help with job search, first of all, because the job search itself can be a job, and people who are already working and ready to make that transition to their next opportunity, they can feel a little overwhelmed when it comes to getting their resume ready, also getting their cover letter ready. And I always tell people, think of your resume and your cover letter as the peanut butter and jelly of the job search process. And your resume is the peanut butter, and your which presents your professional experience, and then your cover letter is the jelly, which tells your career story. And so what I've found over the years, as people continually ask me for advice on how to navigate the job search process, is that a lot of people stumble by through the process of wanting to know just what should they say on their resume, how much information should they include, how far back should they go in their employment history, and then when it comes to the cover letter, just the general wording. What do employers want to hear, want to read about you as a potential candidate, and how can you really send a cover letter that is partnering with your resume, that is going to kind of give that that impact that you need to provide to make a recruiter or a potential new employer want to learn more about you and your background. And so what AI does is takes a lot of that heavy lifting and does it for us. And so we can utilize it from the beginning, helping to write the resume, and then also helping to write the cover letter. And I say help, and I want everyone to understand that AI is not meant to replace the work that we should put in to our job search, because our job search is a very personal process, very personal to each one of us. And so we need to make sure that we keep that human element in there. So I want to just kind of go through. I'm not sharing my slides because I just want to make sure that I keep myself on track. But I'm going to go through some key points if you're ready for me to do so regarding this.
You go for it.
Okay, so first of all, thank you, Rose, for having me here, and welcome to everyone who is joining us. I want to start out by saying that I know that everyone on here knows that the job search landscape has changed tremendously. It was already changing before 2020, but then came COVID, and it changed even more. And so now the days of stopping by an employer's location and dropping off your resume, possibly even to the hiring manager, those days are pretty much gone unless you're applying to a position with a local business or a mom and pop type family grown business that you might want to work for. And so many of us probably don't realize when we actually started using AI, because AI has kind of been behind the scenes for a long time in the job search process as well as throughout our lives. So today, our objectives are to make sure that you improve what I call your candidate value proposition, and that is the total package of you professionally and what you have to bring to the table for an employer who is looking for someone with your skill set. And then I want to help you to understand AI in the job search and to how to optimize your resume with AI, as well as how to navigate AI powered job search platforms, and then also how to help yourself prep for the interview as well, because that is the time, that is your shining moment opportunity. So as we get into this process, let's talk about what is AI and the purpose specifically in the job search. And I'm sure from the portion of the last speaker's presentation that I viewed, you probably already have a pretty good idea of what AI or artificial intelligence is. But when we drill down and look at how it impacts the job search process, we want to make sure that we continue to understand that AI is a partner. It is machine learning, and it is the product of computers being trained to act as if they understand how humans act to a certain extent, because there's nothing that can replace that human um, interaction or the human input, but AI is your partner. And so what AI does is it takes some of those tasks, like making sure that your resume is optimized for an applicant tracking system. And to let you know what an applicant tracking system is, it's the system that you submit your resume to or upload your resume to on an employer site or on a job board. And what that applicant tracking system typically does is it's going to quickly scan your resume, and it's going to see how many of the keywords that are contained in the job description or the job vacancy announcement that you're applying to. It's going to see how many of those keywords you have in your resume. And that is so important because the more keywords that you have strategically placed in your resume, the greater the opportunity or the chances that you'll get invited to speak with the employer, with the recruiter, or with the hiring manager. And what you want to make sure of, and what AI helps you to do when you utilize it, is it makes sure that you're not arbitrarily placing too many keywords in your resume. And it's also making sure that you are not having that you don't have the keywords in places that it's not really making good logic, presenting good logic, and helping your resume to flow much better. And there are specialized platforms that can help you do this. But what some people may not realize is that Chat GPT and the different, whether you're using Claude or Gemini or OpenAI, which a lot of us are familiar with, you can take advantage of those platforms of ChatGPT to help you to optimize your resume. So the relevance of AI to the job search, it starts with that initial action. And as you get your resume prepared, then you need to move on to your cover letter. And your cover letter can also take advantage, or you can take advantage of AI with while you're developing your cover letter as well. So let me go into a little bit more detail and help you to understand how AI is going to give you what I call the unfair advantage in the job search. So some applications in recruitment and job search platforms can include Monster, Indeed, Career Builder, and all of them have AI working in the background for you. And typically, what you're going to find is instead of just going onto the site and uploading your resume, what I would encourage you to do is before you even log on to that site, get a copy of the job description for the position that you are planning to apply to, and drop it into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to write a resume that that is for this job description that below that I placed below. And you can tell it that, for instance, I have 30 years of HR experience, and I could say, please include, take into consideration that I have 30 years of HR experience, that experience includes employee relations, compensation, training, or whatever your specialty area of focus may be. And you will be very, very surprised at the quality of the resume that ChatGPT will generate for you. And once ChatGPT generates that resume for you, what you need to do next is you need to print that resume out or have it up on your computer screen. You need to read through it with a fine-tooth comb, because just like anything else that is quote unquote man-made and also constantly evolving, sometimes it can have, a couple of little areas in there that that might not quite make sense. Plus, the other thing that you want to do is keep ethics high on your radar and make sure that what ChatGPT generates for you in the form of a proposed resume, that it is accurately and honestly representing your background as it relates to the position that you are applying to. And so while it will make sure that the resume that it generates is representative, or it pulls forward, if you will, your knowledge, skills, and abilities that are job related, which is important to getting noticed by the hiring manager and recruiter, you have responsibility as the candidate to make sure that the information presented is accurate. So once you do that for your resume, what you want to do is to, you can do the same thing or something similar for your cover letter. And what I would encourage you to do is also have some notes jotted down about what the job vacancy announcement is asking for, because you want to make sure that you pull out those particular key points and in your cover letter, and that you relate examples of your work back to your resume and the professional experience that you presented on your resume. And what you can do once again is open Chat GPT platform and tell the Chat GPT platform to write me a cover letter for this position, and utilizing the resume that you generated for me. And if you're still in the same chat, you can just tell it, the resume that you generated for me above, or you can copy the contents of that resume that it generated for you, start a new chat, and then also copy and paste a copy of the job description once again, a couple of lines under that, and it will be absolutely amazing what will come out of it. And like I said, just like with the resume, you need to make sure that you proof the cover letter as well, and make sure that there are no misrepresentations there. And you need to create your final format. And a lot of people may be aware that some best practices for an engaging cover letter are to make sure that you have it dated, make sure that it is addressed to an individual, preferably the hiring manager, if you have that information. If you don't, just drop the contents into a Word document and add the contact information for the employer, the best contact information that you have, and make sure that it is representing you and telling the story of how you used your experience related to the job to help your current or former employer to face business challenges and to overcome them. And so what you'll also find is once you get your resume and your cover letter finished and you upload them to the platform, another way that AI can help you in your job search is that you can set up search agents. And when you set up your search agents, then what they're going to do is they're going to scrape that platform, whether it be Indeed, Career Builder, Monster, any of those platforms, or any other platforms that you may use. Your job search agents will go out there and scrape that platform on a cadence or a frequency that you select and tell it to do so. And then it will email jobs that match your knowledge, skills, and abilities, and the type of position that you're looking to land. So Whereas in the traditional old school, as I say, job search, when we had to take hours and hours to just kind of scroll through different sites and on employers' websites to find relevant positions that we were interested in, take complete advantage of those job search agents. They will guide you with targeted questions such as what's your field of interest? How many years of experience do you have? A lot of them will even ask you what region, country, or city would you like to work in? And it will ask you about your preference for the amount of travel that you'd like to have incorporated into your particular position. And it takes all of that information, magically goes out there and finds jobs that actually fit your preferences, and it makes it much easier. Then there is on some platforms the opportunity to allow the platform to go ahead and apply for positions for you as well. Because remember, it already has your optimized resume in its system. It already has your cover letter. But the thing that I would caution you about utilizing AI to apply to the position for you is because I still strongly believe in making sure that you personalize your cover letter as much as you can. So if you have a cover letter that is specifically addressed to a particular employer, then you probably want to go in as much as you can, and you want to update that cover letter to represent that particular new employer that you're applying to, just so it can be more personalized and hopefully also catch their attention and increase the opportunities for you to be invited for an interview. So the other neat thing about the search agents is that you can save them as kind of, set and forget, and then you get the you get the reminder notifications that you have job matches out there. While you're sending out resumes, you need to be doing interview prep. And believe it or not, there are platforms that will help you to get ready for your job interview, because that's the time when you really shine and you share information with your potential new employer. And there's an independent platform called Apply.ai, and there is a cost to it. However, it will create interview questions for you, and that you can then take those interview questions and you can either practice. I tell people practice in the mirror answering interview questions if you don't have a friend or a family member who can play the role of an interviewer. But you can have a platform like Apply.ai to generate relevant interview questions that will help you to feel more confident during your interview. But also remember ChatGPT. Even though there are paid platforms, I believe in sharing with people that listen, almost anything that the paid platforms can do, there is a certain level of it that ChatGPT, even the free version, can help you to do. So I encourage you to take that same job description and or vacancy announcement that you applied to, drop it into ChatGPT and say, create 10 interview questions for me for my interview that's coming up for this position. And you have the contents there under your prompt where you're asking it to develop the interview questions, and it will develop a list of 10 interview questions that you can use to prepare for your interview. And I really call that giving your job search the unfair AI advantage, because never before have we had this type of technology to be able to help us. That, you know, the prepping for the interview is probably one of the most stressful one of the most stressful processes or parts of the job search process. And to have this technology available to us, even free, or paid if you choose to have take advantage of any of the paid platforms, it is just absolutely phenomenal. And so then what you've done is you've given yourself, your job search, the unfair AI advantage, because not only is your resume optimized, your cover letter is also optimized and engaging. And then now that you've been invited for your interview, you now have targeted interview questions that you have utilized to prepare for your job interview. And you can either log on if it's a virtual interview or walk into an in-person interview with so much more confidence, self-confidence, knowing that you are fully prepared. And also you can ask ChatGPT to generate for you questions that you can ask the interviewer. And for instance, ask it to generate at least a list of 5 questions that you could ask the employer. Now, this does not take the place or replace the research that you should do about the company. And what you can do is, after you do research about the company, you can also put the company's name into ChatGPT and ask it to give you 5 questions that you could ask, let's say the Coca-Cola company, if you're interviewing with them, about their most recent product release, or about a recent news article that they appeared in, or some additional expansion prospects that they're thinking about. And ChatGPT will come up with those questions as well. And then last but not least, another thing that you can take advantage, or another way that you can take advantage of ChatGPT with, is by getting ChatGPT to help you to write your thank you letter, or your thank you note. Of course, it doesn't have to be handwritten these days. Potential employers, they will welcome a thank you email as well. And so you can ask ChatGPT to draft a thank you note that you can send to your interviewers for interviewing you as one of their potential finalists for the position that you've applied for. And so, as you can see, you will have utilized ChatGPT from the start of your job search all the way through the thank you note, and showing your appreciation for being considered. So I hope that this information that I've shared with you today has been impactful. I am always willing to help people with their job searches. And of course, Rose has my contact information. If you want to email me, then please reach out, and you can find me on various social platforms as well.
Cynthia, that was absolutely amazing. What a process, all done with AI. My goodness, how simple has that become?
Yes, definitely. And I hope that people will take advantage of it.
Absolutely. I think they're made not to. Cynthia, it's been an absolute honor to have you on today. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us. And I look forward to speaking with you again sometime into the future.
Well, thank you, Rose. Thank you so much again for having me, and enjoy the rest of your summit.
I will do. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Now, my next guest is Tom Dennis. Now, Tom has been on the Talking with the Experts podcast previously and shared with us some valuable insights. And today he's going to be discussing with us how AI is changing the landscape of leadership. We've been talking a lot about AI today, and I think it's a terrific topic because a lot of people are still quite frightened of it and they don't know what to expect. And so with all of the things that have been discussed today regarding AI, I think that, we should become a little bit more comfortable with all of that. Now, Tom.
Hi. Hi,
Hello.
Rose.
I'm very well. You are a change agent with skills and strategies and expertise as a certified facilitator accredited with CQ Centre and an NLP master practitioner. You've got 17 years experience as an officer in the Royal Marines, having worked extensively around the world. Tom brings all his experience together as CEO of Serenity in Leadership, and as a speaker, facilitator, change agent, consultant, and educator. For the last 30 years, his career has been dedicated to facilitating transformation through organisational change. Tom is passionate about resolving the breadth of issues around good leadership, which is exercised responsibly with integrity and purpose, and strives to bring healing and renewal in the face of dysfunction in the workplace. And I think that's what we discussed last time, Tom, was about dysfunction in the workplace and what is a good leader.
Well, yes. I think what was defined as a good leader some years ago is not necessarily what we need as a good leader today. And that's kind of where my focus has gone. And that's really very influenced by the advent of AI.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about what, the AI changes, why it's changed the landscape of leadership.
Well, I think you have to see it in the round, really. What is happening in the world? We've had the pandemic, and that's not over. I think people would like to brush it under the carpet and say, move on, everybody back to work and all of that. But I think there's some real challenges for leaders around the different mindsets that people bring. Not only do lots of people want to continue having some sort of flexible working environment, there's a real sort of leftover of the pandemic, which is anxiety and fear, and that's a real challenge for people for leaders to manage. On top of that, you've got all the social pressures of acknowledging EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the social pushes around immigration and people movement. All of this is producing anxiety, fear, division, and people can't but help to bring some of that into the workplace. Some organizations that are now making real clear rulings about keeping politics out of the workplace. I don't know quite what it's like in Australia, but certainly, in the US and increasingly in the UK, we're getting this sort of experience. So one of the roots of that is that people don't actually feel very listened to. And to listen, you've got to give time. And again, that's a real challenge for leaders when essentially they're time poor. So along then comes AI, and it's an extraordinary tool. I'm in the UK, so it's early morning for me here. So I haven't, I'm afraid, been listening to all your talks through my night. But I mean, I did some extraordinary work with AI myself yesterday. It's helping me. We had a doctor's report come through, and it was complete jargon, completely impossible to understand. So I talked to Claude, who's my go-to platform, and instantly he gave me or she, since it's French, they like to call it Claude. She gave this sort of analysis and transcription of what the doctor had said into actually English that one could understand. It was incredibly helpful. So the breadth of potential applications of AI are right now. I mean, they're limited only by people's imagination. But there is the other side of this. British Telecom, which is a very large telecoms business in this country, announced a little while ago that they were going to lay off 50,000, no, 10,000. I'm sorry, people from their call centers, their customer interfacing people, because actually AI has been demonstrated to be more empathetic than a human being. Blows your mind a little bit, that one, I think.
I wouldn't have thought that at all.
So, well, the thing is that AI doesn't need to go to sleep. It doesn't have hormones. It doesn't have moods. It doesn't have any of that stuff. So it just, if it's programmed well, then it can really listen to people and give really empathetic response. And of course, they're experimenting with this with the care of patients with dementia and geriatrics, because even a small robot can show empathy, which they found that human beings will respond to, which is a kind of, in one way, it's a kind of sad reflection of where we are in the world, where we're so busy that we don't have time for people. And so even if it's a bot or some sort of robotic system that can really be there for someone else, they respond. So there is this. So going back to the loss of the jobs, the point there is that almost no one is actually safe in their job, because organizations can make decisions to discard them and replace them with some sort of AI system. So there is a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of fear around that. And as leaders, it falls upon us to be very considerate, give great consideration to how we employ AI. I saw something the other day, and well, OpenAI, for instance, now, who are the creators of ChatGPT, have this system which is really characterized by these globes. They're about this size, and their aim is to get everybody on the planet scanned with their irises through these globes, which they are distributing around the world. I mean, this isn't some dream, it's happening. And the aim of this, believe it or not, is to have to be able to prove that you're a human, not a robot. And all the information is being stored on the blockchain. It's not going to be held by any government. But I mean, the ethical issues around that, I mean, you know, if you could go into that, blow your mind. So there are things about AI which we really need to be thinking about. And they say by 2040 there'll be as many humanoid robots as there are humans on the planet. One of the things that occupies my mind a lot is who can afford these, who can't afford these, and what is the divisions, what are the divisions in society that are going to be created by this? So, it's another ethical question. The advances that are now being made with AI are just mind-boggling. And the main reason for that is there's so much money in it. There are going to be an awful lot of new millionaires created because of AI, no question. They're already happening, quite apart from billionaires. And what as I say, occupies my mind a lot about this is where are the separations, where are the divisions, where are the haves and where are the have-nots. Eric Schmidt, who was the CEO of Google, I think, a while back, well, not that long ago, in fact, was ex-CEO of Google, was interviewed, and one of the questions they asked him was, well, there's going to be so much money made with this. What are the effects of that? And he said, well, the people with money will do really well, and the people without money, they're just going to have to, can't remember his exact word, they're just going to have to manage. So it's like the drive, which is all around money. And even this morning, I saw that OpenAI and Google are now going into sort of a face-off, if you like, with their platforms. Whilst the creators, almost all the creators of AI, are all saying, slow down, this is going too fast. But when money is the main driver, then it's almost impossible for people to slow down. And so you get the some of the I think Mo Gaudat is a very interesting person to follow. If some of your listeners haven't looked at him, he's done a podcast called Slow Mo, and he's an independent now, but was one of the major creators of AI, and his reflections on it are, I think, very sobering. So I think they'll all say now that one of the major things that they needed to do from the beginning was to control AI, was to prevent it from programming itself. A little while ago, if you asked an expert, they would say, well, if you want a skill for the future, young man, learn programming, because that's what it's all going to be about. And now artificial intelligence can program quicker, more accurately than any human. So that's a speciality that's gone out the window. So the next one they're talking about now is prompting. And I'm sure some of your people have talked about this. The skill of prompting is an incredibly important one. Most of the AIs now, the prompts can be up to 1 million words. So you can specify things to the nth degree, and you get extraordinary results from that. But if you ask the experts, how does it do it? They can't tell you now. They can't tell you, because AI is is off on its own. It's developing, it's learning, and I mean, the benefits are amazing. I'm not trying to diss AI. What I'm saying is, hey, look where you're going with this and think about the impact of it. And as leaders, we have to be finding this balance all the time. If you're the CEO of an entrepreneurial business, you're saying, right, we'll put AI here, we'll put AI there. We don't need people here. We don't need people there. It's going to be amazing. And whilst AI can show empathy, it isn't a human. It doesn't have a soul. And there's this tension that is growing now, increasingly. I mean, for all those people who used to follow Westworld, that extraordinary series on TV a couple of years ago, science is now following science fiction, because there are now humanoid robots that are being built, not with hinges and hydraulics or electrical things, but actually they are designing nervous systems for humanoid robots. Now, and we are at the infancy of this. The number of companies that are popping up around the world, and you think, and it's all driven by competition and again money. It's like we've climbed on a train which is hurtling down the track, and it really is time for leaders to say, is this just about making money, or are there bigger issues that I need to consider? What are the ethical issues around AI? Ooh, I could go on. I don't know whether you want to ask me any questions.
Yeah, I think ethics, I think that a lot of people are concerned about the ethics around AI, and you're right, AI doesn't have a soul, and we all need human contact at some point. So, I don't know that companies will go fully AI. I think they still need that human component.
Well, I think you're right. And of course, the old saying that kids at school, when they're looking at jobs in the future, whatever the number is, it's about 50% now, will come out and get jobs that didn't exist when they were thinking about it, because the job market is changing and everything else. So yeah, there are jobs, and at the same time, a lot of the experts will say, this is the world is changing and we don't know where it's going. And you could say, well, it's always been like that, but the pace of change now is unprecedented. There has been no change. You could say at the beginning of the pandemic, CEOs were making decisions about working from home, providing equipment for people to work from home, redirecting their businesses because their markets had disappeared. So they had to do. So there were really fast decisions being made. And AI is a little different in a sense, because things are changing around us, but in many ways it has a greater intensity than the pandemic, and yet there's an awful lot of people who haven't engaged with AI yet. There's an awful lot of people who are using it in the most basic of ways, and we have to look at this in a much more global sense. Global in our organization, global in terms of society, global in terms of actually the world. because you know, when people aren't communicated with well, and you know, when I were on seminars and I asked a bunch of CEOs, who here is a good listener, and you know, a good 50 or 60% will normally say, yeah, I'm a good listener, it's one of my great skills. Yeah. And yet you go to the sort of organizations and say, is he or she a good listener? And they, you're joking. They don't listen at all. So we have this misperception of our abilities to listen. And yet we really do need to listen. We need to be above AI. We need to really show our humanity, and care for the people who can in some ways really benefit from AI, but are probably scared out of their wits by what's happening.
So, as an organisation, Tom, how can we adapt to all of these future advances?
Well, I think that's one of the fundamentals, I think, of leadership for the future, where, you know, still a lot of the business schools are teaching old models of leadership, which just don't fit anymore. It's sort of very structured, straight, binary type thinking. And what we need are leaders who understand themselves first. So, you know, in the work that I'm doing with leaders now, we've got this an amazing online leadership program. It's called Leading from Within, because we've got to actually understand where our insecurities, where our values, where our drivers are coming from, so that when we're in front of you know, the company gathering or whatever, we can actually honestly say, look, I know a bit about what's going on, but there's an awful lot that I don't know because it's going so fast. But we're going to get through this together. We're going to work together. This is not about, I'm the boss, this is what you do. That's really, that is just not a model that works anymore. So it's enrolling, it's caring, it's showing vulnerability, it's showing sensitivity, it's listening to the faint signals that are coming in all over the place. And the only way you can hear those faint signals is if you're sufficiently quiet inside. And that calls for some kind of mindful ability, mindfulness. And I'm not necessarily talking about, you know, classic meditation. It works for a lot of people, not for everybody. But mindfulness in the sense of having a quiet inside us, which enables us, A, to hear our own inner wisdom, because actually we know the answers to these questions, but they're buried deep inside us. And all the time we're rushing around looking at things that are going on around us, we lose touch with what really knows, and that's inside. And I'll tell you what, when you go in front of your group of people and you are coming from this deep center, they will see that. They will hear that, they will witness that, and they will respond to that. Because it's like, he doesn't know where we're going either, but I tell you what, I trust him. And it is this this listening, this sense of groundedness, which creates trust. And if you look at Lencioni's model of the 5 dysfunctions of a team, it all starts with a baseline of trust. The first dysfunction of a team is a lack of trust. So we need to create that trust. And being directive doesn't create trust. Yeah, if the building's on fire, fine. Right. This is not a time to sit down and discuss what are the pros and cons of what we might do next. It's right. The house is on fire, out the door. Fine. There are those moments when direction is required. But I think that when you're dealing with anxiety, when you're dealing with a sense of psychological unsafety, then we need, as leaders, to really understand ourselves and hear both the good and the bad, if you like. So, when you get sort of a moment of panic yourself, you can say, I see that panic. Thank you for that panic. I move on. I don't go into it. I don't be that panic. That's the level of self-awareness that we need, so that then when these challenges come up and when people start coming and saying, hey, listen, there's a globe down the road and they want me to scan my eyes. What's that about? You can say, well, here's the pros and the cons. This is what I've learned. I suggest you find out your own truth around this so that you can make a good decision. That's a supportive thing, a way of doing things.
Yeah, I think leadership, you're right. Leadership has to change. The way that leaders lead needs to change. It needs to become more modern. It needs to come, into the now and not all those old-fashioned, I guess, because even before 2020, I mean, it was a set way of doing things, but the pandemic changed everything, and people have to move into the new era of leadership.
They do. They do. And it's really important.
Absolutely. Tom, it's been a pleasure. People can find you on Facebook, and you spell Tom Thom, and his surname is Dennis. You can find him on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and I've put in the chat where else you can find him on his website at serenityinleadership.com. He's got a YouTube channel. He's on Spotify. He's got a company LinkedIn page. He's on Instagram. He's got a company Facebook page, and he's also on Twitter. And all of those will be in the show notes as well. Tom, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me today and sharing your knowledge with us. I've really enjoyed the conversation.
Well, I hope I don't upset or scare people, but it's like we have to open our eyes to what's going on. And as leaders, we really need to pick up our responsibility. That's what I really advocate for. And I'd love to hear from anybody who has any reactions to what I've said, Rose. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that's it. That's the end of the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit. I want to thank everybody who joined us today with viewing. I want to thank all of my 20 presenters for their valuable time and sharing of their wisdom and their knowledge. And I want to thank also our terrific sponsors of this summit. And without them, a lot of the things that have happened here for today wouldn't have been able to happen. So that's it from me. I'm Rose Davidson. I'm your host, and thank you for being with me. Bye-bye for now. Thank you for joining us at the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit. I'm Rose Davidson, and it's been an honour to host this incredible event. We hope you found the insights and strategies shared by our esteemed speaker valuable. Remember, your journey to success doesn't end here. Keep applying what you've learned, stay connected with our community, and continue to push boundaries of your business. Until next time, keep thriving and striving for excellence. Goodbye, and see you at our next summit.